It is on. Oh, hang on. There is a mess. Oh, hang on. Let me click that. What about now, Shades? Yeah. Oh, hang on. What the hell? Why am I... What's happened to my head? What the hell, dude? Why is my head all wonky, bro? What's going on? I think I've woke up with a crick in my neck, balls. Those things are painful, man. Right, heads up display. Dink, dink, dink. I can't believe that just now. I'm really pissed about that. That was like a really good start to the morning. I was like in my little happy place. And look at this clusterfuck now. Like everything's just on fail state. Sort your neck out, bro. Well, there we go. I have no idea what's going on there, man. There's definitely a problem with air traffic control. They're just not responding. I think there is a problem. Come on. Something is amiss, boys. Something is deeply amiss here in the lands of Star Citizen. I do not understand why. There's someone's cat on final approach. Look, 127 cargo laden. Right, let's see if we can get her. Let's start again. Let's pretend none of that happened, right? Oh gosh, I nearly missed it. 127. Did I get it in time? We did. Location. Plot course. Close that. Spool the spawn bullocks. Right. Let's hope we get a nice Hercules again. Bot Tricks is in. Oh yeah, there we go, Shades. Look, I think it was a Bot Tricks issue. Thanks, Shades. Thank you. Looks like the connection wasn't dinging in. Right, let's drop that out. Go in there. 4 burst decoys. Looks like we're over this side. That is not what I want. Nor is that. Nor is that. Nor is that. I'm not picking up my target anywhere. Not letting me mark it, is it? That's a problem, boys, because I have no idea where that is. It's got to be on the other side of the rock, right? What do you think? Or is it? Or is it just here? Oh, it's just here. Drop a bit of chaff as we're coming at a high speed on. That was glorious, man. Have you seen the new ship in? Is it called the Panther something for another? There's a new ship in Elite Dangerous. The Panther. I think it's like. I mean, it doesn't look unlike the Anvil Asgard in this game. It's not. It also has quite a lot of moving parts, which I don't know if. I don't know if that's normal on the Star City. Sorry, Elite Dangerous ships. But at least they're starting to do something interesting. If they had internals, God, that'd be it. I don't think they'll ever be able to do internals now. I started realizing that the scaling on Elite Dangerous is completely broken. It just doesn't make sense. The whole scaling of ships, planets, buggies, it's just wrong. There's something awfully off about it. No, that's the Kruger L21 Wolf, isn't it? Which is the... What is it? Is it classed as a small fighter? It's classed as a small fighter, but everyone's kicking up a big stink because it's got like this weird fin underneath it, hasn't it? And everyone's saying it looks awful. But the thing is, it's fully deployable as part of the boot up, landing gear, retraction, etc., isn't it? So... People are asking for a modifier, aren't they? Because they're never happy about those things. It's kind of weird because it does look like a boat. It looks like it's got the hull of a boat. So I suppose like the keel blade kind of makes sense. But it does massively alter the profile of the ship and it looks weird. But I don't know what she's like. I don't know where she fits in the Gladius, Arrow. What else is classed as a small fighter? Exclude the Furies because they're not quantum enabled. The fin looks so stupid. See, the thing is, I understand what they're going for. Oh, we're going to add like this keel thing because we've kind of gone for this like speedboat almost look, haven't we? To this sleek, sort of like aqua-esque streamlined design. But the point is, you never see the keel of a ship. It's kind of the point, right? It's under the water. So yeah, I do. It does. It really affects the silhouette of the ship, doesn't it? But you know, I suppose at least look, it's something different, which is exactly what has been the problem with Elite Dangerous, right? I mean, hopefully someone will have it. Will be able to get a ganders at it, but. It'd be nice to see. I mean, you know, I'm going to be honest. I'm not too worried about what she looks like. If she's a nice alternative to the Gladius and Arrow, and you know, the Arrow and Gladius are already very different, really, aren't they? I mean, I love the Arrow. I think she's a lovely ship, but I kind of prefer the more iconic Gladius. You know, she's got that kind of like believable, futuristic jet vibe, hasn't she? Still got fond memories of Buck and a few of us like playing a bit of Top Cruise Maverick, Top Gun-esque shenanigans down on Daymar or wherever it was. It was good fun. Right. Let's get out of here, boys. Let's avoid any large rocks. We don't want to be hitting any large rocks, do we, really? I think we'll risk... Oh my god. Risk, that was probably not the best idea because now I've got multiple jump points. You know what she's going to do? She's going to Scooby-Doo bounce between, isn't she? It's like hold steady. Yeah, this was a terrible idea. Hopefully now I've got some nice forward velocity. She'll remain nose on target and all will be good. She, for some reason, isn't coming out of... Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I do want to plot to the correct point. Map. Well, let's see if we'll be a bit more careful here, Gas. Like you said, we'll be a bit more careful just in case there is something weird going on. Port Tressler. There we go. You know, maybe there is a glitch with the timings. I don't know. I mean, I'll take the blame for the last one. Maybe I was just too slow getting there.
Quantum travel engaged.
As in the reason you're not playing 4.3. The reason you're not playing 4.3 this morning. I'm not playing 4.3 this morning because 4.3 isn't out, right? I'm confused too. I don't know what you mean, dude. How does this work? Streamer and mod cooperation. Is it through Twitch? Are the streamers mods just friends who take it up on them to do the job? How does the cooperation work? I was always wondering. Well, the way I see it, right? Most streams don't need moderators. They just don't. Let's just start off with that discussion, right? What you'll find is that 99.9% of channels, right, have... I'm not talking about external moderators, you know, for Discords, websites, forums, but in a Twitch channel, yeah, 99.9%, only the absolute top, even 1% or 0.1% of channels need active moderators. Your chat isn't that busy, bro. You don't need a team of moderators. You fucking don't, dude. It's pathetic. You know what it is? It's normally just mates. If someone gets a viewer, right? Because that's streamed to like no one. You get one viewer, and you get to know each other. You become mates. You say, "Do you want to be a mod on the channel?" Like it's like this little badge of honor. That's how most channels are.
Shields.
And then you've got like other things, you know, where it's all part of, you know, a much more active moderation team on the big channels, where, you know, when you think you've got, like, for example, I know some of the big channels do this, where they're a little bit more chain, is the moderation team acts as like a filter for current events in chat. So, you know, when you think that a big streamer is like really on the ball with their chat, well, they're not, because they've actually got a moderation team condensing it down often. So to give the pulse of the chat, you know, like maybe 15 people have all asked a particular question in the last few minutes. So that gets fed direct to the streamer. You know, this is the hot topic of discussion. You know, this is the vibe of the channel. It's all very clever behind the scenes, and some of them did. It's not as natural as you think it is. You gotta remember, it's big business streaming, dude.
Contact received.
But the vast majority of channels don't even need a moderation team. They don't even need one moderator, dude. You know what I mean? They just don't. It's just something they give to a viewer to hope they hang around. It's like, it's just, you know, oh, be a mod on my channel, bro. They don't do anything that you like self-moderate the vast majority of the time. I mean, obviously we have Simpsy, but yeah, sadly Simpsy can very rarely join us on the daytime streams. But you know, she's invaluable. Obviously she's so busy these days. I try not to bother her with anything, to be honest, mate. But yeah, but back in the day, we had a bit more chin waggy out of the stream and things like that. But you know, our schedules sadly don't really align. You know, I'm lucky to even see Simpsy a little bit at the weekend. You know, and that's through nothing other than, well, just shitty life getting in the way, really, for both of us, I suppose. But you know, Simpsy's absolutely fantastic. You know, she's been able to, you know, sometimes outside us from Discord, you know, we've got like one of you gets hacked and starts spamming Discord with like pornographic images or something. then that's where an extra set of eyes is worth its weight in gold. You know what I mean? But yeah, I try not to bother anyone that's ever been a so-called active mod as much as I can. We've always had a bit of a laugh about things behind the scenes, but again, it's not like at a professional level. And then you've got the channels that actually have paid moderation teams, you know, that have a whole multitude of things that they're employed to kind of do. Sorry, I've got a text message. I'm half-assed trying to type something. Let me get this finished. Hang on 1 second. Get this sorted. So I've been sort of like one finger tapping on approach there. Shouldn't have done that, because I could have crashed again. I would have got really pissed off if that happened. Right, there we go. Oh, let's get back. Okay, let's go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. And the wolf never goes in water. No, I mean, it'd be kind of cool if it did, though, wouldn't it? Imagine that, Calgar. Imagine if the plague, because you never know, right, Calgar? You never know what they're up to. Imagine if the Kruger L21 wolf later on can actually land on water, dude. You know, who knows? Who knows what they've got? You know, sneaking around in you know, the dark corners of Star Citizen feature creep meetings. Morning team. It's 100 quid. Hang on, what is? So it's so hang on. Well, how much is a gladius? Let's put that in perspective then. So how much is a gladius? So a wolf's £100. What would a gladius cost you? We've released the client hotfix of the PT to resolve a wolf ship related crash. See, let us know if this helps. So oh, that's in the PT. I was gonna say shit. I did check. I even said at the start of the stream today to him. I sort of didn't get on early because I was running around, but I did make sure I thoroughly checked. I did update my launcher. And I thought, that's probably because there's, you know, 4.3 is launched. It definitely wasn't mine. Let's have a quick look. Sprang it off bed so happy it was Saturday. What was this about? They did that on purpose because of Disney as well. Sorry, I'm trying to catch back up after this text message. Just kind of threw me a bit. There's also an issue with anti-cheat globally. The only thing I care about 4.3 is have they resolved the combat sound crash to desktop. Now, that's the most important thing for me. If freight elevators are still broken, we'll just have to live with it, right? But have they fixed the combat crash? That has to be fixed, otherwise I will be very upset. I mod for my friend. I think I banned one by viewers bot and told him he had to sub-only chat on in the last 6 months. Yeah, you just don't need a mod for the vast... I'm not saying, like, you know, a mod isn't convenient, but, dude, your chat ain't that fucking busy. You're getting illusions of fucking grandeur here, mate. You know what I mean? What I've loved about this community is since we've not been able to have an active moderator in chat during the vast majority of the streams, is you lot just don't fuck around, dude. You lot self-moderate this channel than like all the moderators in the world. You know, if someone comes in here with a big dick swinging, mate, you make yourselves very, very clear that, excuse me, but that we ain't putting up with this shit. Like the dude yesterday was a good example, you know what I mean? And I feed on that, you know what I mean? I'm here to, you know, go with the flow of you, mate. You know what I mean? If you guys don't like the look of a newcomer, and there being a bit of a bell end, then you know I totally pick up on that, and you know I think that's very valuable. So thanks to everyone, really. I was hacked. I swear I wasn't drunk. Those feet pics were not mine. I still got those pics, mate. Beautiful, dude. Beautiful. Well, I was thinking about you yesterday. Yeah, how are you, mate? I've not seen you for a while. How's things, dude? How are you, mate? How's the health doing, dude? Why don't you use the Robot Atlas? Because I'm doing a 127k mission. There's absolutely no reason to. By the time I've summoned it every time I get here, risked the elevator breaking, got it all out, got in it, I could have unloaded it manually. Total waste of time. To answer that question, Wolfold is 100, the Gladius is 90. So, I mean, is anything nice about this? I mean, I'll tell you the one thing I did like about the Wolf. I love the enclosed housing for the guns. That's something that Elite always had that I felt was superior. They've always had those wonderful mechanical deployment of their hard points, haven't they? Which, you know, we don't really have in Star Citizen, do we? The guns are just on the ship, right? So that's actually really nice to see. That's something I do like about the Wolf. And the nacelles are quite nice as well, to be honest. That the housings on the engines are pretty decent, to be fair. I mean, she looks like a nice ship, but you know, looks are not really the ultimate decision. You know, if you've already got a Gladius, are you going to change to a Wolf and upgrade to it? I don't know. We'll have to have a look to see what she looks like, how she flies, and all the rest of it. You know, there's so many things that we can't take into account. You know, like maybe later on, you know, she's not as good in atmosphere, but the Gladius is brilliant, comparatively speaking, in atmosphere. But this is the point, you know, there's no point worrying about ships because the game isn't built, the flight model isn't finalised, we've got no idea about how half of this stuff is going to work when it goes live, right? Or even if it ever goes live, and no doubt we'll have another 3 flight models between now and launch, and something that was great last week is terrible this week, and round we will keep going. So I don't really worry about it too much. For me, it boils down to what I've always said about racing games, and Casky, you'll know this. Sometimes, all the concept cars in the world around the Nürburgring, ships, sorry,
Microtech could really use the help right now.
Do you want to crack on with it, Remington? Try and have a chat here, mate. Cheeky fucker. You've got these concept cars in these racing games, or whatever. Just an amazing F1 car, right? There's something about a car that's designed to go fast, right, around a track, versus a car that is meant to go and do the weekly shop that is now going round a track fast. One is literally built at a very conceptual level to keep you safe and to keep the fucking car on the track, yeah? The other one is literally trying to kill you every freaking meter that you travel, right? And I'm a firm believer when it comes to ships and cars in video games, it's all about fun factor. Which is, I would rather, you know, if I had a weekend racing around the Nürburgring, right, I'd rather do it in a family saloon, right, than a concept car. Now, obviously, we'd all like to have a bash in a concept car, right? Of course you would, because you're never going to get a chance to do it. It'd be amazing, right? It's a field of G's and all the rest of it. But, you know, if you've done all that, and you've been through all these amazing things, and now it's like, what do I want to race at the weekend? I know it's going to be a family saloon. The chance of rolling it, smashing it, crashing it, burning it out, blowing a tire. There are so many things that are going to go wrong, right? And it just makes it more fun, right? It's not meant to do what you're trying to do with it, you see? So the fun factor is through the roof in that kind of stuff. And I think it's the same with ships in Star Citizen. I've said it many, many times, haven't I? Why would I want to fly a boring-ass Hercules built to do one job and do it as the best ship in the game for that job, when I can fly a Caterpillar, you know, which is literally like all over the place? You know, she can barely even lift herself off the landing pad, right? She's just so much more fun, you know? Now, is she efficient? No. But she's so much more fun. So yeah, I don't really worry about it, dude, because until such a time as the game has a level playing field where we know the flight systems, we know how armor works, we know how shields work, we know how weapons work, the flight model, atmospheric space, etc., inclement weather, you know, until we know all that, there's probably no real reason overthinking what ship is best. You know, it's all pie in the sky theory crafting anyway. You got that yesterday. Testing myself to the ship. When I got back, I was still in the cockpit. Alright. How have you been getting on with it, Gas? Morning, Griffin. Why does the CIG site still show you dollars despite me saying I'm in the UK? I don't know. I don't think mine does. I changed it in the account settings. Is that where you changed it, Kelso? But to be fair, that was a long time ago. I haven't used the. I haven't like logged into my account in ages. I don't think. Oh, it has got a clock. Yeah, that was quite funny because the dev kept mentioning. He even said like you've got to stop mentioning what's between your legs, didn't he? In the little preview of the wolf. Yeah. Doing a very bad case of tinnitus with Hank. Oh no, really? Haven't slept even. Oh no, mate. God damn, dude. Any respite at all today, man? Oh, they've nerfed the Gladius. Oh, really? I find that hard to believe. As in long term. Let me be a fortune teller. We've got a new light ship to sell. Light combat ship, yeah? Small combat, whatever they call it, yeah? The current top dog is the Gladius, which is the flagship fighter of the entire game. Yeah? It's going to play a huge part in Squadron 42, presumably, right? Let's nerf the shit out of the Gladius. Just temporarily. Let's take out the carburetor. While we sell a few thousand, well, tens of thousands of the Wolf L21, right? And then once we've got all the money out of that, we'll just put the Gladius back where it was, yeah? I mean, come on, we know it, right? You can't even be angry about it, you know? It's the way it works, you know? If you haven't cottoned on to that now, like, I've got a bridge to sell you. Let's go to Fabio on the Nürburgring, yeah? I honestly, I mean, the thing is, like, obviously, it's a bit different in the virtual world. Obviously, if today someone said, do you want to go and play in some Red Bull concept car on the Nürburgring, or you can fly around in a Ford Fiesta, I'm obviously going to do the concept car in the real world, aren't I? But you know, if I'm playing Gran Turismo, where I've got hundreds of hours in concept cars and F1 cars and you know, cars with traction control that, you know, even if you turn it off, they're just godly, right? In a game where I've had hours and hours of all those different cars, I invariably prefer, you know, to try and take a Ford Fiesta or a Ford Transit van around the Nürburgring. It's surprisingly exhilarating, believe it or not. Didn't Top Gear do that? I can't remember the lady. She was a professional racer, wasn't she? And she literally took one of the Ford Transit vans around the Nürburgring, didn't she? It was amazing. Absolutely incredible. Oh, so you can change the shop and the basket, yeah. I've chucked a Skoda Fabia around empty French mountain roads. It was so fun and didn't crash to my death. Do you mean in the real world, or do you mean in like Gran Turismo? One of the preview videos was suggesting that that's something I remember about South of France, Castle. We used to do a run from Le Lavandou across to Saint-Tropez. And, oh, Jesus Christ. Some of those roads, Volkswagen Beetles. It always seems to be Volkswagen Beetles at the bottom of the and there's like no lights. There's nothing, right? I couldn't believe it the first time I saw it, dude. It's absolutely terrifying. I used to dread coming back from Saint-Tropez in the night. One of the preview videos was suggesting that the primary Gatling guns are bespoke and can't be changed because they... Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, the housing where they sort of deploy out. It's all mechanically... Oh, God, that's not good, is it? Yeah, I really like that about the wall. That actually looks really cool. And again, going back to what I was saying to Tomb or Killer, you know, who knows? Maybe the reason all those guns retract and go into a housing is because who knows? I am just having a bit of theory crafted here, and I've got no intentions of believing it will ever happen. But maybe, you know, they thought, well, maybe this ship can land on water. We'll give it a keel. We'll make sure all the weapons, you know, go into the infrastructure of the ship. You know, we've got a hull. Literally looks like a boat hull. You know, there's nothing to stop us in the future making this, you know, like a seaplane. You know, you never know, right? You're right, Solex. You will only have to wait 90 days, third patch, and then they will buff the Gladius again. Exactly, dude. 100%, bro. Oh, it was to be. No, you're right, actually. Yeah, shit. Yeah, god damn. How many years ago was that when they did that? Yeah, Schmidt. Yeah, she was amazing, yeah. So that was a really good, that was great watching that. I've watched that a few times because Doc's linked it a couple of times in chat. They only made an extra 600k yesterday with the Wolf. Needs to know. What, really? Dude, you're kidding me. So that ship has sold 60,000 units. And that's prior to launch. Oh my god, dude. Shit, that actually puts things into a lot of perspective. Jesus Christ, dude. I wonder how much it actually cost to make that ship. And then let's ask the question, what would it cost to make that ship if it wasn't Star Citizen doing it? Because you know what they're like. Yeah, it probably takes 10 times longer for them to build a ship than any other company. You know, I bet it's an absolute debacle. I bet the whole team making a ship are stressed out permanently, all the stupid things they have to deal with. The 890 jump is supposed to go on water like a boat. Is it real? I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. I had no idea. Interesting. So there you go then. So maybe this is something that's already been discussed. Yeah, she could count, yeah. So I have GBP set everywhere I can see. The shop homepage shows GBP, but the ship's page is all US dollars. Could it be a browser setting? Is it some weird browser issue? Or I don't know, dude. Skoda was real world. Behind my friend's house, she has a 20-minute road up the mountain to the first plateau. She lives in a tiny village, so the road is never used. But as it's France, it's always in perfect condition, so it's perfect for driving inappropriately. Ah, right. Sounds like fun, dude. Morning, Gail. How are you doing, mate? How's things? Yeah, it's it'll be interesting to see the Wolf then. I mean, wow, that kind of really makes you... Jesus. So even before it launches, that's 60,000 people committed to buying the latest small fighter. That's mad, dude. What I'm trying to fathom in my mind is whether that is more or less than I thought. I suppose because this is unlimited quantity, right? You know, things like the Idris, you know, are very fear of missing out, locked behind. You know, you've got to be there on the right day at the right time, haven't you? I mean, 60,000 units at £100, whatever it is a pop, or $100 a pop. So that's 60,000 people in this game buying the ship. It's ridiculous. There's no way they're not going to surpass that 1 billion mark by an almost ridiculous amount of money, right? CIG conversion is not great. So binding a GBP versus U. Can you not? Could you not, like? I'm not trying to diddle the system here, but could you not get an American friend to, like, buy it and then gift it you? I don't know. Can you do that? Like, is that something you could do to bypass any shady shenanigans on their behalf with exchange rates? You still can't eat or drink properly. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Because he puts the water up his nose, or what do you mean? Well, what are we up to then? So if they've just has anyone got the graph? So if they've just made 600,000, what does that take us to in the grand scheme of money garnered from the community to date? Oh, no, that's much better. Look, the hanger, that was almost as I was letting go of the key on the hanger that time, which is how it's been recently. That was immediate. It's so different to earlier on. That was like instantaneous, dude. Much better, dude. Much better. I wonder if it was just having a bit of a wobble earlier, maybe. You know what I mean? Oh, everything but the 127. Can we design a Grumbodian Dreadnought and tell Chris Roberts we want 20? Oh, yeah, let's do it, man. Should we get paint out? You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, I bet for $600,000 we could bang one up. I'd be willing to put quite a lot of effort into it if I got $600,000. That's mad money, isn't it? Mad money for a ship, dude. It'd be interesting though, wouldn't it, to know like what the actual costs were, and then think about what those costs were if it was a company that actually was efficiently run. Because let's be honest, I think we all know it's probably not the most efficient of development studios, is it? And you know, maybe that's a good thing. You know, I'm not saying that. You know, sometimes companies allow much more freedom to their staff than maybe really is probably wise. You know, I've always imagined Star Citizen very much, you know, it's a bit more like a Google or Apple kind of construct, you know, all swanky chill out rooms and, you know, latte machines everywhere and a wonderful restaurant, you know, where you can have like your pina colada and spaghetti carbonara, like, you know, just for 11s. I don't know if it is like that. So it might be an absolute sweatshop. I genuinely don't know. Never worked there. IAE, isn't it? The Intergalactic Aerospace Exposition. That's got to be soon, dude. Is that not like literally September or October? It's really soon, I think, isn't it, dude? Don't they tie that in close to CitizenCon? So, so we're only on 854 million, and I do mean what I say though. I actually thought we were much closer to 900 million, like as in we were on the 880, 890. Interesting. I didn't realize we'd only just ding the 8.5, really. Yeah, so it's still an insane amount of money, but I actually thought we were much closer to the 0.9 than the 0.85. Yeah, suck it, knobber. They'll reach 1 billion when the Kraken and Perseus release. Yeah, I mean, that'll be huge. What, could be this year? Kelsimer? Sorry, Solix? Is there a chance one of those might launch this year? We don't seem to be getting a... I haven't got one still. No. You just check we've not got one in the 8s. No, definitely not. The Microtech ones don't seem to be rotating, do they? So we're getting the Perseus this year. And what is the Perseus? Just as a brief, you know, what's the general design of that ship? What's her primary role? Is she the she's not the mining and refining one, is she? I don't know which one that is. Or is she just another pew pew ship? So, hang on, what did we just think as well? Did we just think to tier 3 or tier 4 on my return? I heard the Banu Merchantman. Well, all I know is the Banu Merchantman was just... I think it had a flurry of activity until they said no. We've you know, due to how they've kind of changed how their modulation systems work, right? So that they've been trying to build the ships more efficiently, haven't we? By yeah, I know it sounds silly, but by, you know, having design dockets for things like buttons. You know, you want to add a button to your ship, you've got to adhere to this set of rules, blah blah blah. You know, to stop everyone just doing weird and crazy things. But ultimately, still having the same backbone at coding level on how the buttons work in terms of implementation. What's this here? That's definitely on this side, right? Or is it? No, it's not. I'm going to make that same mistake. Or am I? So we hit the decoy. Just going to come in there because I was really not sure about that. Yeah, and things like, you know, like the doors. You know, like, I don't know, you go to the Hercules, you've got the round doors for whatever that manufacturer is. They're trying to create a much more modular-based system, a consistency and thematic vibe for all the ships, aren't they? And I think the Banu Merchantman is obviously such a huge, almost unique ship, isn't it? I think it was just like, yeah, I don't know about indefinite hold. Obviously, they're going to have to launch it at some point. But I think it was just kind of like partially put to one side for a little bit while they worked on, you know, constructing these almost Lego block systems, right? I mean, the Banu Merchantman's been something you could pledge for, like, how long ago was the first pledge for that? It's years ago, isn't it? So the Perse is just another big ship, just another pew-pew ship. I'm getting a bit bored of the big pew-pew ships, to be honest. There's something that ruins this game, right? When I see... What's that one that we've currently got, the Polaris? It's something that ruins the game for me. And I don't mean, like, makes me want to stop playing, but it just, like, it's like, this is ridiculous. I know it'll be fixed, so don't worry. It's something that just, like, really makes me realise how far we've got to go. There is nothing destroys the game more than a single pilot Polaris. I think it's ridiculous. You know, a ship of that size should not be operable by a single person. And I really am looking forward to seeing how they work on their multi-crew implementation, you know, and engineering playing a role, etc. Because it is ridiculous, dude. Absolutely absurd, you know. I think everyone is spamming the 127k missions after all the copy-pasta video guides. Of what we're doing, is it? The rumour I heard is the lead designer for the Banu has left the company. Yeah, but that won't affect anything, dude. People come and go. It's, you know, it happens. Any industry's always had that. It's, from what I understand, that the Merchantman was put on hiatus a long time ago. But back around when I was playing in 3.16, 3.17, I'm sure that they made the announcement that, you know, it was kind of, they didn't quite fit the current rollout and what they were trying to achieve with the game. But, you know, it's still going to happen, isn't it? I wouldn't worry about it. I think at some point they should probably issue refunds there. Or offer refunds for if you've been able to pledge for a ship and the ship still hasn't seen the light of day, say within 3 years, I think you should be eligible for a full account refund. The thing is, you normally get a loaner though, don't you? And people are quite happy with their loaner, so it's not like, you know, you should be shortchanged or anything. You've still got a functioning ship to replace, or even multiple ships, I think, in some cases. So. Not everyone would want to take advantage of that. Oh my god, dude, even when I do it fast, Lord. There's got to be a better way into this, man. I just every time I do this, I come up with Yeah, so sometimes I'm just like in like that. Other times I'm really like, I'm annoyed at myself. I can't figure out a 100% consistent approach through that little gap. I've tried doing it sideways. Sometimes I do it like back to back 6 or 7 times, and I think I've got it, and then I do that, and it's like, God damn it, dude. Well, I'm gonna go for that one there because we look quite centered on that. Don't we? It's got a little bit of, come on, spool, dude. This poor cat cannot take many hits, lads. Beautiful. Maps. Doesn't look like Tressler, does it? That's Tressler. That's the one we want, boys. But yeah, it's probably the thing I'm most interested in the verse. Yeah, they can keep adding all the ships they want. I don't really care. You know, that's going to happen because they've got a shipbuilding team, and the shipbuilding team need to do things, right? They can't just send them on holiday for 6 years. You know, all the new ships, whatever. I think the fact that we've got so many ships is amazing, like incredible, really. But I am really interested in where they take large multi-cruise ships. And how they fit into the small fighter meta of space combat and things. I'm really looking forward to what they do with that. Genuinely excited for it. I'm sure they'll figure it out, right? Just go to the ladder. What? You just go on the bottom and go up the ladder, Calgar? And what? And I'll still have time. See, I thought that was why we did that, because it's too close. You know, too close for comfort. Have I got all the time in the world? As long as I, you know, crack on then. Oh, hang on, that's 126 kilometers away. Jesus. I thought the ring, which is like these sort of like runway circumference lights, if you like, or approach circumference lights. I thought that was the ring, so I thought I was really close to it. And we know about this. Willy up top and Bum down below, right? Perfect. If you own a merchant, you get 3 learners. The Halsey, the Defender. What's the Defender? And the C2 Hercules. Oh, there you go then. I bet a lot of people are quite happy just having the Hercules for events like this, right? Well, if we could use freight elevators. I had a few cats that just dropped when I got into the hangar. We saw a spooky ghost Grumperdile where I was in the hangar and we actually saw another caterpillar come in through the door and land. But all we could see was all the exterior lights of the caterpillar, like a ghostly apparition. It was quite cool. It gives you a little insight into how their instancing works, I suppose. Oh, the Banu Defender. Oh, yeah, that's the one I don't like. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'm sure she's a great combat ship. I just don't like... I don't know how she looks, the asymmetry in the pilot seat. I just don't like the crabby look to her. You know, I've always said, purely subjective. You know, at least it looks like an alien ship, right? Which is exactly what it is, pretty much. But yeah, she's not for me, dude. Definitely not for me. Really... It gives me the heebly-jeeblies as well. Inside, you know, that kind of like almost interlaced carapaces and... Yeah. Yeah, I don't like her. But I'm sure she's a badass in combat. I wonder what the PvPers will make of the Wolf. We'll have to like pay some attention to their commentary about that. There we go, boys. We have a request. Let's see if we can get in there without any weird shenanigans. Which is a bit like Marmite. In my opinion, the best sailing ship in the game with its alien engines. I can't remember the engine. I don't care what she sounds like because she looks like crabs, like pubic crab lice. So I don't care. It'd just be like having crotch itch, but like with some Justin Timberlake on in the background. I don't give a shit. It ain't gonna make no difference, mate. She's still itchy scrotum. She's the itchy scrotum shit. Okay, boys. We're in. Now, those doors better not freaking close and eject me out or I will be very unhappy. Very nice, boys. Very nice. Let's have a look at her. Beautiful, boys. Another nice little delivery for our Microtech friends. I know it's like, you see that, I really, as I'm descending like that, I really have to boost on the undercarriage like vertical thrusters to offset any gravitational drop on her. She's such a heavy ship, man. She can barely hold her own weight, you know, in a hover mode, can she? I hate the fact it's got two cockpits. Yeah, that's the main reason for me, dude. I'm going to be honest, dude. If I was a centrally located cockpit, I genuinely think I'd be a lot happier with the banner. That's what I meant, like about the asymmetry in the cockpit. I just don't like it. You know, it's to me that is a design. I don't know. I just don't like it, dude. It doesn't feel good. I always feel like I'm off a bit, you know. I don't see it very often these days. I don't know if there was another popular ship that came along in like the... Oh no, hang on. I was going to say what's going on. In the same category, and people like cross chassis upgraded or what have you, but I don't see them as often as I used to. Have you still got yours, team, or did you scrap yours? I know someone here had one. Oh, it was nerfed really bad. Oh, what, really? See, this is another reason why I think people that are spending a lot of money on ships are a little bit bonkers. I just, you know, I understand it. You know, if I'd got the money, trust me, I'd have a right fleet of ships. I know, because I do really enjoy the game, but I think you're mad when you make a purchasing decision because the ship is really good in its class, because you know it's going to get nerfed, dude. You know, if you've got, just take any element of the game, whether it be haulage, speed, stealth, right? There's always going to be, you know, in the class size, the best ship, generally speaking, right? And you know they're going to want to sell another ship in that category. So of course there's going to be a better version at some point, you know? It might be a bit more expensive, you know? So we're not talking about bang for buck here, but, you know, the chances are they're not trying to get another 100 quid out of you. They just try, or 200 quid out of you. They're just trying to get an extra 50 quid out of you, right? To do a nice little cross chassis upgrade. And you know, there's a wonderful marketing team working very closely, I'm sure, with the design team in this game. And you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong. I'm not saying that this is, you know, some predatory practice. It's just, it is what it is. You know, I think a lot of people are just a bit bonkers at times. Like the game is still very much just not built, not finalized. You know, buy a ship just because you love her, you know, because you like the look of her, because you like how she makes you feel, you think she's fun. But never buy anything because it's best in class, because it ain't going to be best in class for long, right? It really isn't. Unless you like your cross chassis upgrades, which is what I've just said. You know, if you like that incremental upgrade, you know, because you love haulage, so you know you're gonna. I mean, at some point, I mean, the absolute dinging 1 billion will happen when something replaces the Hercules CT. That C2 is such a good ship for so many reasons, right? There will be a better version of it. We all know that. Because it's an absolute moneymaker, right? Be interesting to see what they come up with. The fear of missing out is real when a new ship is announced. Well, it's not. Unless it's a time-limited one. You know? I think that's where I have an issue, Grumpadile. You know, there is no fear of missing out if you can buy it this week or next month or a year. You know, it's there. And that's where I make a firm stance. I think once a ship has launched, it should always be available. There should only be some exceptions, and that should be the large capital ships, right? But we all know, right? Let me a hypothetical scenario, right? I believe they tried to make us think that there will only be a certain amount of Idrises in the verse, right? What a load of bollocks. If they could sell an Idris to every single player in this game, yeah, they would sell an Idris to every single player in this game. Because it's not really going to affect the game as much as you probably think. Because the Idris isn't going to be able to be flown around by one person, right? There's going to be a saturation point with a number of players playing the game, right? So if you, let's just say you've got a concurrent user base of like 100,000 players. You're not going to have 100,000 players using an Idris, are you? Because they're not going to be pilotable by one person, yeah? They'll quite happily sell you all an Idris. So like today we go in my Idris, 10 of us, and tomorrow 10 of us go in your Idris, and then someone else's Idris the day after that. You must be batshit crazy to think they wouldn't want to sell everyone a fucking Idris, mate. Yeah, and that's fear of missing out. Because they do it for time-limited periods, don't they? You know, they open it up and then we've sold out. But they never tell you quite how many they've sold, do you? How many did we actually sell? You know, people do a bit of number crunching, don't they? Try and figure it out. Dude, they'll quite happily sell you all one. Why isn't the Asgard available? What, the Anvil Asgard? Is that not just because they do that with all ships? Oh, hang on. Sorry. So the Anvil Asgard has gone on to the store, but that was time limited, yeah? For exactly what Grumpadile and I are talking about. Because that is the predatory side of this game, which I massively disagree with. I think they make enough money as it is, let's be honest, right? And they have enough support from the community that is the one or one of several extremely dark shadows over this project, is this hideous predatory FOMO practice. If the Asgard Anvil is a ship that we can buy, it should always be available. It's not going to make or break the game if everyone's got one. There's only one reason to do time-limited access at the point of purchase for that, and that is to increase the chance of sales because people panic. And that is the side of Star Citizen I will never support them on. And I do hope one day they realise they've got a good enough product that they don't need to play these silly games, to be fair. You know, it's... The thing is, what we just simply have to accept is the fact that right now, whatever they're doing works. So, you know, at the end of the day, I can't be too upset about it. You know, I'm playing a game that has got, what is it, $854 million spent on it. I enjoy it. The game's got this far because of people, you know, that are maybe buying ships that perhaps they might not otherwise do. But, you know, you're an adult. You got to make your own choices in life, haven't you? You know, those people doing that, I get a great product out of it. So it works. I don't know. I think it's below them now. I think, you know, we're starting to see Star Citizen becoming, well, at times we see the glimmer of light, don't we? Let's not talk about 4.2.1. It's been a bit of a debacle, right? So it's really easy to make in-game money, so you just wait until the stuff is about. Yeah, I think most people do at the moment, Grumpadile. However, I will say, I mean, I don't know how long you've been playing the game, but, you know, I think regardless of how long you've played, I think a lot of us, you know, you even see people making whole brand new accounts, don't you? To do Hero to Zero with no temptations and things, you know, I think, you know, a large... You know, I totally get it. You played the game, there used to be a lot of wipes. and you know you think, oh, I've worked really hard at getting my constellation Andromeda, whatever your fave ship at the time is, and you know there's another wipe, and you think, you know what, I really don't want to go through that again. I've only just had my Taurus, I've been really enjoying it, it's opened up some new gameplay loops for me. You know what, I think I'm just going to go and buy one. And you can't say fairer than that, can you? You know, you can cut out that grind. You know, that's your personal choice. And I think that's worked reasonably well up till now. Oh my god, let me get there. So I don't get it. Last week I wanted to upgrade my Hornet to a Corsair, but it's not buyable currently. Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. Honestly, it's absolutely absurd. But you know why they do it, because what happens is you get something like IAE, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but during Intergalactic Aerospace Exposition event, or the IAE event, nearly all ships become available, right? Nearly every single ship that's ever been available for a limited period becomes available again. Yeah, obviously there are exceptions. I'm not sure to say it's 100% coverage, but that's the point. It's to force a spike in sales, isn't it? The fervour of purchase. You know, friends talking about what they're getting. You know, it's all part of that IAE event, and that's quite close to Citizen Con, and it's also quite close to, you know, the holiday period, and people treat themselves. It's a good time of year. You know, it's a massive injection of money, you know, but back end of the year, innit? Oh, hang on. I need to get this. Let's hope we've not got a shoot. Well, that's awesome. That was a problem I've been trying to sort out. Well, I was going to say like for about 48 hours, but actually, it's actually not been that long. I've finally got the beginnings of closure on something. You're right, Grump. Very true. I just started playing in February. You know, Grum, I've never looked at it like that. Other adults funding the game for me with their yeah, you've got to remember, dude. You know, I've always said, right, I have no issues. Why would I? It's not my money. Why would I be such a bellenders to worry about what other people spend their money on? I've got lots of personal friends that spend money on weird shit. But what I don't like, the one thing I'd like to encourage the community not to do, is concept ships. I think when we sit here buying concept ships, I think we hurt ourselves as a community. You know, we are the end consumer, and I feel we've made a rod for our own back with concept ships. Now, if concept ships had an accurate timeline for construction and implementation and availability in the game, and they'd earned a reputation for it, I wouldn't have a problem. So in other words, if this project had, okay, you can come and put some money down today for a concept ship, and they had a good reputation from the point of purchase at that stage to full implementation and introduction into the game within, say, 2 years or 3 years or whatever it is, you know, whatever we put a stamp of approval on, it wouldn't be so bad. But I think when you're putting money down on concept ships, you know, that could be 5, 6, 7 years away, I think we're just making a rod for our own back, you know. I understood it at the point of conception of the project, when they're trying to get money in, to get things started, you know, to kickstart the project, to get that early funding, you know, that makes sense, right? All the ships were pretty much concept ships at that point. But after $850 million of funding, it makes me think that things have got horribly out of sync. That they've got a ship construction team, you know, which is a lot of employees, and they're trying to keep them in work, to be honest. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? You know, I mean, it just depends on how you look at the projects and the feature trip nature of it. But, you know, if you're going to sell me a ship, it really needs to be in the game. Until you earn a reputation for getting these concept ships made in a reasonable time frame. You know, I think it's disgusting how long people have had to wait to get their ships. But like I said, at the end of the day, you're a grown man, woman. It's your money to do as you please. But I think if we all just stopped buying concept ships, you might actually get functioning ships, you know, that come out with an actual gameplay loop. You know, well, why sell us an SRV where there aren't really any gameplay loops for the SRV? Yeah, it's a ship for the sake of having a ship, really, isn't it? I don't know. That's my perspective on it, though. I think if we all just said, that's it, none of us are buying concept ships. From now on, if you want to make a ship, it needs to be available in the game, and then we'll come and buy it quite happily. Every package is a crapshoot if you keep your stuff still. I've been lucky on ships, they usually just lose some of my components. Oh yeah, you're talking about switching the modules, isn't it? Did they say something about the Idris running in its own server? Was that just the last event with the tour? Oh, I don't know, don't know, mate. The only ship I've ever lost is the Buccaneer. I almost always lose ship components. I've only set up a couple of ships every patch because of how long it takes to get it kitted out. Yeah. I mean, is that still a thing? I mean, is that still happening? Oh, and the attritions are quite hard to get as well, aren't they, Grumpadar? The Endeavour. So one of the ships that actually got you into the project was the Endeavour. That's had no sign of it or its gameplay. What is it? What is the Endeavour, dude? Yeah, I mean, by all means, tease us. By all means, like, oh, you know, this is the Endeavour. This is this, or this is coming soon. You know, get your wallets ready. But I don't think they should be doing concept ships anymore. You know, is this project like still so desperate for money that they need money to make a ship? Surely you've got enough money to be making ships, guys, right? I don't know. Therein lies the question. We don't know, do we? How close are they to running out of funds? Maybe they're nowhere near running out of funds. Maybe. I just don't know. I do not know what the current financial situation is for this company. when they can make $600,000 on a small fighter, though, in a 24-hour period, I don't know. It would point towards them being reasonably okay financially, right? I mean, or they're so grossly inefficient in how they manufacture the ship that maybe that hasn't even covered development costs. You know, and we'll never know, will we? You know, what does it actually cost that company in terms of the things that go into making a ship? Tons of people on the team probably involved in that, in every aspect, things we probably can't even begin to imagine. But is $600,000? You know, what is the bottom line for the construction of the L-21 Wolf? Oh, I've got no idea, guys. You know, well, we're sitting here saying they made $600,000 in 24 hours, right? But that's not all going to be profit, is it? It's going to have taken quite a lot of money to make it. But how much? You know, 100,000? $500,000? I ain't got a clue, dude. No idea, bro. That's the stuff we don't know, right? So it's all wishy-washy backseat game developer discussion. All we know is sort of freaking freight
Remy
elevators.
from Microtech here. Glad you're running a resource collection contract for us.
Please sort out freight elevators. SRV would have been a great game to play with during resource. Exactly, Rogler. 100% Rogler. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah. You get a mission to come and remove the Taurus that's parked on the freaking landing bay, or let's be honest, the Atlas that's parked on the landing bay. Couldn't agree more, dude. Could not agree more. It almost makes itself. You know, it'd be great, wouldn't it? You know, you're at the station, and you know, you've gone to pick up your Sabre Bird, you're going to do a 127k mission, and over the Tannoy, you know, Port Trestler's, we'd like to request a salvage vessel to tow the blah 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 ship from Hangar Bay 6. And you know, because there's maybe a Caterpillar parked outside Hangar Bay 6 and we need it towed away because it's blocking access to other pilots. And that'd just be like so organic then, wouldn't it? You'd be like, oh shit, I can do that, I'll take that job. Bit like an Uber driver to taking a job rather than choosing the jobs from a list, you know? That, you know, so someone's come in, collided with something, died, and now we've got a derelict Caterpillar right outside Hangar Bay 6, yeah? So, you know, build it into the game. And the thing is, guys, I'm sure that's all going to happen. I have every belief that is exactly what they've got planned. You know, I'm sure we're not saying, you know, coming up with ideas they haven't already thought of themselves, you know? I look forward to the game, you know, getting even remotely that close to completion. But yeah, it's a shame that wasn't in place, right, Roger? Because it would have solved a lot of the issues with. I was thinking about jumping a bit earlier. The end. Oh, is that the one with? Oh, is that the one with the biodomes? They still need money for making ships in the form of yachts for Chris Roberts. Does he actually own? I mean, a lot of people jokingly say that. Does he actually own a yacht? Because there's a big difference between owning a yacht, co-owning a yacht, or having a 6-month access annually of a yacht. Yeah, there's a lot of things about yachts that I don't think people really understand, myself included. But I think a yacht is widely regarded as, if not the most expensive vehicle to own. For humankind, even more so than a plane, like infinitely more so. Incredibly oh, hang on, this is the wrong side, isn't it? Am I on the wrong side? Incredibly expensive just to own one. Even if it is literally in dock, it is insanely expensive, right? To manage a yacht. So, you know, does he actually own one? And like, how big is it really? Blah, blah, blah. You know, it's one of those things, you know. I'm all for like having a bit of a laugh, but I think until you know a bit more about it, it's just one of them off-the-cuff remarks in it that we all sort of jokingly comment on, I suppose. That was a weird way in, but I got in. Look. Because the thing is, yachts can also make a huge amount of money as well, right? A huge amount of money. So what one could argue, it might not be a bad investment. Now, I don't believe that normally works out for most people who've purchased a yacht, but Why can I not move? Jesus. Can't see any jump points. I'm not seeing any jump points, dudes. I'm gonna hit rocks, boys. I'm gonna hit rocks here. I'm gonna try and stabilize her a bit. We did it, dudes. We did it. That was a bit airy canary. That was shooting off on a right old mad tangent, wasn't I? Beautiful. Beautiful. Off we go. Whew. The 600k also doesn't take into account ship melts of previous purchases. Right, so again, I'm not sure I understand that, so let's go through it. So, all we know is from their chart that in a 24-hour period, we saw a spike of $600,000 into their funding. Yeah. So what we're saying is, it's not like I was saying, it's not like 60,000 units have been sold. It could actually be significantly more, because some people might only have, instead of investing the $100 for a full product, they've only actually spent, say, £15 because they've melted a ship and then just upgraded it a bit. Because I think you said like the Gladius was like $90 or whatever it is, and the Wolf L21's like $100. Is that what we're saying? No, I don't think we have Simmel. No. I think the only thing you don't actually know how much each ship sells. At least I don't think you do. But what we do know is what the current funding value is, and I think someone said we'd seen an additional 600,000 in a 24-hour period. But again, is that taken into, is that an additional 600,000 over an average of the last 7 days? You know, how much are they making on a daily basis? I don't know. You know, is it 100,000 every day? It went up to 600, so it's actually only $500,000. Again, I don't know. I'd have to look into it myself to continue the conversation, to be honest. Yeah, well, yeah, it can't take into account cash. Yeah, 100%. It won't be taken into credit. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, obviously not. It's that is the funding to date. So if you cash in a ship for $50 and then buy another ship for $50, or let's say for $60, which is more likely, right? Because you're going to upgrade. You've only added $10 to their income, haven't you? I mean, I think that probably goes without saying, to be fair. Good morning, Raz. How are you, sir? How's things? How are you, mate? How are you? I was using it into the running joke, but he only got, I don't think he has one. I don't know. I heard he had, but I've never looked into it to see if he really has. Like you said, maybe it's just one of those silly things people talk about. A lot of people really hate on Star Citizen, and I think a lot of people have a lot of reasons to hate on Star Citizen. I think some of the early backers 100% have every right to be. I mean, I think it's time to get over it, but I don't know, dude. You know, it's easy to say that if you only drop 30 quid on it, right? We've all blown 30 quid on a night out and then some, right? But you know, if you're one of the early backers and you're expecting the game to launch within, you know, 3-4 years at tops, and you've invested like £6,000-7,000 in the game, I think you've got every right to still be bloody pissed off, mate. You know, you kick-started a product that has yet to exist, right? And that's like, how many years ago now? Is that 12 or 13? But, you know, it's, you know, it is what it is. I think a lot of, what's interesting is, it's amazing how many people wouldn't agree with that, because they actually kick-started, say, the single-player Wing Commander, you know, continuation, if you like, you know, spiritual success or whatever. And now, and they backed it. And why have I got a hostile on over there? Those people will be the first to say that they don't care about Squadron 42. They're literally not interested in Squadron 42 at all. As far as they're concerned, it can crash and burn. They just want the verse, dude. You know? That they kick-started a... Have I got a hangar? Am I just not seeing it, dudes? Hang on, that's bad because that ship's getting attacked by the station. Something, isn't it? Something weird's going on here.
Contact.
Yeah, he's just locked on to me as well. Look. I think we might be in a spot of bother here, boys. We may be in a spot of bother. I might just tuck her inside the station while we wait for our landing pad. There's a lot of turrets down that way, isn't there? What, have I got a landing pad yet? I don't think I have I? I still don't think I've been given a pad. Oh, there we go. Which unfortunately is on that side. I keep thinking I'm in a Hercules as well, and I keep suddenly remembering, no, we're bloody not. Let's give it a run. I'm not sure if he's even still there, to be honest. Definitely saw laser fire from the security turrets on Port Tressler there. Or if he might have just made a mistake and done something, got lit up, or he might be up to no good. Just trying to block line of sight using the station for a bit, because it's not like I can sort of like bounce around it in a cat, is it? He definitely targeted in on us though at one point. I have a feeling this door's going to close though, you know? Yeah, we've got that weird visual error there. Look, I'm going to have to get her in a bit sharpish here, aren't I? Those doors closing. Nah, it was just my own it was just the sound of my own bays opening, wasn't it? Oh well, we made it. That was a little bit hairier than normal. I did feel like we'd got someone sniffing around. You right, Valiant? How are you, sir? How am I doing today? I'm alright, mate. How you doing? How's things? How's the fridge? Eh? How's the cold food, dude? Oh, what are you up to this weekend, Raz? Anything exciting going on? How's the mental health, bro? You tip any tip? Or freaking like, man, I need to go out with Grump, get pissed, and solve the problems of the universe, dude. My account was created in October 2013, but I'm sure I was a late entrant. The only thing I remember, right, was a long time ago. I don't know, I got cajoled into getting involved in this. Some dude or someone was banging on about this Wing Commander game, and there was going to be this new one, all singing, dancing. They were great games. I was like, dude, I don't even know what Wing Commander is, man. And it was like, yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation, but it was like something along the lines of, oh, imagine like you're Luke Skywalker, but you've got like your ship, and you're like going around doing things like as a story adventure. It's like, oh, right, yeah. It was a terrible sales pitch, right? I've never played Wing Commander, so I didn't know any better. But I thought, yeah, it sounds quite cool, actually, dude. So, how much is it? Blah, blah, blah. And stuck somewhere out. And I think the next thing I knew was I'd either got an email or something asking for my address to send like the little plastic citizen card to. And then I kind of forgot about the whole thing for a while. And then I booted it once. I think, you know, probably back when we had just the anger or something. I don't know. Maybe booted it up like once then, and a couple of other times, you know, prior to 3.16. And then 3.16, I booted it up, having played a little bit of Elite Dangerous. And Elite Dangerous, I don't know, the magic was wearing off rapidly, man. And I think Squadron 42 was getting a little bit of interest compared to previously. And I thought, you know what? Let's give it a go, dude. Let's give it a bash. And I've never really looked back since, you know. I think it's an amazing project, but man, I will shit talk this game hard, dude. I've earned the right to shit talk this game when it's been a bunch of knobs, mate. You know what I mean? But I never get personal. You know, it's... I don't know who makes the decisions. Yeah, I'm sure, like I said, I bet the guys and girls that turn up on the Manchester buses or wherever it is every Monday morning in the pissing down English rain, I'm sure they're all very passionate and very skilled individuals, or at least the vast majority, I'm sure. Like any company, there's probably the lazy sods and the not so talented sods. But you know, I'm sure no one on the project is maliciously trying to make a bad game. Fucking hope not, anyway. But yeah, you know, it's the level of regression is insane, isn't it? It's just like you just can't get your head around it. You just have to just rant and shout a bit and just crack on with it, really. Having access to the fridge is great. Still not filled it up fully. You want to get it full of beer is what you want to do, Valley. Any like get yourself like, I don't know, like a couple of tomatoes and a bit of cheese, and then the rest of the fridge, some milk maybe if you're a milky person, and then the rest of the fridge is beer space, dude. Come on, bro. You should know this is an Aussie.
That's what I love to see. Another contract complete.
Alright, let's get the old Sabre Firebird reclaimed.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
We'll expedite if we need to. I might have missed Jaboshua. I can't even see Jaboshua in chat. So I don't know if I've already said morning to Jaboshua and you're just so far behind, you're making me feel like I'm behind, Shanes. Morning, Missy. How is everything, Missy? All going okay, mate? Tomatoes, cheese, milk and beer. Well, tomatoes I'd eat, milk I don't, cheese I don't, beer not unless it's a Beck's Blue. The only thing that I have in a fridge would be, well, not even now, but I suppose if you go back a bit, what would I have in a fridge? What would I have in a fridge? Eggs. I definitely like eggs. So some nice hard-boiled eggs, all hard-boiled up, ready. I like those. Chilies. I like my chilies in the fridge. I keep my garlic in the fridge. I'm not sure if you're supposed to, actually. And beer. I'd add the chilies just for a little bit of colour, you know? Cheese. Cheese is gorgeous. You can't go wrong with cheese, right? Nice bit of crumbly matured cheddar. Bit of chilli. Beer. Some eggs. Maybe a bit of chocky. Can we have a bit of chocky, Kelsey? Peanuts. I keep my peanuts in the fridge as well. I don't know why. I just do. I haven't always done that. It's just that they come in these resealable bags, and sometimes the seal's a bit of a pain in the ass. So I don't worry about it too much if it's in the fridge. Oh, and tonic water. Liters of... Is that going to blow up? It seems to be taking its time, doesn't it? Very nice. But should we just have a quick look at how we're doing on Resource Drive? We didn't check it this morning, did we? So if we go to Journal Resource Drive. So we're tier 4. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Tier 4 on Arc Tier 5 on Crusader. Tier 3, again, probably 5 more runs for Tier 4 with Microtech, and Tier 5 on Hearthstone. So yeah, we've done pretty well, actually. Beer is definitely one of your... beer counts as 3 of the 5 a day. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I don't know why you're trying to confuse the population.
Welcome to the ASOS
If you drink beer
system.
and you have some peanuts and an egg, yeah, then you've definitely had your 5 a day, dude. 100%. You really don't need to worry. You've got all the essential nutrients the human body needs. The main one being an often forgotten resource called fucking happiness. Which beer has in copious amounts, you see. See, all these people that eat these strict diets, they're forgetting the one fundamental mineral called fucking happiness. And they sit there with their little stick of celery and their rocket leaf. Miserable fucks, dude. This 5 a day's not been thought through, I'm telling you, mate. It's hot here these days. Grub too hot for me. It's really nice here again today. Yeah, taking a day off today. Slept weird, so I feel sore and tense. Other than that, got all good. Not well actually. Yeah, she had to go back to the doctors yesterday. Yeah, she's not doing too well, mate. She's back at work on Monday as well. Right, Firebird store Granite.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been labeled.
She's resting up at the moment, all chilled out, having a bit of a snooze. In fact, I'll go in. What time is it? Half time. I might go and get a coffee and see if she's around. Actually, I don't want to wake her up really. She had a bad night yesterday. She's got some new drugs, but one of the side effects of the drugs is apparently they can give you really bad nightmares. I don't know what the drug is, but apparently it's quite a common side effect. So I was thinking I need to move like all sharp objects from around the bedroom, just so she doesn't murder me. Because she's I watched it did worry me. Even she burst out laughing when I looked at her. I gave her the look. Because we just watched the scene whereby King Harold in Vikings, do you know the love of his life, who he was doing everything for? He needed to become the King of Denmark in order to win her. And it turned out she'd married someone else. And he meets her husband and very swiftly puts an axe in his head. And then shortly after that, she goes to see King Harold and she's all lovey-dovey, right? And then she goes to stab him. And she made a comment on that scene about how she'd done it wrong. Which kind of set the panic in motion. And then I think it's the same episode, or the one before or after it. I'm sure it was after it, but it may have been the same episode, where Floki's wife is stabbed in the neck by, or at least I think it's the neck, it looked like the neck, by the young girl. And she went quite into quite a lot of detail about how she probably missed the jugular. and it wasn't the best stroke. You know, if you're gonna kill a man, it's like I feel like she's put too much thought into this for my liking, is what I'm getting at. It didn't feel like an off-the-cuff comment. So yeah, and then earlier in the day says, "Oh, I might be a bit weird tonight." You know, it's like, well, I'm probably only going to be in the bed tonight, Friday night, right? So she said she's not going to take it yesterday, but she might be taking it tonight. And apparently, it's well known to give you quite bad nightmares. So I thought, well, I think I might not go to bed tonight. Then I think I'll refrain. Just go water the tomatoes in the early morning hours. yeah, that's exactly that. That's how you want to do it. Yeah, that's how you want to do it. I'll tell you what, Vikings is so good, dude. I'd forgotten how, because I don't think I've seen some of these episodes, or if I have seen them, I haven't watched them attentively. You know, they were probably on another monitor while I was busy sort of glancing across. So it's, I'm definitely getting to the point post Ragnar incident where I'm starting to notice things I don't recognise. Yeah, current plot, I still record it, so I've definitely listened to it, watched it a little bit. I was a bugger for that with shows that I didn't watch with her. Oh my god, really? Wow, nothing at all. Yeah, all that sofa looks comfy, doesn't it? Yeah. How you doing, but you alright, mate? I'd tell you what, I'd forgotten how much I liked the character of Ivar. And Flaky stopped being a knob now as well. Flaky really turned into a fucking idiot. So, I remember now that it's more of a phase, isn't it? You know, when he thinks Ragnar no longer really cares about him, he gets right up his own bumhole, doesn't he? But now Athelstan's gone. You can see that relationship rebuilding itself, and obviously now without Ragnar around, without Athelstan around, and obviously Floki's, you know, what's going on with, yeah, it's quite cool actually. It is a fun character again. Right, accept offer. Oh, hang on, why are we not? Why is me Spondulix drive not Spondulixing? Yeah, well, I think there was something like 18 episodes in the season we were watching, or whatever it was. I can't remember. A crazy number, man. I didn't realise like how many. I thought it was like, you know, 8, 9, 10 episodes in a season. Oh god, we'll have to go with something cheaper than Lego, mate. Jesus Christ. Have I even got any Lego? I'm not sure I have got any Lego, dude. Hang on, let me we want to be in combat. Let's get some decoys up. We go. What we got then, boys? It looks like another caterpillar. What do you reckon? Do you reckon if I like go say there and then try and go straight across the... I reckon that's about a kilometre below it there. It's hard to say. Definitely nothing in front of me, right? Cool stuff, right? I didn't even decoy. I heard a guy say he took some kind of medicine, I think Ambien or something. It gave him crazy dreams. He dreamed he went to his local meat market riding an ostrich to buy his favourite bologna. This was you, wasn't it? This is one of Jaboshua's untold tales, yeah? Right, let's see how we do it here, boys. Okay, the cat is looking good. The cat is looking good. Bit of Bellwright this weekend, Joshua. Can't quite make out which side we're approaching this from, to be honest. Pretty sure it's that way. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I think that's right. Quite like these little EVAs. It's kind of something you just can't do in so many other games, right? It's kind of cool. Probably see a nice evolution with a quest like this as well. Probably, you can imagine, like, I don't know, many moons to come. That if they introduce a quest like this, then at some point all these surrounding pirates will actually have their own transport ship pulling up alongside it. You know, if you don't get a wriggle on and start unloading it. Do you reckon we'll ever get to that point? Can you ever imagine an NPC unloading a vehicle with a pyro multi-tool? it's a lot to ask for, isn't it? There are so many things that could go wrong with that. Incredibly complex. But, you know, if any game can do it, it could be this one, right? But that would be kind of neat. Mum was taking a school bus full of chickens to a desert cliff. You took a school bus full of chickens to a desert cliff. But they're all happy I did. The view was nice. So you just took the chickens on like a day out? I mean, why a desert cliff? I mean, were the chickens not getting a little bit paranoid at this point, right? I mean, chickens in the desert alone seems a bit strange, doesn't it? It's not like their natural habitat, I don't think. What? You don't take them to Alton Towers or something like that? if faith lets you. What is she playing these days, dude? Alright, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's get the old drive. Come on, go, go, go. Where's me systems? Where's me systems? Go, 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 dude. I'm going to go for that one. Oh, that's a quantum beacon. That won't be far enough, will it? I don't want that. Shit, that ain't going to work, dude. We'll come around the asteroids, so... might just make it. Right, maps. Deliver the recovered cargo. Nope. Yes. Plot the course. Off we go, boys. Lovely jubbly, boys. You tell me what, I've no idea. I got off the bus and they all thought, I'm just trying to think, like, sometimes, like, you can, I mean, I don't know, because I've never really studied it, outside of when I did a little bit, you know, off the cuff with a little bit of Googling, but, you know, like, if you dream about, I don't know, your teeth falling out or something like that, apparently that is normally a sign of something going on in your life, innit? And there's, like, patterns to some dream sequences, isn't there? But chickens on a day out on a school bus to the desert, I think that just puts you firmly in the realms of being mental, mate. You know what I mean? I think he's fucking lost it, bro. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any other... No deep, meaningful discussion. It's just batshit Looney Tune, dude. Okay. Tressler, yeah. Yeah, probably end up on some sort of fucking watch list or something, you know? Keep an eye on this one. Oh, is that the one that had the dream about the chickens in the desert? Yeah, it's fucking weird, mate. She's not really been gaming much. She's been liking those restaurant sims. She like, oh, she tried that one that I've been sent. The one where, oh, I can't remember what it's called now, dude. I think it's in a not a Chinese, a Japanese restaurant. I mentioned it the other day, Josh. Oh, it's taking me to the wrong place, look. God damn it, dude. It sucks balls. I don't think I go into full REM sleep very much, to be honest. But very infrequently, from what my watch tells me. So maybe I did plot to the wrong one then. No, Port Tressler, but it wanted me to jump to an orbital marker first. Okay, let's try it one more time. That's got to have been my cock up, right? We've got the right contract. Cancel that. Click that. Click. That's Port Tressler. Yeah? I think sometimes I am tuned in on Tressler, but for some reason, I don't know. It will let me tune a jump to Microtech. Where's the Willy side? That's the Willy side. Good morning, Daxos. How are you doing, sir? How are things? How are things? Oh, look, we've lost all pips again. Look.
Shield system online.
Let's go. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Wonder if we'll ever figure that one out. It only seems to do it on this mission, though. And it's definitely... I didn't think it was... I thought it only happened on the last jump. And that's actually accurate. It does only do it on the last jump. But that is because the last jump is the only one when I spool off the quantum drive. So it's an incorrect conclusion to have drawn. Because on that one occasion where I thought I'd done the last jump and I spooled down the quantum drive, I had the same thing happen. So it's something to do with disengaging the quantum drive. It seems to disconnect, or should I say remove all pips from all systems. What's new? What, you just knackered to? How long before the girls depart, Daxos? How long you got before you enter this new chapter in your life, bro? It's coming up fast, isn't it, mate? Some of the ship's SCM mode had no pips. Yeah, for some reason I lose everything. As soon as I turn off the quantum drive, it's like weapons, engines, and shields all offline. Dead strange. It's not even a problem. If that's the worst bug I ever get in the game, I'm a happy bloody citizen player or something. Oh my god, today! Oh my god, to be honest, mate, I thought you got another week. And then one is next Friday, yeah. I thought it was like next week and then the week after, to be honest, mate. Sorry. Jesus, dude. So today's the day, Daxos, yeah? What's the plans, man? I mean, are you travelling with them and everything and getting them all set up? Stay over for a bit? Or are they just departing the family home, bro? Oh, hang on. Over that way. Ah, you don't need bed, Daxos. You don't need sleep. Sleep's for the weak. Sleep's for the weak. Stay awake. You're up now, bruh. Stay awake, bruh. Push through. Push through. In a matter of weeks, right, you'll suddenly realise like how much you've been oversleeping all your life. Couple of hours here, couple of hours there, mate. It's all the human body needs. So, small disclaimer: please don't take any medical advice from this channel. Okay, this is proper. They're the more local ones. Ah, gotcha. Next week's 250 miles. I mean, in England, that is a long way, 250 miles. But I'm you know, in America, you know, knowing your roads, it's nowhere near as bad as it would sound here, to be fair. So yeah, but I get the point. Not to let them see you cry. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Do you think you can pull that off, bro? You got to do the manly sort of cry, you know, where it's like a lot of blinking, you know. Oh God, blimey! Oh, it's that breeze. It's a bit breezy out here. Oh God, blimey! My eyes are a bit sore. Elevator back to the top, lovely jubbly, and off we go, boys. Another perfect hand in. How many of these do we need to do? About 4 or 5? I think we could probably get this done today, guys. The two today are only about 20 minutes away. The next... 250, yeah. So sorry, I've just read that one. Yeah, 250 is a pretty big chunk of travel in the UK, mate. I can't imagine you travel anywhere 250 miles in the UK and not hit some sort of horrendous bottleneck somewhere. You know, that kind of distance, you're going to be hitting some crazy motorways, bro. Oh, hang on, I've got a text message. Bear with me one sec, guys. Hang on, I might just have to... I need to make a phone call. Let's have a quick one. No, I think we're okay. I tell you what I might do anyway. I might just to ease my mind so I'm not getting loads of messages. I might just give me about 10 minutes and we'll go and have a quick... we'll go and get a quick coffee, see if the girlfriend's alright, if she needs anything, and then we'll carry on. A bottleneck called the sea. Well, 250 miles in the UK, I mean, would it be possible to go 250 miles? Presumably you're not going around in a big circle, right? You're going to hit some serious motorways for that sort of distance, aren't you? You know, Friday night, Sunday morning, regardless. You're going to hit some horrible motorway, right? Yeah, 500 miles round trip to you. That would be a freaking nightmare in the UK, mate. Absolute freaking chaos, dude. Is Shades talking to herself? Or have I just lost the plot? Have you just atted yourself, Shades? Or am I just completely misreading this bot? That is not the way it works, Shades. Men don't fucking cry, alright? That is not what you want your daughter to see. You're a manly man, mate. You know what I mean? You gotta remember, men are designed to keep it all pent up, never show any emotion whatsoever. That's what being a man's all about. You gotta suffer silently and quietly on the inside. You know, behind every man, that there is just a total fucking nightmare, rage-fueled, disastrous darkness. Because, like, you're not allowed to talk
That's
about
what
it,
I like
right?
to see. Another contract complete.
We just get the fuck on with it, you know what I mean? We don't need fucking psychiatrists and fucking shrinks. We just need to have a rant and a beer and a game of pool and everything's alright, mate. Oh, hang on. Did we get it? I'm not sure if you got it or not. Let me do. Oh, hang on. That's the woofers going. We have the woofy woofers.
Please visit us again.
Right, 2 minutes on that. I haven't detonated this, have I? You've driven from Kent, UK to North Wales. Not sure of the mileage, but it was a good drive. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you cherry pick the perfect drive, I mean, I don't know if that's a good one personally, but yeah, man, our motorways are a freaking nightmare. Not nightmare, or at least most of them are. It don't take a lot, does it, to cause chaos? What the hell is the dog barking for? Well, that's woke the girlfriend up. Whatever's going on, isn't it? So Land's End to John O'Groats is 874 miles, the entire length of man. Is that the longest point you can travel without, you know, having to get out of the car kind of thing? Why are none of these working? That's kind of weird, isn't it? I wonder why that's happening. I can hear the girlfriend talking to a Toby. Oh, I know why. Oh, I know why, actually. Oh, shit. Maybe I should have woke her up. I know he's just come round. Okay. I have no idea which way I've come up that lift now. I was picking up my sister-in-law and taking her to see my family. She seemed very happy to get out of there. What, of Kent? Don't know much about Kent, to be honest. It's an area of the UK I don't really have any experience with. Did you know it at all, Caskell? Oh yeah, I can see you saying. Some parts are okay, quite a few of us live in Kent in this community. I wasn't sure you were willing to divulge the... Oh, hang on, why is the cat like that, dude? Engines are off, right? Why has she moved so far? That's not right, is it?
Destruct sequence is online.
Something's definitely weird with the hangars today, man. Getting these weird delays on ATC doors. I don't know, maybe closing a little bit sooner than we would have imagined. I don't know if you wanted to admit you lived in Kent, because I know you like to pretend you're a real Londoner, but obviously you're not. Like people from Birkenhead. Yeah. You're not a Scouser, mate. You're from Birkenhead. Right, we're waiting for the boom boom. Shall I go and get a coffee? Oh, God. Oh, my back's... Buck! Give me a shoulder massage, mate. It's fucking... Oh, I'm all knotted up, dude. Like, proper knotted up, mate. You're a second generation down from London. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live in London, to be honest. I'm not sure I'd want to live in any of the big, like in the big cities. I mean, I know I loved it back in the day, right? Because it is great, you know, having everything on hand. And I love the food and I love the nightlife. But, you know, I don't get a chance to do any of that anymore, man. So, like, it'd be a waste. I'd have, like all the negatives and none of the positives. When are we having an uprising in the UK anyway? Everyone keeps telling me it's about time we had some sort of revolution. Have we started planning it yet? or is it just like, you know, well, you know, let's have a barbecue this weekend. Your Eagle Claw Master? I don't know what this means. I tell you what, dude. If we were in the pub, I'd be like, all right, mate, let's do it, dude. T-shirt off, go for it. Medway. Medway is such a lame name, innit? Medway. It's such a bad name. Call it anything. Call it Butfur. It would have been better than Medway, right? Medway is just a hideous name. Really is. It's conjures up all sorts of like lame things. Awful, mate. What's the plans today, Yeti? What you up to? What you going to be doing today, mate? You playing what's that game you're always promoting? You sponsored shill. Night of the day, did it? Alright, we have the saber fire, but I reckon 3 more. Oh, hang on, we need to get some food and drink as well, don't we? Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't eat anything properly yesterday. Oh, what should we have to eat tonight, boys? Oi. What do I find? You know what? Beans on toast. I had beans on toast on Monday, I think. Was it Sunday? I don't know. I didn't eat that much this week. Ding that. I found some nice crisps. They're like, I don't really know how to describe them. They're like sort of like, imagine like a wicker basket, yeah? But like without the wicker on the top. So imagine you sort of say a wicker basket, right? Remove the handle and then put them both together, yeah? And then imagine that's like a crisp. But then imagine there's much more gaps than in a wicker basket. Yeah, and they're salt and vinegar flavour, and they're like ultra cheap. Yeah, it's one of those massive packs for like about 30p value. And they're absolutely gorgeous, dude. They're really nice. It's like they're really big when you pop them in your gob, but there's no substance to them. Yeah, they're completely hollow. Sort of like a woven. I've never had a shreddy. No, it's not like a shreddy. No, shreddies are quite thin in their sort of fibre, aren't they? But they are very nice. Raj sells them. You're finishing your 40k Inquisitor Martyr achievement. Great. What's this new one that you're playing, Cass? There's a new 40k real-time strategy game. You getting that one going? Dawn of War, is it, or something like that? Contracts, offers, Microtech. Right, I need to take 5 minutes in a minute, I think, guys. I think it's coffee time. The river name likely originated from the British. I think you've told me this before. Yeah. See, Vaga. That's basically vagina, right? Which is like, which is actually better than Medway, to be honest. Right, contracts, offers. Microtech. Maps. There we go. Beautiful. Very nice, lads. Oh, hang on. Orbital marker first. The Anglo-Saxons added the prefix med, meaning middle. So middle wandering one, possibly referring to the river's position in the middle of Kent. Blah blah blah. The name evolved over time with Medvaj. So it actually was worse. Medway started to grow on me. Where'd you live? Medium vag, mate. No. That says not like what you like tinkling with, mate. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck, bro? What, for God's sake, Castle. No wonder I don't like the fucking name Medway. Somehow deep in my British ancestry, you know, deep in my genetic material, there's a genetic memory of it being called Medvaj. What an absolute abomination of a name, dude. Hang on, shit, where am I? This don't look alright. Where am I, dude? Where's all my bits? All systems go, boys. Now that looks a lot like she's on the other side of the rock, don't she? Don't you think? Oh, I don't know. Or is she tucked in on this side? I think I can see her. I think I can just make her out. Dropping some chaff as we come in, boys. Why is it up? Oh god, I didn't think he ejected there. Is that the name of the video? We were talking about rebranding, weren't we, the other day, Castle? Yeah, an old remaster, yeah, that's it. But annoyingly doesn't have WASD controls and no rebinding. How does that happen? Like, seriously, it's not uncommon, is it? I mean, I think it's not the norm, far from it. But it's not uncommon for PC games to launch without the ability to rebind keys, right? I think that's mad in this day and age, dude. Absolutely ridiculous. You know, in a day and age where, you know, there's so many accessibility options in games, and yet you can't even get the basic rebinding. Madness, dude. Do you have to do anything fancy for that, Gale? I mean, I assume it's the kind of game that you don't mind doing a bit of a tedious grind. Were they talking? Was the rumours around yesterday / the day before about an Uncharted 5? I don't know where the rumour began, so I'm not sure like whether or not it's, you know, one of those things that is now semi-confirmed but not officially. But I'm sure there was a bit of a little bit of discussion around it, wasn't there? I couldn't quite dig around at the time to find the source. Yeah, is that your cup of tea, is it, Gale? So what would be your perfect game? Or is it quite literally that one, dude? I take it you like ARPGs and things like that? They're normally quite good for builds and things, aren't they? Oh, Jesus, we're getting wrecked, man. Oh, Jesus. Holy crumbs, bro. Oh my god, dude, we're getting absolutely lit like a Christmas tree, bro. Spool! Spool! Spool faster! Okay. Just gotta hop in on the. So look, where are we? Let's have a gander. Delivered cargo. No. Deliver the cargo. Yes. Plug in. There we go. Take me around there for some reason. How you doing, Doc? How's things? You bought yourself an aircon then? Is that what I saw, Doc? Destiny 2. And what happened, mate? I assume you fell out of love with it. Is that just because you put so many hours into it, dude? So sometimes all great games need to come to an end, don't they? It's just how they work, yeah. Too much of a good thing, or you know, eventually there's just, you know, nothing that exciting anymore, you know. I think it's fairly no game can really last forever. We even for the games that we always go back to, we still take breaks from them, don't we? An air cool. Oh, is this one of those ones where it just has like its own refrigeration unit kind of thing? Like put some ice in there and it keeps it cool, blows air over it, something like that. Well, that looked quite expensive then. Cause I don't know. I'm not sure what I clicked. It looked about 140 quid. What's that go? I'm just never going anywhere. They make these Armor 2.0 etc updates and then comes 3.0 and it's going back more like a 1.0. Like they introduce crafting guns into the game. A couple of expansions later they take it away. Oh, hang on. What game is this, Gale? Is that in the one you're playing, or? Oh, Destiny 2, sorry. Destiny 2, yeah. So, sorry, my apologies, yeah, of course. It's alright, I'm super concentrating at the minute. I've got text messages coming through. I can hear the girlfriend, and I'm not sure who's here. I think I know who it is, but I didn't think they were coming until later. I'm a man multitasking here, bro. I don't like it, dude. And we're on final approach. Oh, look at that. We can see, looks like a Hercules just leaving down there. Always on the opposite side, isn't it? Like, no matter what I do, I swear they... I wonder if it is always like the same hangar. Like if I go to the split in the donut, it always seems to be on that left side, doesn't it? More often than not. Are you going to get Borderlands, Gale? I mean, Borderlands... I mean, I don't know how much you could talk about builds in Borderlands, but... you know, it can still be a lot of fun, right? Are you thinking of getting that? I'm quite looking forward to Borderlands. I think what I might do at the weekend is pop on Borderlands 3. Because Borderlands 2 has aged strangely in the last year or two. I never thought it would. I always thought it was like, because of the art style and things, but yeah, man, it's big, dude. Like things like the reticles, it's just like massive. It's like playing some like game built for 720p. It's ever so weird. Oh, space break here, bro. Space break, yeah. Whoa, my bad. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, hang on. Maybe I've gone in the wrong mode. That'll be an operator error there, boys. And I'd also put my SCM limiter down to 0 somehow. That's a bit of a heavy landing. And possibly because I didn't put the landing gear up, I'm going to assume. Or landing gear down. No, I didn't. That does help, I find. It's more of a necessity than an optional extra, I find. Well, I'm not guaranteeing it. Gale. I will pay a bit more attention closer to launch, but unless there's a major issue with it mechanically, you know, a technical level, you know, like, you know, some horrendous stutter or something. I've always enjoyed my Borderlands games. I even enjoyed a bit of Tiny Tina's Wonderland when we got sent a copy. As long as I streamed it for a couple of hours, it was mine. You know, not that they can take it away once you've... well, I'm sure they probably could. I don't think they ever would. But yeah, it was. I quite enjoyed it. Did I like the Borderlands franchise? And I didn't dislike Borderlands 3. In fact, I actually quite enjoyed the campaign, but I just didn't like the end game. I found the loot just too easy to come by. And it never felt rewarding because there was so much just like legendary loot everywhere, really. Too easy mode. You bought one as well, should arrive today. It's JML, so I'm not expecting miracles. So what does it actually... So is this like the one you've got, Shades? Is this one where, like... So you've got an electric unit and it's got a fan in it. It's got a physical fan in it to circulate air in the room. I need to go and sort that out. But it's also got a water reservoir in it. Is that right? Or an ice reservoir? And it has its own chilling unit to keep the ice as much as it can while it blows air over it. I don't know. Is that what they are? Or? We've got one of those like large stand-up, you know, on a little telescopic pole 12-inch fan that we tend to have on in the living room, which yeah, it's all right, man. It definitely takes the edge off. It's quite loud though, surprisingly loud. Let's hope you get some nice use for it this weekend, Dot and Whiskey. I really hope we've got a nice sunny weekend this weekend. So it's an evaporative cooling system. It uses the evaporation of the water to lower the temperature of the air. This natural process absorbs heat from the surrounding air, causing it to cool down. The evaporative coolers, also known as swamp coolers, utilize this principle by passing warm, dry air over moistened pads. Oh, okay. Which evaporates the water and cools the air before it's circulated. Does it not increase the humidity? You know, you're not adding humidity to the air. You see what I mean? Is it not sort of like a little bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul? I mean, you've got like cooler-ish air, but you're not also increasing the humidity. I don't know. It sounds a bit weird. I'm not sure it sounds like the greatest fucking idea to me. Because it's the fucking humidity that fucks you, right? You'll have to let me know. You'll have to let me know. Like, maybe cool but high humid is just simply better than hot, medium humid. I don't know. You'll have to let me know, dude. Transferring to warehouse. Okay, good stuff, dudes. Another one complete. Let's go and get the claim on it.
Everything looks good from our side regarding your
yeah,
contract.
I mean, yours is actually like
Processing in-house,
frozen water, isn't it, Shane?
Retrieval system.
Or is it like ice packs? Sorry, rather than freezing it itself. So sorry, I do remember. Pay expedited fee. There you go.
Please visit us again.
We'll go via this elevator because this one just works, right? The other one seems to be very hit and miss. Oh god, excuse me, very hit and miss, to be honest. Oh, you're not getting it till Monday? Oh, sorry, mate. I thought you were getting it today. You're getting yours today, though, Whiskey, yeah? Well, I'd consider an aircon if they weren't so noisy, Doc. I think that's the problem. I've seen reviews, read reviews. Those like little portable aircons. I think if you live in, like, say, a small apartment, right, or you're going to spend like most of your time in one room in a house with the doors and the windows closed, I'm sure they're fantastic. But they are bloody noisy, dude. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. So, wondering what I was here for. 30 quid whiskey. Well, let us know, dude. I mean, you never know. You might have found a bargain for 30 quid, dude. The only thing that bothers me, right, when it comes to electrics and water and a budget price tag, I just think, It sets my sort of like, you know, safety spider sense off. Well, not only are they not cheap, although to be fair, there are some reasonably cheap ones. But I'm gonna be honest, that's the point. They're also incredibly inefficient. So it's not just that it's not cheap to buy; they're quite expensive to run, aren't they? Yeah, because they are surprised. I found, you know, you sort of dig around on YouTube and Amazon and anywhere you can dig out information, don't you? And I can't even the one that had the lowest decibel rating, which I could find at the time. This is going back a few years now. I was like, well, what does that translate to? It's surprisingly noisy, dude. Surprisingly noisy. And then, of course, the other issue is also you've got to have the outlet, haven't you? You know, you've got to have, you know, you still need a connecting pipe. Well, you don't need to worry about that. You don't spend that amount of money on an aircon unit, though. Not the small wheelable ones that you take from room to room. Nowhere near that, mate. Right, let me go and get a coffee. I'll be straight back. Well, there you go. So a lot cheaper than fucking 400 quid, isn't it, mate? Yeah, you don't need to spend £300 or £400 on an aircon. They've got some good deals on in Amazon when I looked. But like I said, you know, even if you could drop the price like, you know, sub 190, I just don't know what your efficiency on something like that is. I mean, you're looking at prime time to buy an aircon unit as well, mate. I mean, if you shop around a little bit, you know, later on when it's not so hot, you won't be paying anywhere near that amount of money. Argos had some really good deals on. I think they got their 450. What was it? Was it a Zanussi or something? It was like a 450 or something. Is it a Zanussi? And they dropped that to like 200 quid.
Welcome
But
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
I know for a
system.
fact that one was crazy noisy. That because that was available on Amazon as well. Really loud. But yeah, I don't know, man. Thing is, dude, you know, how many weeks of the year in the UK are you going to really get the benefits out of an aircon unit? To be honest, it's we're in that middle ground, aren't we? Yeah, it'd be nice to have one, but it's just another thing to store. It's like the fan. You know, that fan sits there, and most years I put it away because I just don't like it out. But I don't think I ever put it away last year. It sat in the corner. But Yeah, it's just another one of those things. It's just too unpredictable over here, isn't it? I'm sure it was a Zanussi one though, and I'm trying to think. Is it Bush? Did Bush do some? It's like one of those things you want to get, like you know, like on a Christmas sale, isn't it? And just keep it boxed until the summer, you know. Is it what you're really struggling, Dot? Yeah. See, it's not that hot here today. I mean, well, should I say it is warm? I mean, it's 25 degrees, which is very pleasant for us, isn't it? But it's not bad. It's quite a pleasant temperature. And then the humidity's not too high. There's a little bit of a breeze. The air's very clean. So I quite like it. The only problem I have with aircon, you see, if I was like doing what you're doing, Dr. Gnosis, is I find aircon makes my... I don't know, I always feel like... I don't know, you know, like the back of your throat and your nose, like up through the sinuses. I always find that it feels a bit weird. And I tend to find my eyes get a little dry, you know? If you've got an aircon blasting away. I think I'll definitely consider one for the girlfriend in the living room, though. She, you know, because she's obviously going to have to take a chunk of time off work at some point. If that falls during the summer months, I don't think that would be a bad idea. Yeah, this is it. But you know, every time I look at one and I think, well, you know, even if I buy it now, you know, like Doc said, you're probably going to be paying, you know, a bit more than you probably know you need to be. So it's the wrong time to be buying it. And like when I see them at a good price, it's like, well, you know. You know, do I really want to buy it now? In, you know, the vague chance we get a war. Because let's be honest, last year it was terrible, right? We had a terrible summer last year. It's a tough one in the UK. There's no real good time to buy one, is there? Microtech. You know, Christmas is expensive enough as it is, isn't it? Without worrying about splashing out on a freaking aircon unit that you're not going to be using for another 6 months. What I'd love to do is have a professionally installed one. You know, it will never happen, but that would be lovely. So, even if it was just in one room in the house, or properly wired in, you know, outside so there's no noise, and you just flick it on, you know, a reasonable temperature to take the edge off. That would be fantastic. Did I do the last jump? I did do the last jump. Oh, did I? Yeah, it's just not high enough over here too. This is what I'm saying. You know, for you, it's probably like an absolute must-have. You know, just as important as having a light bulb in the socket, right? It's very hard to justify in the UK, man. It's you know, I know we all like to moan it's on, but it really did. It is really nice. It's just that we're kind of used to it. You know, we seem to acclimatise. You get yourself a nice light duvet and you sleep on top of it just with your boxers on or something, and you have a nice 12-inch fan mounted next to it. You'll be fine of an evening as long as you don't mind the noise.
Contact.
That's nice. Most domestic aircon units rely on recycling the air into the room, which can make it dry. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'd like to have like a professionally installed one. But I've never really looked. I actually knew someone in Birmingham. It was actually we used to live next to a family, and their son went on to do all that. What's it called? HEVC? What's it called? I can't remember the fancy name for it. And he installs like it's not just air conditioning and cooling systems for businesses. And that was where his, as far as I know, he still does it. But I don't really know him because obviously, you know, he moved away from Birmingham. I moved away from Birmingham. He was, what was he? He was like 3 years younger than me. But I know he's that, you know, that became his business. But yeah, I tend to get it like up and at the very back of my nose. You know, if I've ever been abroad, you know, we've rented a villa. And the lads will have like the freaking aircon on, you know, max all the time. It's too bloody hot, mate. You know what they're fucking like, a bunch of blokes trying to drink beer. And I always found it quite gritty on the back of my nose, you know. Okay. What, really, Griffin? What is it, like a big industrial size thing? Well, why is it that big? Is it because like it's one unit that like does the whole house and it's all vented or something? I know in America you got some amazing setups, haven't you? Oops, that wasn't the best entrance, was it? Oh no, no. Gone from bad to worse, dude. You're right, Militia. How are you, dude? You're gonna pay the price for that, I think, dude. Dude, this is ridiculous. There's no consistency to it. The point with which the gravitation takes control is just so inconsistent on this entrance like that. I think, like Calgar says, I might just abort and go and do the oh god, go and do the what's it, the ladder. It'll just provide consistency, won't it? Come on, spool.
Your systems are online.
Well, that's gonna be close. Oh, come on, dude. Really?
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
There's a little bit of lag on imports because I normally despool and spool immediately, and it didn't do it then either. That is definitely Tressler, isn't it? Yeah, if I come back to it, I bet I'm not spooled. Yeah, look. Starting to notice just a little bit of lag on that one. Wonder if that does have an impact. A little bit of server latency when we do that final approach, and like the gravity doesn't kick in quite when you expect it to, maybe. I don't think you can play with it, Militia. 4.3 is not out yet, right? Unless you'll get using it in the PTU, right? Or have we just had the 4.3 patch? As far as I know, the L21 is only available in 4.3, right? And 4.3 is definitely not it's definitely not out my end, bro. But I think it's imminent because they've put the wolf upon the store, haven't they? So it's got to be coming. Well, you've got to assume this weekend. I think we were saying earlier, Militia. I think I don't know the exact statistics. You know, whether it's a spike of 600,000 or funding yesterday was 600,000. But yeah, they've sold a lot of it, dude. I don't know much about it, really, dude. You know, I've seen it. I know there's a big hoo-ha about the Finn. I know it's a light fighter, but I don't know what its pros and cons are versus the Gladius and Arrow, which are presumably in the same, you know, sort of combat budget allocation. There's things about it I love. You know, I really like the more. Oh, look, yeah, look, Pips again. Pips, look. All Pips have gone. That's so weird, dude. So freaking weird. Yeah, I like the fact that the weapons are more like elite dangerous, like actual deployable hard points. I think that's like really cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it, dude. Yeah, let you buy it, Militia. Yeah, you're grabbing one, dude. Yeah, if you're around at the weekend, we might have to ask you to come and give us a showcase, dude. Yeah, well, I'm sure it'll be imminent, dude. Yeah, I'm sure. Tim's in chat on. So it was crashing the PCU last night. That and EAC, but that. Hang on, what was crashing last night? What, the Wolf? What, the ship was crashing the game, or? Yeah, someone mentioned an issue with Easy Anti-Cheat, yeah. Any evidence to suggest that the crash the desktop sound issue's been resolved too. Because that's the only thing I really care about. I'm just going to assume freight elevators will remain broken. I do not think the freight elevator issue is something they're going to magically fix overnight. I genuinely think that is such a deep-rooted problem. I think we're going to have freight elevator issues for many months to come. Now, if I'm proven wrong, fantastic. But I'm setting myself up just to, you know, live with it, dude. You know, it is what it is. If it was an easy fix, it would have been fixed by now, right? But that crash to desktop on combat sound has to be sorted, man, because that's a game killer, dude. You know, I play this game largely, at times, for the PvE combat. And that completely breaks that loop, like literally makes it unplayable. So that really is a high priority for me, you know. I really hope that is a fix, dude. And I'll be quite happy then, I think. I wonder if that's why the landing gear didn't come down on that last day entrance, because I normally do doors and landing gears simultaneously. So I wonder if that was a little bit of server lag. Could have been me. You know, I'm not... I'm just noticing a few times now. Just noticing a little bit of input lag. Nothing to write home about, but... Is that a sign they're taking servers down, you know? Ooh. The Star Citizen shenanigans. Yeah, I know they've said audio fixes are in place, but they can say that about anything, couldn't they? Doesn't mean they fixed the one that's the problem for the crash to desktop, right? This is the problem, is how vague all their statements are to him, right? Alright, we're doing alright, boys. We're doing alright. Up we go. And what we'll start doing is we'll start immediately. Because that would be a much more efficient way of doing this, wouldn't it? Immediately claim that on the claim. Close it. I don't know why I've not been doing that. I think I kept saying I would, and I kept forgetting. The summer heat in Aussie lasts ages and getting insane. Oh, right, yeah, of course, because you're in Aussie. Yeah, that makes sense. So have you got a proper behemoth aircon then, dude, yeah? Makes sense, dude. I'm sure one day, I don't know, I mean, it'd be nice to have like an English home. Because, you know, our homes do have a fundamental flaw in them, typically, because they're so heavily insulated. Which is not ideal when you've got a hot summer. I wonder if more modern... I suppose it all comes down to expense. Someone's got to pay for it, right? But it'd be nice to have a home that has, like, a proper air conducting system. You know, all built into it. Maybe as part of our cavity walls and things. You know, to run a load of ducting and things to enable quite high efficiency aircon installations. So in tonight's build we have further audio adjustments around ships that may slightly decrease their audio fidelity, but will mitigate nearly all crashes until we are able to get a W-wise update in an upcoming release. That sounds very positive, dude. Makes you wonder though when it says nearly all, doesn't it? Like, why all of a sudden these issues? Is it have they only recently introduced this W-wise sort of add-on? Yeah, to keep the heat out of the roof. Yeah. We went through a bit of a spell in the UK, right, Militia, where a lot of folks had heat detectors in the loft spaces. And as some of the summers have got, you know, crazy hot, loads of false alarms with heat detectors going off in fucking loft spaces, bro. People have to have them switched out. Definitely shifting weather, isn't it? It's just thing is, you know, we keep saying about global warming and all this. And in the UK, man, like we can have like 1 year like this where we get like 3 or 4 weeks, like almost no rain, and it's overcast, and we get like 3 weeks of pure sunshine. But you know, I don't know. Is it actually any different where I live? Genuinely, it's, you know, I've had some terrible summers recently, awful summers. Like barely had a day of sunshine, man. You know, constant cloud cover, rain pretty much constantly. Yeah. You just live in that part of the world, don't you? Just same old shit, dude. You know? I'd
Thanks
love
for
to have a
Been a
decent
rough
summer.
one today.
Like 4
More
weeks of
failures
blazing
than successes
sunshine,
so
mate.
far. Wish all our contractors handled their business like you.
Yeah, they've been big dicking their new sound systems, haven't they? Yeah. Always felt like, I don't know, dude. There's so many things on the team that feel half-assed about the game. It's I know what's the gentleman's name who he's like the front man for the whole project. Jared, is it Jared? He did his video yesterday, didn't he? It's quite amusing to watch, really. Oh, that's worked. Okay, so let's go and get a drink poos and a nice hot dog if we can. Take the helmet off. So is the new sound director like a new member of the team? Like, have they actually got like a new gentleman? Ooh, very nice, he says. Very nice indeed. Very nice, boys. Very nice. Very nice. And we were very thirsty, actually. I didn't realise. I'll tell you what, let me try. I'm going to see if I can stack one on top of the two rather than just on top of one. Let's just see if we can do like a little triangle. Oh, you can't look. So wait. I mean, I might be able to do that, but sorry, mate. Sorry, my bad. Can't reach around the back of the bin, mate. It's this armor. It's too bulky, dude. That's how I took it. He was on with a couple of other sound guys a week or two ago. Yeah, they've been really banging on about their sound design, haven't they? Presumably quite a big part of Squadron 42, right, too. I would have thought. We don't actually need that, do we? I can't wait till CitizenCon this year. What's the dates? Do we know? When's it going live? We've got to be getting pretty close now, right, guys? Isn't it normally in November? Or is it October? I think it's October, isn't it, normally? Could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. Did I not click the hanger? Oh, it's the 11th, is it, Johnny? Jared said on the video, paraphrasing here, we fixed one problem and found 20, so I don't believe any potential fixes. No, I was just saying myself, Johnny. I genuinely don't believe that the freight elevators are going to get... What I fail to understand is how many... I know we don't understand the scope of the project, right? And I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but the implication, or certainly the inference, was that there is not one thing that's causing the freight elevators not to work, right? It's almost like there's 40 different things that are causing... How the fuck does that happen? Like, how can 40 different things be impacting on a fucking freight elevator? I can understand one or two. I could even understand 10 or 20, right? Maybe. It's like, how precariously balanced is this code? You know? What a spaghetti monster of like system overlap where there doesn't need to be any. It's still there as some sort of tech deficit from building a layer caked engine. I don't know, dude. You know, it makes you genuinely wonder, like, if it's going to take so many man hours and so much testing and so much heartache in the community just to fix an elevator that goes up and down with some stuff on it, right? Is there any true hope for the project? And it's not a doom and gloom question. It's just like, we're not even talking about something that really is that necessarily complicated, right? It's a platform. It goes up and it goes down. How can so many things break it, right? I don't know, dude. I don't know enough about it to answer the question, but I do find it kind of like quite scary. Yeah, 11th of October. So apparently it's because of the persistency that is unique to this game. But I think this is so. Yeah, I mean, I've said a few times, Johnny. Like I understand this obsession with persistency, right? I get what it is, but I'm going to be honest, dude. Do I care enough about persistency? Do I really care? If the price for that obsessive persistency is a game that really doesn't work very well, you know? Maybe it was just a bad call, you know, to go this balls deep with it, you know? Do I really care if a bottle of water down here is still here in a week's time? I know it won't be. They're going to have some way of like getting rid of things that have been around, and some things would presumably have like a despawn sort of element, much more aggressive than others. But see, the way I see it, what I'm actually experiencing is a fundamentally broken simulation, because when I go down to a landing pad and there's like 4, 5 derelict Argo rafts and you know, a couple of C2s, because the ships are permanent, it ruins the illusion of it being a simulation, because they just shouldn't be there. You know why they're there? Because a player backspaced and said, sod it, the freight elevators don't work, I'm just going to fast track back to home, right? So, you know, I understand it. One could argue it's what sets the game apart, but is there not a, I don't know, is there not a better middle ground? I don't know. And until we see the final package, we'll just wait over. Chris Roberts cares, and now we have to. Yeah. It's, you know, it's what I'd be more impressed with is if there was more physics in the game. You know, I find the physics in this game is borderline laughable. You know, if I put a can of pop down there and I shoot it, as far as I know, nothing really happens to it, right? You know, this piece of debris here is, you know, just completely broken in terms of its you know, physical presence in the game. You know, we constantly see things rotating around because they don't really have any substantive weight, and there's no digital weight, so you see things like spinning around on landing pads, don't you? I'd be more inclined to think that would be about, you know, better focus, but you know, they've got a vision, they've got to stick to it. What do we know? But yeah, we're paying a hefty price in terms of how long it's taken to get anywhere, aren't we?
Welcome to the ASOP.
Right, stored, retrieve. We've got to be pretty close to dinging this now. Shit, I made a coffee a minute ago. Shall I go and get it? Wonder how much actual hands-on Chris Roberts has with it. Like, you know, does he go in the office every day? Is he constantly on team meetings, conference calls, you know, with the development team, asking him questions? You know, is he the big, I don't know, the conductor of the orchestra, or is he quite, you know, backseat these days, and they just approach him like if they need some more money, kind of thing? You know, I wonder what a day in the life of Chris Roberts in terms of his interaction with the construction of this game is like. It'd be an interesting video, wouldn't it? You know, what does he actually do? And I'm not saying because I think he does nothing. I'm just saying it'd be really interesting to know, like, how deep he micro controls, you know, micro manages the project, or is it not like that at all? janitor bots or something. Well, yeah, all they need to do, Joshua, is let us use the SRVs to take them out. I'm not saying I understand the code and it would be implementable, but in a common sense world, in a game built in a normal engine, you would have thought, right, if a player has left the vicinity of their ship and has been gone for, say, more than 60 minutes, that ship should now no longer... You shouldn't get a crime stat for interfering with it. It should be deemed to be abandoned, The space police say, this is now classed as salvage. It's open to anyone. Come in with an SRV, pick it up, take it away, get your mates come and salvage it. No crime stat, no shenanigans, It kind of makes sense, right? I mean, we were saying earlier, hopefully at some point, I'll be standing here in a space station and over the tannoy, the space administration will be saying we'd like to request, or we've got a job order for an SRV to remove the debris outside Hangar 6. And you take it as a mission, and you fly out in your SRV, and you tow the Andromeda out of the... I guess the space around Tressler. You have to take it like with 3 kilometers away, and do with as you please. You get a payment for towing it away from the hangars because it's blocking approach and final ascent into the hangar, etc., or descent, whatever. You can see the story narrative built around gameplay loops, and that's like the magic of Star Citizen if they ever get there, isn't it? That kind of all falls into place, but. Yeah, it does. At the moment, all that sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But then you remember, they can't even get freight elevators working, which are quite... And I'm not saying... I don't mean that in a derogatory way, like, oh, they can't even get freight elevators working. What I mean, they can't even get them working when they actually are quite a significant part of the game. A lot of gameplay loops hinges on that. So I don't mean it in the sense of that they can't even do that, but they can do this. What I mean is you can't even sort out what is actually quite a critical problem, right? At least not yet, anyway. It's like that Bill Burr joke about Steve Jobs. He says, I want this done this way, get on it. And then the programmers are sweating trying to find solutions for something that shouldn't exist. Yeah, I mean, that's I've not heard that before, but yeah, I mean, maybe it is. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'm sure one day there'll be... some developer will write a book or do a 3-hour podcast into behind the scenes of working at CIG. What really went on in the studio. So someone will say, and it might turn out to be a fantastic thing. What a wonderful. We'll go, Jesus Christ. We sat here. I'm not saying slagging them off, but. It's like, Jesus, we had no idea what they were up against, But it could just be the opposite, couldn't it? It could just be, what an absolute clusterfuck of mismanagement. We just don't know, do we? That's part of the madness of the whole... Yeah, whatever, Daft, yeah, whatever it is, 10 more years and $1 billion, it'll be that and more. Well, if it goes for another 10 million, I mean, another 10 years, I mean, Jesus Christ, how much did they make? How much did we say? 600,000 on, well, around the Wolf launch, however they made that money. God, if it's another 10 years, oh my God, man. Jesus. I mean, they've still got another 3 systems to introduce before the game's even technically what they promised, right, as part of the verse. Well, isn't the verse 1.0 supposed to launch with 5 systems? So sometimes I forget we've even got Pyro. Once the game's working properly, I'll actually spend a bit more time over there. Let me just go grab my coffee. Give me 2 minutes. All I care about now, and I do mean it, I've been through dark times with this game, especially, what's this, 3? What are we playing? 3.2.1? Nah, 4.2.1, isn't it? Squadron 42, man. Everything for me hinges on Squadron 42, and not because I want Squadron 42 to be the one that I want to play. I just need it done. I need to see this company put out Squadron 42. I think if there's another delay and no launch date this year, I think I'm done, man. Yeah, I'm not going to stop playing the game, but I'm just going to stop even thinking it's going to happen. You know, it'll just be an eternal beta in my eyes. You know, just a constantly expanding, wonderful bit of tech to tinker with. I really need to see Squadron 42 launch. I want to see what this team can make as a polished single-player game. Because if they can't do that, then why should I expect anything in the verse to work? You know, if you can't even do it at a single-player level, you know, it seems like a reasonable request. And like I said, I'm not going to suddenly stop playing as long as the game's playable. And let's be honest, our definition of playable in this game is like, can we turn it on and then boot in? Technically that's working, right? That's about all we can expect some days, I think. But yeah, I love it. No, I've never said otherwise. I'm not ashamed to admit that. You know, it's an absolute mess at times, isn't it? And I love ranting. I love the incomprehension of like, how can this be so bad right now? And yet I still play it, you know. I'd rather, and that says everything, I'd rather play a Broken Star Citizen than some of the absolute detritus AAA shit that people are churning out 60, 70, 80 quid for the same crappy game you've already played 100 times or at least 10 times in your life. The latest iteration of this, the latest iteration of that. You know, the same crap with a new slightly, you know, shinier sticker paint on it. More dopamine hits for the fucking attention deficit fucking 12-year-olds. The sugar crack gooner babies of today, right? Constant micro hits of dopamine just for like logging in or pressing a button. Yeah, I can't be doing that. I'm done with it, dude. I'm done with being treated like a child in video games. You know, I want some complexity. I want some depth to what I'm doing, man. You know, I need something to distract me. You know, not necessarily an intellectual level, but I need to be in there. You know, I'd rather play an utterly Broken Star Citizen than this AAA fucking mishmash of trash, bro. You know, all these people sitting there playing these latest fucking AAA games, mate, that sit there shitting on Star Citizen. And I get it. I totally get it, mate. Star Citizen's an easy target, but they're clueless as to crap they're actually playing, aren't they? Gonna be done October the 12th. Is that when Star Citizen is? Yeah, honestly, if there's no date on, if there is no date. Oh, I need to do this tonight. If there's no date on Squadron 42, and it's up in the store for pre-orders at this CitizenCon, I'm just gonna stop even thinking about when it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna go back to how I always was. Like, Squadron 42 doesn't exist. For all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist. Until the day it comes out, I just don't want to hear any more about it. You know, it's better just not thought about it, because it's an embarrassment right now. It's taken way too long. Way too long. And all that, you know, I get it. You know, I watched the man on stage, you know, weepy and hold the line. We finally got there. We content locked, feature locked, whatever the hell it was he said. And I thought, shit, we're close, man. And it's going to be another 3 years later, right? And we still haven't got to go. I'm sorry, but I'm done, dude. And like I said, not done, like, throwing my dummy out of the pram or anything like that. I'm just, oh shit, man, we're getting attacked. Oh shit, we're getting attacked, dudes. Oh fuck. Oh no! Gutted. Looks like we got a PvP. So yeah, what I'll do to me, it'll just be a case of like, I don't know, like I'll just stop. I mean, even to say I'll stop worrying would be to imply that I'm worried about it. I'll just kind of, I won't get my hopes up each CitizenCon, you know? I'll just sort of like accept the fact that maybe Squadron 42, and to be fair, I do feel for them, because I think Squadron 42 has to be so perfect. Otherwise it will be destroyed by the gaming community, won't it? And I think, to be fair, that's really unfair on them. I do genuinely feel that, like, Squadron 242 is like this amazing masterpiece of a video game. If it's not a 10 out of 10, it'll be a 1 out of 10, as I've said many times, dude. And I think that's really unfair, you know? Or as long as it's an okay game, dude, you know, and it's doing some cool stuff that no other game, because there's nothing else like it, right? There are no other single-player games out there right now where, I mean, I hope in Squadron 42, you know, I can be on a big ship and leave the big ship in a little ship and land on a planet, touch down and get out and go and shoot some bad dudes. And yes, I'm sure it'll be very linear, you know, I'll have to land in a very specific zone maybe or whatever. You know, I'm sure the whole thing will be a very narrative, very linear-driven story experience, but yeah, I can't think of anything else that's done that. There hasn't been a wing commander of modern times, has there? Oh, I don't need to. No, I was going to get a drink. So yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, you know what, Tim? I mean, the 8 to 12 hours, I will be extremely disappointed. I would like to think 20 hours, mate. For your average player, which will probably extend out to about 30 hours for someone like me, possibly even 40. You know, I'd like, as long as it's not, it's like you said, if it's on rails and it's always constant gung-ho action. You know, hopefully there'll be some downtime, a chance to walk around, you know, breathe in, you know, the Idris or whatever it is. That would be nice. So what happened then? Did we just get blown up by a dude just out murdering things? Just seems a bit strange, to be honest. I didn't say if we got a big cargo ship or something. Yeah, double it with cutscenes. yeah. I mean, it'd be lovely to see it, wouldn't it? I mean, I think I'm a bit with. I'm not expecting anything. I don't know. I expected something quite unique. But that's because, like I said, we haven't really had like a space opera game for a long time, have we? I've never played Wing Commander. Oh shit, no, I don't want to do that, do I? Yeah, I've never played Wing Commander. So it'd be nice for me to play like a modern Wing Commander, wouldn't it? I've heard they're a very fun experience. Whether or not that translates into modern day video games, I don't know. But at least I'll get a chance to try, won't I? I thought that too, yeah. I thought it was kind of weird that I jumped and was immediately... wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't just spool or anything. But I should have gone a bit more on the defensive. I just assumed it was like an NPC that wouldn't hit shit. But I didn't last long, did I? But yeah, I will. I will lay down. I suppose at the minute I'm still waving the Squadron 42 banner too. Imagine it a bit like that. I'm sort of waving the flag. You know, I'm quite excited to hear the next update on it. If there's not actually a launch date this year, I'm just going to put the flag away. You know, just whatever, dude. You know, it'll happen when it happens. It's a bit like GTA 6 was for so long. You know, we didn't have a launch date, did we? We were just hoping it was going to be this September. August, September. And then I think it all went quiet, didn't it? Because I think they said just like, did they not just say 2026 or something like that? And then finally we got the date in May, I think it is, isn't it? So now it's like, oh, now I can start getting a little bit of excitement for it. Without a launch date, I just don't care anymore, man. I thought we were only a year or two at most away, the Squadron 42. It'll be wonderful to see, though, what they can do when they can fully control and curate the experience, won't it? When we are confined to what we can do, you know, it could be truly breathtaking, couldn't it? I mean, we all saw that trailer. It was with the Vandul.
Welcome to the ASOP.
That looked, I mean, you got to admit, it did look crazy. But think about what you saw, though. Very little gameplay. It's like you said, too. Most of it was like sitting in a turret or watching Gillian Anderson, really, wasn't it? You know, there was not a lot of you actually doing anything. You know, there was a little bit of first pass and a bit of EVA, but yeah, I like that kind of thing. You know, And hopefully, if it's good enough, it will entice people into the verse. You know, it'll be like a seeding round for new players in the verse, which will be nice. The first launch date we had was 2016. Was it really? Yeah, I know Wentex has discussed this with me a few times in the channel because he was a very early backer. So yeah, so the original launch expectation was 2016. And then they stopped giving launch dates, but we're always saying 2 years away. This was the second time they gave a definitive year as a launch date. So let me get this right then, Johnny. So we've had 2 stated launch, tentative launch periods. 2016 and 2026, yeah? So literally a decade apart, yeah? Is that right? Because it's expected next year, right? It was on the end of the trailer, right? You know, coming 2026 or launching 2026 or expected 2026, whatever it is they said. The number was 2026, yeah? There'll be some exciting set pieces they could do. Oh, team. Oh God, yeah. Oh bloody hell, mate. Oh, dude, 100%. Oh God, don't me wrong. I'm not talking about like walking down a corridor, you know, with quick time events. I'm talking about like massive space opera battles, dude. Huge set pieces. I see it as being like an Uncharted. You know, you think of the Uncharted games, incredibly story driven, right? But with a big focus on pew pew and a little bit of clambering, a little bit of puzzle solving, yeah? I see it as a bit like that, you know? But even more grounded, I think, in terms of our scope. Because just being able to fly around in a big area doesn't mean anything. There's nothing out there in Squadron 42, you know? There's no point in us flying off to a far-flung moon if there's nothing there in Squadron 42. So I can't imagine they're going to let us do that. It will completely destroy the pacing of the game, won't it? So I think we will be forced into very specific things like, okay, you need to go and get in that Gladius. If you don't get in the Gladius, the next stage of the game won't kick in, dude. You can wander around the Idris all day long, but you ain't getting nowhere else until you put your freaking arse inside the Gladius, you know? I guess that's how it will be. You know, it will be linear, but with the freedom you get in a zone in Uncharted. You know, how do you kill the bad guys? I'm all for it. I think it could be a really fun experience. So sometimes a nice curated game like that is perfect, isn't it? Guide you by the hand and have some of those old style, you know, first-person games, you know, the bombastic, like I say, set pieces, like those things you never really forget. So it even says it, so it's not just even on a trailer, actually on their current, we can go and look at it in our website, it says Squadron 42 coming 2026, yeah? So this is what I'm saying, dude. This is why I feel reasonably confident I'm not going to be let down. Why is my thing not opening? I just pressed it again twice. Hello? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Shall I try it on comms? See, do you think it's freaked out? Oh, okay, I just heard the mic. What's the worry? Right, let's try that again. Now, we should still have the same. We should still have the mission, right?
Shields offline.
I wonder if that dude will still be there. I think I need a little more down. Okay, so let's go. Let's plot in a course again. I'm sure we've actually got one. Go to location. Should really do a micro hop in case it was a player. It's just like camping on a jump point. I don't think it was, to be fair.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete. Quantum
Oh
travel
no, it is.
complete. Contact.
Oh shit, there's loads of them, dude. There's like tons of them, Max. In there. Oh shit, right. Yeah, down already, dude. Well, that's getting a bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like locked in before I even get a chance to do anything. So a 2013 backer, I've been here for a long time, and I gotta say there's a big evolution from what we started with. I'm liking this year more than the last 10. Yeah, you know, I've got to assume you've seen like a very little happen for a very long time. I mean, I started playing it properly. I mean, I was an early backer myself, you know, the day one or whatever it was. I got cajoled into a little bit of money spent. But I only really started playing in 3.16. I don't understand that. Like, as soon as I jump, I'm already nearly dead. What's going on there, dude? So they didn't launch it in 2016 because of the engine change. So is this when they went from CryEngine to Lumberyard? Can't have been, because Lumberyard wasn't around back then, was it? Or did they have something prior to CryEngine? Didn't they go CryEngine, Lumberyard, and then the Frankenstein monster that we've got today known as Star Engine? Maybe I don't know what preceded CryEngine. I don't know. I've got no idea really. I don't want to like go and take like a normal fight and have a bash at killing whatever that is, but I'm getting shredded so fast. It's like as soon as I jump in, I'm already am I jumping to the combat zone? Is that actually the combat zone? I think it is, isn't it?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Let's take the Gladius out. Let's give it a go.
Vehicle selected.
If I can just get in the fight, we've got a chance, haven't we?
Has been delivered to the following location.
I was hoping like that time I was hoping to just have just enough time to at least try and get some missiles locked on, but I don't think I was having any. I don't think that was going to happen, was it? Oh, I tell you what I will do. Let me just get my saber.
Welcome vehicle to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Flamed as well.
System.
We might as well. Right?
Your vehicle has please visit us again. Your insurance claim has been sent.
So they didn't launch in 2016, but they did ask the backers if they wanted the game to be delayed, so you can blame us all our backers. Well, I'm not going to blame you at all, because I think anyone that genuinely thought that you had any say in that matter would be ludicrous. Let's be honest. You had no say in whether or not the game was going to be delayed. You'd have to be mad to think you actually had any input on that. The decision was all very much made, wasn't it? Already very much made, like everything in Star Citizen. The illusion of some sort of player or community choice in anything has always been. Yeah, oh my god, I love this shit. I really like the Gladius, man. Even this weird ass green colour, dude. I fucking love it, bro. This has got a canopy ejection system, right? Oh, look at it. Just look at this badass, man. You're right, Brady. They had CryEngine, but then some of the programs of Crytek's R&D were testing procedural animation or something, and showed a demo to Chris of planets and stuff. And they saw the potential, no more fixed landing zones and full planets. So is that what it was? Because it was going to be a bit more like, I mean, to say Starfield is probably a bit unfair, but yeah. So we originally we were never even going to be able to land, if you like, in any zone we wanted, right? That's kind of crazy. So the game already is very different to what we thought. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll drop one, hot one. It's probably the best bet, innit? Although actually, hang on, you know what? I'll risk an engine drop. Really bad idea, but let's get it all set up. Let's see if we can try and even get in the fight. Alright, boys.
Launch
I've actually forgotten how to fight, you know. I was just suddenly realising in that last engagement as we started up, I was like, how the fuck do I switch to missiles? We haven't done any combat now. We've just done nothing but like super relaxed shuttling the shit around, haven't we? Really do need to do some more combat. We were quite enjoying it, weren't we? Well, I was anyway. Being away from the doors, my friend. Yeah, we were enjoying doing the 127 actual combat missions, or at least I was. Scan mode. Remember, we haven't got a cycle from guns. It's guns to missiles to scan back to guns, isn't it? I still think it's weird. All right, let's go back to contracts. We don't need to do that. Maps, location. The trouble is I'm coming out of Quantum with no shields, aren't I? And there's no way to get there, is there? You know, I can't jump in a little bit out. I mean, as soon as I hit that jump point, I'm kind of in combat. So we're going to have to, like, try and evasive. I'll try and chuck a load of chaff out and stuff. Let's get some decoys running.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel.
Drop that immediately. I'm not picking up any targets. There's no boogies out here. Or was it the next jump that we got it on?
Shields offline.
I think it was Final Destination jump, wasn't it? Not the precursor jump. It's this jump here.
Initiated.
I think.
Quantum travel complete.
Or is it?
Shields
No, because this is the asteroid field. No, there's no one here, man. Well, that's just really weird.
contact.
Oh well. I think we've solved the problem either way. That's kind of a show. I was actually quite looking forward to that. I really don't like... This is why I never did this in the Gladius. I really don't want to... I don't like... I love my Gladius. I don't like the idea of ejecting from my Gladius. I feel like she will take it personal. I feel like it's something she'll remember this. If I did like hundreds of ejections, just leaving her out in the cold, heartless space around Stanton, you know? I love my Gladius. I think I might own this. I think I might have got this as part of a referral, you know? Don't quote me on it, but I think I might. Now, is that on this side of the rock? No, it isn't, is it? Tell me I didn't just die, right? I actually thought for just a split second then I thought, shit, was that explosion me in the ship? Whew. We are the shareholders of the game. Well, we're not. I can assure you you're not a shareholder of the game. Even if they made this decision, they would lose backing if they did something. But they wouldn't. See, this is the madness. This is where the cult-like understanding. There will never be enough people in this game, right? And what you have to remember is because they've got reinforced, obsessive, compulsive ownership issues now. There will never be enough people now leave this project to hit them hard. So many people are too deep, dude. And I don't think there's ever been a better example of this than all the hoo-ha with the blades. I am confident every single person, right, bar a very small percentage, right, who spat their fucking dummy out of the pram about the blades, yeah? I bet you if we could sneak behind the scenes and look at their accounts, every fucking one of them bought blades, dude. Without any fucking shadow of doubt or hesitation in my mind, dude. This community is so bizarre and so unpredictable. And they all talk, well, I shouldn't say they all. Many of them talk a talk, but do not walk their own walk, man. Honestly, it's beyond a joke, dude. The amount of people I've seen like completely throw a hissy fit and still haven't taken, you know, even a week away from the game. I think it's brilliant. I think it's lovely. I think it's great that so many of these people are so delusionally in, so deep financially into the game. I don't think they even realise, bro. I think this is the point. I think this is where it becomes cult-like. You know, when you're part of the cult, when you're the alcoholic, but you don't think you're an alcoholic. When you're in the Scientology movement, but you think it all makes sense and it's all legit. I think there's a huge number of players in this community that just have no... They're so confused. So terrified that they've made a terrible mistake. And, you know, I'm not knocking that. You know, I could argue that, I swear to God, dude, if I had the money to spend, I would spend money on the game. I'm sure I would, dude. You know, I've never made any statement contradictory to that. If I had like thousands of pounds or a really big disposable income, right? I can honestly say I can't think of any other digital space I would spend money on. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Oh god, everything's like really laggy, dude. You know, I don't care about skins in Once Human or, you know, anything. I've never been a skin purchaser. I just don't care. But if I was going to spend money on a video game, absolutely it would be Star Citizen. 100%. I genuinely actually feel like that some of the ships I bought a ship. I think some of these ships, and I'm not here to try and convince anyone that I'm right or to subscribe to my way of thinking. I personally think some of these ships are works of genuine digital art, dude. Like phenomenal 3D constructs. And I can actually go and do something with them. You know, the game does work, right? Apart from when your pips all get turned off. But and that's the way I feel about it, you know? Why would I want to go and buy a shitty skin for $20 when I can buy a whole fucking functioning ship with its own gameplay loop and hours of fun to be had? You know, I know I would spend money on the game. I have to spend money on the game. I kickstarted it. Well, was it a Kickstarter? Whatever it was. And I've also bought a Pisces C8R. And trust me, if I'd got thousands of pounds, I would probably... I don't know what I'd buy. I've often thought about that. What would I buy? I don't know. Probably best I don't think about it. Just make me sort of sad. But I'd love to have a little fleet, you know, that I could take out and know it's mine. Do you know what I mean? I've been doing this. How are you getting on with it, too? How much progress you made with it, dude? I tell you what, Tim, something was really weird with this mission, wasn't it? Something really weird. I've been here 12 years and I still keep my trusty 315p. What's that? What's the 315p? I don't even know what that is, bro. Is that shit? Oh, the cross... Johnny, I've always said this myself, mate. That cross chassis upgrade thing. I've spoken to Gas about it, right? And a few others over the years. Dude, I had no idea how... Let me explain it the way I know it and understand it, because I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. I've had some pretty intelligent people explain to me, but... There are paths of least resistance on an upgrade path, aren't there? Like, let's say you've got a Gladius and you want to get, I don't know, a Starlance attack or whatever it is, right? There are better routes on the upgrade tree to get there, yeah? That'll save you money, right? I didn't know it worked like that, bro. I thought it was just like chuck it in for a bit of store credit. You know, I've got a ship worth 80 quid. If I can't cash it in like anything, I'll get 70 quid back and I can spend the 70 quid on another ship. I didn't realise that there was this level of complexity to the upgrade process. Dude, my mind boggles. I'm not a human that can exist in that wibbly wobbly world of like strange currencies. I just want to walk into a shop or a digital store and say, I want that, how much is it? And not like, how many pink gems do I need to trade at the in-game trader for diamonds to then convert to, you know, orbs of penis growth? I just want to know, what's it going to cost me, dude? Can I just have it now off the shelf, you know? I'll take the slightly used one. I can't live in that space, man. I just can't. My world is too busy, dude. But yeah, see, it's almost a game unto itself, isn't it? I think within the community, dude. But I've always said I would love to find a game I wanted to spend money on. Now, does that make sense? Not on the face of it, but actually what it's saying is that if I can find a game that I like so much that I want to spend money on it, then I must have found an amazing game, right? I must have done. Otherwise, why am I spending money on it? The only other possible reason is because I'm an addict, you know? And obviously that's a different conversation. But I'd love to find a video game that I love so much that I wanted to buy things in it, you know, to not to support it, because I think people say, oh, I want to support the game. That's freaking mental gymnastic coping if ever I heard it. No one spends money to support a game. you spend money to get shit, right? It's that simple, really, right? Very few. I mean, I have, you know, I have helped, you know, I'm sure, I'm not saying always, but most of the time you are getting something in return, aren't you? Otherwise, it's a donation. And that is support with no gain from yourself, right? Most of the time when you get something in the game, you're getting something in exchange, aren't you? Whether it be a skin, you know, oh, I bought that £300 skin because I really want to support the game. No, you bought the £300 skin because you really want the skin. You know, don't talk bollocks to me, I'm not an idiot. But yes, I want to find a game where I feel like, you know what? I want that skin, and I like this game, and I don't mind paying you 20 quid for it. That means I found something, you know? Oh, hang on. Wrong one problem. Let's go to that one. You managed to do them then, too. You have finished them, yeah. You pledged for the 309 upgrade to the 325A, but won't change that for anything. So what's that then, Kelgar? Are they those like really sleek, very silver-esque, quite posh-looking ships? Are they variants of like the one Shades has got, the 100i? Because they're quite nice ships, though. I wouldn't buy ships even if I had money. I'm still that hopeful guy that thinks the game will be finished and I can do that 0 to hero stuff. Oh, no, I would, dude. If I'd got money, I would definitely buy ships, dude. No, I'm not, look, I don't think I'd ever go out and buy an Idris. But, although, having said that, you know what, dude? If I was streaming it, and enough of us got together, I must admit, there is a dream. There is a dream. So we're going off on a bit of a tangent, because we're now taking into account streaming, right? So, you know, it is very different, and I accept that. But if I was a player who, you know, was just playing the game with some friends, there are things I'd have to take into consideration. So if I got a friend who couldn't afford ships, and I could, maybe that would be something we could do together. You know, I could buy the Vulture and we could go out salvaging, you know. At the moment, I don't think there's any need to, is there? Because you can get all the ships you want just from playing together in the game. It's quite easy to make money. But again, you know, we're moving the goalposts here, aren't we? Let's assume the game went live, and let's be absolutely truthful. We know the rate with which you gain money, so United Earth credits versus Alpha United Earth credits in the final launch product, will be significantly different to the you know, the rate of accumulation today, and also ship prices will be completely different as well. If you think for 1 minute you're going to play 1.0 on the day of launch with your Aurora M5 starter pack, yeah, and by the end of the week be driving around in a Hercules C2, I think you need to seriously get medical help. Seriously. Because you are an absolute cult member at that point. You'd have to be fucking delusional to believe that is going to be the case. This game exists for one reason, and that is to sell you ships. The same way any game is there for one reason, it's to make money in one way or another. And this game's monetization is in selling you ships and gear, right? So, who knows? Who knows what will happen? But we're off on a bit of a tangent, really, aren't we? Or I am. I won't blame chat for that one. The upgrade is still spending real money. That's why they do the war ones. Yeah, what do they call those? What's the difference between what's the two? I never remember the word. You've got like basic pledges, and then you've got war bonds. War bonds is the phrase I'm looking for, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. I always say this, Johnny. You and I have got very similar thoughts on all of this, mate. Yeah. There's a far cry from what Kickstarter was all those years ago, and what is the current blight on gaming, which is early access. You know, what one could argue, technically they're very similar things, but they're not. They're spiritually, they're two very different things, right? The fact that Microsoft, who, you know, essentially own Obsidian, can put out Grounded 2 as what is an early access game, but not have the balls to call it an early access game and instead call it a game preview, I personally find offensive. So yeah, I don't know if you and I are singing from a very similar hymn sheet here. Yeah, I mean, you'll even be able to. In fact, I think you can already buy Alpha United Earth credits, can't you, on the store? So we've already got a little bit of an idea of what the cost of money will be. But there's nothing to stop them changing that, because it will be a comparative variable, won't it? So, you know, they're not even legally bound to that, to be honest. I mean, everything you buy in this game is, you know, subject to, you know, some sort of alteration, change. What they should say, subject to imminent nerf. Yeah. Yeah, they're like, yeah, I should imagine they're quite nice ships, aren't they, Calvin?
Contract. Grab
I know I like
available.
Shades' $100.
Microtech could really use the help right now.
They still sell ice for real money in the store. Ice. Oh, I don't know. What do you mean by ice? I know you can buy. You can on the store, because we looked into it. I mean, not recently, but a few months back, didn't we? Because we were talking about, you know, what is going to be the value of, like, you know, 1,000 Alpha United Earth credits. You know, even now, can we? You know, what is it? Because everything's so weird, isn't it? If you look at like the cost of like a burrito and a bottle of water, and then you extrapolate that out, you know, using modern. You know what I mean? What's a can of Coke cost you right now in your local shop? I'm not trying to say get it the cheap as you can, but, you know, probably talking about 89p, I think it is in the UK for a can of Coke. And if it's 5 Alpha United Earth credits for a fizzy drink, I know they're not. I'm not trying to say it's a one-to-one thing, but. And then you think, okay, like what's your average income? You can start sort of gauging like how much or how cheap some of these ships are, can't you? Yeah, oh yeah, United Earth credits. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I know you could just do it a few months ago. I think you can buy them in, like, is it 10,000 batches or something like that? Vaney's calling theirs a demo and keeping it free. I think they just expanded the map. So I should really have a look at that, shouldn't I, Joshua? I should give that a bit of a sneaky peeky at some point. Is that what it is, Griffin? So it's $3.50. And what's that for, dude? Is that for 10,000 United Earth credits? Which I think translates to Alpha United Earth credits at this stage anyway, right? So you can buy Alpha United Earth credits, but... And presumably you still then... Because every time you buy something in this game, or a kit, or use, like, you set up your account, right? You get some United Earth credits, don't you? So all of us have got, like... This is how many United Earth credits your account has when the game goes live. You know, whether it be 20,000, 30,000, who knows, yeah? So every time there's a wipe, you get that amount of starting money, don't you? Even in this version of the game, I believe that's how it works. So if you bought United Earth credits, presumably you get that every time you get a wipe anyway, right? Oh, $3.50 for a can of Coke. Oh, what? $3.50? That's in Australia then, right? What? I don't know what the exchange rate is. Australian dollars to the Great British Pound, but Everything in our country has gone through the roof, dude. It's crazy expensive here now, man.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to
I feel bad for abandoning my beautiful Gladius. I had to abandon my Gladius for a bit, didn't I? Because the missiles. What was happening? There was an error with it, wasn't there? I can't remember. If you fired a missile in the Gladius, something weird happened, didn't it? I can't remember what, but it made it unplayable, didn't it? I think they have fixed that now. Yeah, that's right, Johnny. Yeah, and I mean, at the minute it's completely broken anyway, isn't it? Because if we die at the minute, we're respawning with all our armor on, which definitely won't be a thing in the future. But I believe it will be if you pledged for it, which I think is weird. There's something about that that really irks me. I'm not sure I like it at all, dude. Ships I can understand, but you know, if I go and buy, I mean, it's got to go on some sort of cooldown or insurance thing still, right? If I go and buy a suit of armor on the store, every time I die, surely I'm not just getting a brand new suit of armor every time, right? For like $3. I don't know, it just seems wrong, dude. Yeah, maybe it'll go on a cooldown, 24-hour cooldown. So I don't know, dude. I've got no idea what the plans are, but thing is, all of this I don't really care about, because that's why I don't buy things on the store, because I don't really understand how it's going to work in the final release of the game. And more importantly, I'd like to think the game's still got a long way to go before, you know, we even deem it to be the product we're all hoping for, right? I mean, they're getting there, though. You know, I think many times they take some serious steps backwards. And I have a jolly good rant about it every time it happens. But then, 9 times out of 10, I have 3 or 4 terrible days, or even 2 or 3 weeks of terrible days, and I rant, and I scream, and, and then I find a gameplay loop that works. So I go, ha-ha! This works! Let's keep doing this for like weeks and weeks and weeks. You're still happy with your little 100, even though it's been a while since something. You should come and join us for a little fly session, Shays. You could come and do like a mission with me, or come and jump in the gunner seat or the pilot seat. We can go out for the day in space, Shades. Yeah, I liked your 100. Didn't you have a nice colour? I know someone had like a purpley coloured one. Or a purpley tint. You know, like get that kind of iridescent vibe to it. Oh, I don't know who that was. I like the 100 line. It's got that quite chonker door. Reminds me like a commercial aircraft door. It's quite nice about the shades. I wonder if we'll get attacked on this one. I'm sad about the small box deliveries not being there. Yeah, apparently they took those out because of some hoo-ha in Stanton, right, Shays? And they don't work back. The thing is, though, Shays, what we have to remember is that there are other missions where you can do small box deliveries, though. Just not like 1 or 2 at a time, right? There are still like, you know 3, 4, 5 SCU deliveries that you can do. Hang on, this isn't right. This isn't right. I've taken the wrong corporations. We're doing Microtech, aren't we? Yeah, shit, that's my bad. Where's Microtech? Oh, no. I am doing Microtech, right? This winter you might take some time to rent a Cutty Black and go mining with the mining car. Is it the RAC? Yeah, the RAC show. I can come out with you if you want. We can go out together, both in our own ships, and then you can fire off questions, and I'm sure I'll have questions as well, and chat can help us both out. We'll get back into a bit of RAC mining. That'd be kind of cool, Shades, if you're up for it. We can bring Darth very kindly bought me an Atlas Geo as well, so you can take one of them out, see how you feel about it. That'd be a fun day out in the verse, Shades, if you're up for it. You miss having boxes stuck in my hand. Do you remember when you used to put the box in the delivery terminal? Do you remember it? The shuttered delivery terminal. Your hand would do that weird sort of Well, that's my wrist broken. It was so weird, wasn't it? The good old days of Star Citizen. I think I'm a bit more chill now. I've had a lot of rants about 421 because I do find it incomprehensible. But after yesterday's video where they said it, I remember saying, I said at the start of the stream, there's only one reason they could have done this is if it's deliberate, if they know that this is going to cause chaos, but they need the data. And I felt like I was almost like, I don't know, playing on defense of Star Citizen. You know, like, come on, dudes. If that's honestly what they were doing, surely they would have told us, right? Surely it's in the best interest of them to say, like, look, we're launching this build, and guys, we know this shit is going to break. We know these freight elevators are not going to work, but we need to fix freight elevators, guys. We need you all hammering freight elevators. Please log in. Please try and get them to use. We know it's going to be chaos. Do not worry. You know, we're going to extend the resource drive out. You know, that'd be the first tick in the box, so you know there's no fear of missing out, and just be open and honest and up front. And Jared yesterday said exactly that, didn't he? He said that they knew it was going to be a disaster. They just didn't know how much of a disaster it was going to be. Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you come out with that statement like 2 weeks ago, guys? It would have saved all the heartache, bro. You know, sometimes no one minds when you're just honest, right? And you just say, like, guys, look, we know this is a mess. We promise you we're going to keep 4.3 running. Resource drive running in 4.3. Maybe they, you know, I get it, but they might have said, like, we don't know if we can run it in 4.3 because the freight elevator issue might be something that means therefore we can't roll out 4.3. But just have that discussion, and I just don't think there was quite enough transparency this time. Now, look, I will be the first to admit maybe this discussion has happened, and I haven't read it, in which case I will absolutely, you know, say that's in that case fair enough. But I don't think it did. I think on this occasion, just a little bit more communication. Just to say, for those of you that are persevering, seriously, guys, we appreciate it. We know how bad this is. But, man, the data is good, dudes. You know, the data is helping.
I can't believe
I think most people would have been quite happy,
and then
man.
abandon it.
Bad shit happens, right? No one owns and rules their destiny, right? You know, bad things happen at work, you know? Sometimes unforeseeable things occur, you know, or someone's on the sick that was supposed to sort that bit of code out. No one else knows how to do it, which is probably far more likely, right? But I think maybe I don't know whether that's an English thing. You know, just be honest. Most of the time we're quite forgiving. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, oh he did. You know what I mean? You know, he's a good front man. Jared, you know, because he does sound sincere, and whether or not he's always being told the truth as well, I don't know how much he plays the game. You know, does he actively play the game, or is he just too busy? I genuinely don't know. You know, so sometimes I'm sure he's giving information that might be more of a corporate stance. You know, he's got to be careful what he says. No, they didn't, Calgary, and I think that's what he said yesterday. I mean, he, from what I can remember, I don't want to try and quote him because I was busy at the time. I don't want to misquote him. I think the general consensus from what I could understand was like, you know, we knew it was going to be a mess to some degree. We knew there were going to be issues with freight elevators, which is why we wanted to run it, right? Or go ahead with it. But we never foresaw how bad it was going to be. You know, things that were popping up when a few hundred people are on a server interacting with freight elevators versus thousands of people doing it. You know, we never foresaw the additional complications. I think we got away with that, and it's like the decoys hit. But it's like I said, you know, what I'm saying is he very specifically stated, I do believe, again, if I'm wrong, please shout out. From what I understand, he very specifically stated that they knew it was going to be bad. They just didn't know how bad it was going to be, right? So why didn't they make that statement earlier on? Because everyone knew. It's not like they only found out yesterday how bad it was. You know, just write a bloody post on Spectrum. You don't even need to do a video and say, guys, we are aware that this is a mess. 2 things you need to know, right? we are going to do everything in our power to extend resource drive or to even reintroduce resource drive at a later date if we have to, so that you all get a chance to get your loot. That would be a big tick in a box, right? So no fear of missing out. We're not running an event that's fundamentally broken. And you know, people missing out on some nice loot. You know, we appreciate you supporting the game. We're not going to cut our nose off to spite our face. Don't worry, you're all going to get a chance once freight elevators are working to have another bash at resource drive. And secondly, I think just to explain the fact that, like, we know this is broken. You know, we had no idea just how bad it was, but what you need to bear in mind is every single one of you in the verse right now, logging in and checking a freight elevator, when it fails, you're helping us get the data. You know, for those of us that are finding an elevator that works, thank you, we're getting the data. It goes a long way, doesn't it? Maybe he goes home and plays Starfield on PlayStation 5. Could we get Starfield on PlayStation 5? Have they launched it on PlayStation 5? I don't think it was out yet. Or do you just mean he makes it up in his head? But then you're adding the corporate chain of command. You need 5 meetings per every 2 weeks to make a public statement. And I think therein lies the problem. What is the point of having someone like Jared, who is such a wonderful... You know, because he is. He's a nice guy, right? I'm sure he's not got a bad bone in his body. I mean, who knows? He could be the devil incarnate for all I know. I've never met the man. But he could be an absolute beast. Ranting away all this. Maybe he keeps Chris Roberts locked up in a broom cupboard under his stairs. That's what's all going wrong. He's really the Emperor Palpatine. Deliberately sabotaging Star Citizen. It's all Jared. You see, it's all Jared. No, but you know, I'm sure, you know, he comes across as a very sincere man, and I actually really like listening to him. He's got a wonderful cadence to his wonderful enunciation. I think he's a very, I think he's clearly a very intelligent man. You know, from what I understand, he came. I don't mean from nothing. I certainly don't mean that. But he wasn't part of the original team, was he? I don't know where he came from. Was he just a member of the community? You know, he wasn't a hired member of the team, and you know, at some point, you know, he came on board as a paid employee, and he seems to have done a really good job, doesn't he? I always look forward to listening to him. I suppose, like you say, Kelgar, I also have to accept that sometimes what he says, I do have to take with a pinch of salt. At the end of the day, he is an employee. He's going to be somewhat limited to what he can say. But, you know, maybe what we need is Jared to be given a little bit more scope to, you know, make statements without 1,000 ticks in a box, you know. Because he's a smart man. Let him be a smart man. He's not going to throw you under a bridge, you know, but he might be able to just phrase things and keep us a bit more up to date without having to go through all the corporate malarkey, you know. Let Jared be Jared. He's a good face for your products. Let him do that. Trust him. More trust in him, maybe. Could be the motto to learn from it all. Yeah, I was going to say, it's not out yet, is it, Casper? It's very soon, though. Yeah, 100%. The only reason I hesitated with that, because I think I read recently something about it being delayed, was it, for a little while? I think it was due out. Well, I don't know if it had a date, but I think, hasn't there been just like a small delay to the launch? Did I actually... There we go. Oh. Hang on. Why are we not? Oh, there we go. Oh, I think everything is a bit delay, actually. We're going to make an event that will F up the elevators. This is an alpha, so test them and break them. We give you armor and skins to those that find ways to finish it. Dude, what an amazing statement. You know, you can't really argue with that, can you? There you go. We know this is going to be a mess, but for those of you that are willing to give it a crack, it is a little bit of booty looty at the end. Yeah, 100%, dude. Call it as it is. Sometimes, you know, like exactly like Calgar said, sometimes the corporate speak don't do you any favours, right? Sometimes people just want to be treated like human beings, you know what I mean? Not part, but some marketing scam. So he was a Kickstarter backer. You can see him in some Wingman Hangar episodes before he started. But many people were Kickstarters backers though, right? So something must have happened that... Oh, he lived in Austin and he was a regular visit. Oh, so he lived in Austin, he was a backer and he used to pay them a visit. Isn't that a bit weird? Isn't that a bit like stalking? I know that sounds a bit strange to me.
Engage. Quantum
It's like, oh, bloody hell, is that dude hanging around outside the office windows again? Someone invited him in and it went from there, yeah? Supposedly it's been delayed to launch at the same time as the second expansion spring next year. Oh, wow, it has been delayed quite a long time then. Oh, right. Oh, thanks, Cascal, yeah. Will you get it, dude? I mean... I'd like to play Starfield. I'd like to give it a bash one day, but... You know, if we've got an expansion coming in spring, I wonder if it's going to be good. You know, wouldn't it be amazing? I don't think it will, but wouldn't it be amazing if Starfield did a bit of a No Man's Sky? You know, maybe this... So it's next year spring, is it? There's going to be the big expansion. And it could be like, oh my god, this is the new Starfield. This is like Starfield 2.0. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing? That would be really cool, right? Grumba Clark. How you doing, Starkey? You right, dude? I can't remember exactly, but I think he did community content, then got hired. Yeah, I was thinking of something like, didn't he do like just some freelance stuff in the community, like news and bulletins and some fun stuff? And yeah, someone probably looked at it and thought, you know what, this is pretty kind of cool. Well, didn't he look really different a couple of years ago? I mean, sure, when I started watching Jared, he looked very different. And I don't mean, because I know he's lost some weight, but his hair, right? Didn't he have like completely different hair? He's gone through quite the physical transition, hasn't he, recently? I'd like to play on console. Nah, I'd like to play on console. I've already played it on Steam Deck, but as soon as I remember that Sarah character I went to... You mean my wife? Stop dissing my wife, bro. She was so bad, wasn't she, man? There's gotta be a mod that just completely overhauls Sarah, right? Physically and voice actor. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because maybe I shouldn't criticise the voice actress, because she might be a wonderfully talented individual. But with that script, there's only so much you can do, right? I think I'd like to retract that comment, and I do apologise if you ever listen to this. Maybe it's not a you thing. I think it was just a terrible script, right? So Jared was a cosplayer, was he? Yeah, I might have to finish a little bit early myself today, Starkey, because the girlfriend's really struggling, and I would like to make sure before I head out tonight that she's got everything, and I'm really pushed for time today. Yeah, I mean, it's quite pleasant where I am, dude. It's what is it now? It's 27 degrees. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's 27 degrees at the moment. Oh shit. But I can feel it in here, so I know the girlfriend's going to be struggling a little bit. I'm just talking about air conditioning units actually and stuff. Really should look into one for next year. Because next year's probably going to when she's going to have to take a ton of time off work. So, how are you, mate? How's apart from the heat? What's happening on the gaming front, Starkey? You're another one of us that's kind of like, or has been sort of talking about the, you know, can't find the one. How did you get on with Battlefield, dude? Did you manage to overcome the rage management issues? So he was a cosplayer in the early days and was pretty involved in the fan base and forums. So really, he's a total obsessive nut job, and I mean that in a nice way. Yeah. This was his everything, right? This is the game he absolutely... This is the one he wanted. That's cool, dude. It's nice to see people that are passionate. Let's hope his passion's not been crushed, you know, by like Kelgar says, the corporate shenanigans. You know, I wonder if some days it's really dark for him, you know, because he's so passionate about it. But you know, knowing what, you know, the things he can't say, you know. So sometimes it's not as nirvanic an experience as you want when you're inside the circle of trust, is it? $29 here. Yeah, when I got my coffee earlier, it was absolutely gorgeous out there, stuff. Oh, Wentex. I didn't realise that was you, Wentex. I do apologise. I thought I was reading that it was someone else who was green. I thought it was Tomb, if I remember. Sorry, Wentex. I do apologise. Too late for Starfield, too long of a silence, I think. Yeah. I mean, what might happen, though, is if the PlayStation player base gets a really good update to the base game with the DLC, you never know. It could just ignite the fuels, right? I mean, look what happened with No Man's Sky. The game was dead, wasn't it? The game was dead. No Man's Sky launched, then it was done. And now look at it, dude. You know? Never say never, but, you know, might be being a bit optimistic. Fingers crossed though. I'd like to see it blossom, because I don't like the thought of Bethesda having just such an average product. And I did like parts of it, Wentex. You know, I've always said that. I've always said it's unfair to call it trash. It's just that, you know, it's Bethesda and it's Starfield, and we kind of, you know, and it's not about having. I think there's a big difference between having hype and high expectations and having realistic expectations. You know, a company of that caliber, you know, with that amount of budget, that amount of development time, you know, that amount of experience with the creation engine, you would have thought would have got at least a pretty solid product. And it kind of wasn't on launch, was it? But it certainly wasn't a bad product. You know? You're in limbo of games. What are you playing, Wentex? I assume you're absolutely hammering the living balls out of Battlefield, Wentex. What's your verdict? I know you've liked your Battlefields over the years, haven't you? Yeah, I thought that, John. I couldn't put my finger on it. So long hair and a much bigger beard. Because is he clean shaven now, is he? I only saw him yesterday. But yeah, I've got this like weird hybrid version of him in my head. Yeah. He looks great. You know, I mean, nice to see him looking after himself. And you know, hopefully he gets paid a nice salary as well, right? What sort of stuff did he cosplay at Wentex? You know, Star Citizen stuff, or just general cosplay? You know, they're different characters from different games. So you're in limbo of games. I'm playing Grounded with the friends and finished, and some random indie games on the side when I can be bothered, otherwise just watching YouTube crap. Yeah, it's kind of a weird time, isn't it, dude? Got Battlefield if you're not playing that. I mean, it's not long to go for launch. We're getting close. Are you going to be picking up Borderlands, Starkey? Are you a Borderlands man? And that's not that far away now. Early September, I think. I don't think it matters, Wentex. I know what you're saying, but I think it won't make any difference. You know, it just doesn't matter. If Starfield has a really good DLC that somehow just makes the game like a really solid game, I don't think people have any issues if it's free or not, dude. I think the thing is, we all want Starfield to be a good game. You know what I mean? But people go back in droves if it's the, you know, a 2.0. I'm going to be honest, Wentex, I don't think it will be. You know, I think it's just a dream and a hope. You know, I'd like to see it happen, but I think if there was a Starfield 2.0 with that big expansion and the launch of the PlayStation, yeah, it'd be phenomenal. You know, I really hope it happens, but I think we all know it's unlikely. But yeah, you never say never, right? Never say never. Let's look forward to it. Let's see if the expansion's any good first, right? And let's hope the PlayStation players at least get to play the best version of the game. You know, they've waited long enough. You know, it's a big player base, huge player base, massive cash injection for Microsoft. You played Beta 1 and I'm playing it now for 1 hour. I'm done until October. I'm excited and having fun, but the community is toxic. What, really, dude? What do you mean, dude? I'm always intrigued by that comment, and I know you're a busy man, so please don't think I'm putting you on the spot and expecting a thesis.
They've
but
approved a nice bonus for you.
What's
Enjoy.
You know, an example of
Enjoy
what's happened to you,
Thanks for knocking out
Wentex?
that contract.
You know, have you just been
Microsoft
shit talked?
appreciates
You
your
know,
hard work.
is it just horrible on comms? You know, I mean, I've said one thing. My one comment about Battlefield, Wentex, for me personally, is I would not touch it with that effing barge pole. if I couldn't play with 3 other friends. Or at least 2 other friends. It would never happen. Unless I can play consistently, you know, 100% of the time with friends, I would not play Battlefield. I just have no interest in it whatsoever. But I am thinking of getting it if there's a nice campaign. I don't know if there will be or if it'll be of any longevity. But I could never play Battlefield in posted. It's the most infuriating experience I think I've ever had in gaming. I just can't do it, dude. I just don't find it fun. You know, I'm just grinding numbers at that point, mate. And I think that it just makes a mockery of the whole game at that point. Everyone just playing for themselves. You know, just farming experience, essentially, isn't it? So yeah, I love it in a group though. Cracking, cracking like on a team, a full team. Yeah, you played it quite a lot as well when Saints, didn't you, Starfield? Disco Lando. Oh, I've heard that expression, Disco Lando. Is that his cosplay character, Disco Lando? Oh, that's what he was known as on the forums, right? Disco Lando. Yeah. So that was like his moniker, was it? Oh, I didn't know that. That's good. Oh, you've been watching your holiday destination burn down over the last couple of days. Kefalonia. Well, hang on, what's happened then? What, are you due to fly out, are you? And what? Oh god, is there like all fires and stuff over there, bro? Oh shit. That don't sound good, right? Is everyone alright? I mean, is it a manageable forest fire or? Each new game is the same. X previous was better, and if I say I like it, I'm told to die. Forgiving community then, right? Yeah, go die, Wendex. Keep your shitty opinions to yourself, right? Oh well. Yeah, well, I suppose. Yeah, that doesn't sound pleasant, but it doesn't surprise me, mate. I don't think that's unique to Battlefield, to be honest, bro. I go through this every year with the lads in Call of Duty, mate. Every year. I'm not going to buy it. Every year they buy it. Every year, 3 weeks later, they're back to Modern Warfare something or another, or Rainbow Six Siege, mate, saying it was the worst piece of shit I've ever played. Like clockwork, mate. It's never deviated for a decade, mate. It's the most predictable cycle of the year, dude. Reddit, right. I don't really spend any time on Reddit, to be honest. I do use Reddit, but it's normally for like tech stuff. Where it's like, does it work, yes or no? Rather than opinions. Let's have a look, John. Let's have a look at this, mate. Jared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Wow. Remember what I said about just because you can grow a beard as a man does not mean you should grow a beard as a man. My point stands, okay? He looks so much better, man. Looks so much better. He looks healthier as well, way healthier. That's quite the transformation, actually, in 7 years. Well done, Jared. Fair play to him, man. Good to see, dude. Good to see, man. 4 weeks' time, but there's over 100 wildfires going on at the moment between 2 islands. Oh, shit, dude. So, does that mean you might not be able to go, or...? Football Manager, the most toxic community you can come across. It's worse than Battlefield and Call of Duty. Really? Why are they just like absolute monsters? Yeah. So many people complaining about tiny camps when in the last game they all said all the maps were too big. Yeah. I tell you what, I've really enjoyed doing Wentex. I've spoke about it quite extensively over the last few days. I did not realise how good Battlefield players were, man. And I don't mean Battlefield players, I mean first-person players in general. I had no idea the level your average dude can play that game. Do you remember the big, I don't know if you saw it, presumably if you got your finger on the pulse of Battlefield you'll know, but you know the VTuber that got accused of cheating and all the rest of it, and it all went viral, didn't it? And his Twitch channel banned. He's since been back, obviously. And there's been quite a lot of movement, hasn't there, of people going and like scouting out these really small streamers that have got god tier skills in first person, but they're not cheating. They're not using aimbots and wall hacks or anything. They're just really, really good players. I've been watching loads of I'm sure it's Reddit. It's Reddit or one of the gaming forums where there's like a link where someone's put a montage of all these really small channels where you can go and watch these guys play. And to me, it's like they're using wall hacks and aimbots. It's insane, dude. It's so cool to watch. I had no idea that just like your average kind of player, yeah, that's not an esports specialist, some big wig top knobber streamer, can play at that level, dude. It's so humbling to realize, like, I'm not just not very good at those games. I might as well be a child that's never held a controller before. I find it incomprehensible. To me, it is genuinely like, I don't know how it's done. I don't know how they can have such lightning reflexes and such pixel perfect mouse control, dude. And I've been learning a lot about audio and aim trainers and all this stuff that's just become so part of gaming that I knew nothing about. I mean, I knew about all this stuff, but I didn't realize so many people were doing it. I didn't realise it had become such a cultural thing. Apparently Fortnite's obsessed with it, dude. Obsessed with these flick skills and aim trainers. I always wondered why they looked amazing, dude. So yeah, I now realise why I don't stand a chance against one of those players, man. You know when you see that dude just come in and just wipes out the whole team and then the rest of the map as well. You're thinking he's got to be cheating, bro. But he's not. We have to wait and hope. Right now, it's not troubling any major towns or infrastructure, but I think it's now 5 months no rain. And this last week, I was 35. Oh my god, that sounds really bad, actually, dude. Gas has never mentioned it, has he? Did I get the saber out or not? You still got the gunplay. I'm just a tank boy. Oh, is that what are you like a pro tank, mate? I mean, you're good in the tank. I mean, is that like you've just found like your niche within the game? Yeah, God, honestly, Wentex, it's staggering how good some of these players are, man. Yeah. I suppose I always thought of it, Wentex, if you're that good, surely you'd be signed up by a league or, you know, I don't know, you'd have made a career out of streaming or something. I just didn't realise what a percentage of these players are phenomenally skilled, dude. I didn't realise like people took gaming so seriously, like hours and hours a day with aim trainers and all sorts, you know. Crazy, bro. Kind of cool. Kind of cool to have known or to discover that this has been going on for years, man. I said that I don't think even if I you know retired from all of the games and just did nothing but play a singular first-person game, right? Obviously, my skill would improve dramatically. You know, if you pour 100, 200, 1,000 hours into this game, you're going to get better, right? Of course you are. But I don't think there is any universe where my skill ceiling would match that, dude. I just don't think it's possible, dude. I still watch it and think it's inhuman. I still find it hard to believe it's not cheating, to be honest. Whether you're using an aimbot or not, that ain't human, bro. Yeah, I think it's mad. I think it's been really funny. It's been very eye-opening to me. Yeah, the smoothment. Oh, it's so cool, man. It's like they hear something. I don't know, like I don't know. It's not even like a twig snapping or a pedal moving underfoot, but it's going. Paching! They just. How the hell did you know he was there? You're hard to find. It's Matt Caps. It's mad, isn't it, dude? I'm just sitting there like, but how did you know? And like, there was one, right? And there was a breakdown done. And it was a dude in a window, right? And it flicks up to the window, bang, headshot. It's like, dude, I didn't even know there was anyone there, right? And someone did it frame by frame. And there was just this, I don't know how to describe it. I suppose if you were to break it down into pixels, there was just this like maybe 2x2 little section on the window in the bottom left-hand corner, right? Where you saw a discoloration. It went from like quite dark to sort of, I'd like to say silvery grey. And he picked up on it. Straight up. Bang, 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 dead. What the? How? now, even watching it like frame by frame, right? I'm sitting, nah, man. What the hell, dude? It's amazing, dude. And this isn't some esports pro, you know, sponsored mega chad. This is just I mean, who knows who it is, because there was no way of knowing, but you know, this is just some dude. He's streaming like probably his mom on Kick, you know what I mean? Oh god, dude. The most, like, in a way, satisfying, you know, because you stop like getting mad at yourself for being bad, don't you? You know, you just know, Jesus Christ, I know when I'm up against a better player, and that's would appear to be 99% of the people playing Battlefield on last point. All right, let's go. So, are you due to go soon, Starky? I mean, will you? I mean, what happens if you can't go there? I mean, do you get a refund or anything, mate? I mean, I hope that don't happen, because you're presumably looking forward to a nice holiday, mate. But I haven't taken a contract yet, have I? Accepted. Offers. No, I think it's been really. It's been the best part about Battlefield for me, because I know it's not for me. You know, I really know it's not a game that I will enjoy. Outside of playing with friends, you know, it's not something I'm going to pump any time into. But if there's a nice campaign, and I know the lads are picking it up, which they obviously are, you know, a couple of hours on a Friday night maybe could be good fun.
Shields offline.
I just hope it launches well. It'd be nice to see a new Battlefield game. You know, I've always loved Battlefield, Call of Duty for much of my life, really. So it'd be nice to see Battlefield back. It's been a long time, isn't it?
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, is it a bit cooler in September? Yeah. Kind of makes sense, I suppose. You should be. I mean, hopefully, let's just hope there's no major damage or loss of life around this stock.
Shields.
All right. Oh, hang on. Shit! I just suddenly realised there's another jump scare. That's my bad. Which is a bit like what we've got here today, right? I mean, what is it? What's it gone? Oh, it's Ding 29 by end there.
Travel initiated. Quantum travel.
We've just got it from 28 to 29. Ooh, I wonder if we'll Ding 30 today. What is it? It's 1 o'clock. Oh, it could do, couldn't it?
Contact.
Okay, whoops. There we go. Get some decoys ready. All looking good. Can't quite make out where that is. We'll do a pinger. You reckon that's on this side of the rock or the other side of the rock? I'm inclined to think he's on the other side, personally. Oh, there he is. There he is. Right, let's drop a bit of chaff. Let's get in there, boys. That's beautiful. Isn't max heat between 1 and 2? You've got me lost here, Caskell. This is you trying to be clever again, isn't it? Let me think. So Starkey said 35. Blah, blah. Isn't max heat between 1 and 2 so possible? I don't know, dude. I've lost you, mate. I got no idea what you mean, dude. When are you going to buy this PC, Casker? Can we join me in goddamn Star Citizen, dude? Seriously, bro. Come on. Look, game's bloody flawless at the minute, mate. And we'll be able to play Borderlands together, Star Citizen together. What else do you want to play? You got any shit games that all your mates won't play with you? Oh, you meant as in time. Max heat between 1 and 2. Ah, I see what you're saying. Sorry. And actually, that did make sense then, given the context. Alright. Fair play. Alright. I'll tell you what, mate. I love you. There you go. I'll declare my undying love to you for that, mate. Obviously, we had a bit of a wobble with my declaration of undying love to Dick the other day at the end of the stream. So, you know, you can be my new love interest now for another week. I get Kelgar then. Oh no! Oh no! I've made it worse. I'm not cheating on him with one, but two. Oh, dude. I don't think Mrs. Kelgar is going to be very happy. Oh, dude. Yeah, he's still not bought himself a PC yet, despite being like minted with his newfound health kick. Yeah, I think it's awful.
A very warm welcome to Gold Sub Dick.
Talk of the devil, it's Dick, look! Sorry, Dick! Oh, no, it's a love triangle, bro. Right, let's get in here. Let's get in. Okay, lovely jubbly. And up we go. Lights on, lights off. We summoned a rogue Dick, look. How are you, sir? How's things? How's the retirement today, sir? Have you been up to anything? Done anything exciting? How's life on the quiet side of life, bro? Oh, what the hell? Jesus. Whoa. Go, come on, we need to move, bro. We need to move, bro.
Journey breathtaking. Systems on.
Schmool. Come on, why are we not schmooling, dude?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Very nice, boys. Very nice. Right, deliver the cargo. Port Tressler. Not long to go now, Dick, for Borderlands, bro. We're getting there. Another week's gone by. I don't know how many weeks it is now. It's early September, isn't it? So it might only be, what do you reckon, about 3 weeks? Or am I making that up?
Quantum travel
Just waking up, Dick. Well, take it easy, mate. Stretch it out first, bro. Terrible, red text. You're just terrible, bro. You got some fallen tree branches to clean up so I can mow and then going. Oh, that sounds like a nice day, bro. What sort of fish do you go for, man? Is it like proper fish? Like you'll be able to bring it home and slam it on the barbecue? Or is it little tiddlers? And it's just an excuse to do a bit of fishing, mate. You know what I mean?
Quantum travel complete.
You know what Jaboshi would do? Jaboshi would use his dynamite, mate. I might have made that up, but I'm pretty sure he would if he could. Oh, hang on. I just suddenly realised that's why we're not moving. We've lost all pips again, look. Dink, 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 and dink. And we could probably pop those last pips into engines. Sort out the ports unlocked. Beautiful. Catfish, crappie, maybe a bass. Is that all stuff you'll take home to actually eat, is it? Or is it just a bit of sports? A bit of fishing sporty? What do you mean that wasn't engines? My engines were all powered off, dude. I lost all pips to engines. Well, it happens all the time, dude, on this jump. It's every time I turn off my quantums. Wherever I turn my quantum jump off, I lose all pips to engines, weapons, and shields. Oh, yeah. So sorry. Yeah, I don't matter, mate. I don't really need it's only a 20-kilometer final approach, but yeah, no, I did. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's a weird little bug, man. We're not sure why it's doing it. But it's one of those things that is totally not a problem. You know, we can live with this one, can't we? And obviously it'd be nice if it didn't happen. But it hasn't resulted in any fail states. You know, I've not suddenly found myself like... we've had it on first boot up. We've had it like when we've got in to the ship, and then we've had to jump server. So it's like that has happened, but then I can't put pips back into it. But sometimes the MFDs also don't come up, which I think is something else. I think, I don't know if it was Kelgar suggested it could be on those occasions. What are the cannons that disrupt all the electrics? Is it disruptors or whatever? So he might be onto something with that. But yeah, you're right. I did. I put it into what's it thing is thing. All right, home sweet home. I reckon. I don't know. This we've got to be getting close now. You know, dudes. I reckon this is going to be 2 tier 5s and 2 tier 4s pretty soon. I don't think there's going to be much more in it. This will be quite the achievement considering how bad this event has run, isn't it? Oh, I was thinking about being able to have better space brakes was all I was worried about. War. We've had a couple of close calls. Oh, I'm not sure if having more pips to engines makes the space brake any better. I don't think it does. I don't think it makes any difference at all, does it? Does it just impact on the recharge? I'm not entirely sure what pips to engines does. Does it even increase top speed? Or does it just increase boost recharge? I've lost all track of what things mean in this game. I must admit, I do like Elite Dangerous's pip system. This does seem like set and forget. Whereas I love, you know, mid-fight, constantly juggling with my pips in Elite. I really enjoyed that style of combat. It can make such a difference. Yes, it's more just for a bit of sport, Dick, yeah. That's what we used to do. I don't think we ever really went fishing to actually catch something to cook. But, we did. But I don't think there was ever any expectations that was going to happen, dude. I've never really enjoyed fishing. As in the fishing itself. To me, it's a bit like, you know, when you play a video game and you say it's great, but it's because you played it with your mates. It's got nothing to do with the game being any good or not. That was what fishing always was for me. I just liked the excuse to go camping and do fishing, but really it was a chance just to get away from it all, have a laugh with your mates, and drink beer and play with fire. It had nothing to do with the fishing. I never gave a toss about the actual fishing. I'm sure most of the time my line was probably in the water with no bait and probably no hook half the time. Really didn't bother me, bro. Fascinating sport, though. I've got one friend. I don't know what they call it, but he goes out in the streams with his waders on, and he stands in the middle of the stream. I don't know if that's fly fishing. I know he does do that. I don't know if that's what you call that, though. He's got like this bait box and everything, and all these things with like all looks like weird feathers. And crate, God knows what it all means. Some of it's well expensive, apparently. But he'll go away for a weekend, man. He'll take Friday off, and that's it. You won't see him again until Sunday evening, mate. And he always goes on his own with his dog. Just him and his dog, mate. That's it. He loves it, bro. Absolutely fucking loves it. That is life. When you stand out in the middle of the stream with your big waders, yeah. He loves that shit. Absolutely loves it, man. He's caught some big fish though, man. Holy crap. Some of the pictures he's taken. Oh, dude. I think he was he was off like that area's like proper record. I know it's not a world record, but you know, like that fishing locations biggest catch by, I don't know, so something like just a few hundred grams or something apparently once. The kind of thing that just if it had been a day later or a day earlier, you know, if the fish had just had like a bit more food in or something, he would have got the record for it, man. it was quite good, but it's also something he'll always regale you with the tale of that day. It's beautiful fish though, mate. Beautiful. Don't ask me what it was. They all look the bleeding same to me, mate. They're either a shark, which is dangerous, a dolphin, which is a jumpy fucker, or little, and you eat them. That's about it, really. And I might have thrown a mammal in there, just to keep things like really bubbly with my lack of fishy knowledge. You know what I mean? All right. I think come on. Do you reckon that's gonna ding? Oh, I thought that might ding. I was actually thinking, oh, you never know. Right? Drop or spoon fishing is fun because you never really know what is coming up. What's that mean? What does a drop fishing
The
mean?
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And what the hell is spoon fishing? The mind boggles at the thought of spoon fishing. Does it involve fishing with a spoon? You're right, Jameson. How are you, mate? How's things? How's life? How's life with that AVG Norton antivirus and McAfee and things? How's life? Have you been hacked yet? I got a starter kit to make fly hooks for Christmas, and so far I've made one fly, so I may need to get back to it at some point. So, is this something you're going to use, or is this just like a hobby, you know, to make them? Or will you actually take them out? I mean, are you a fly fisherman, are you? I'm going to assume you are. I think you've been out in the heat too much today, Starker. There's a point where sunstroke is a thing, you know, dude. What a knob. Never change, bro. I hope I'll take them out and use them. Oh, so you do? You actually do fly fishing, yeah. I can definitely see the appeal of getting away from it all, mate. Just saying, Starkey. You know what I mean? Best put a hat on and stay in the shade for the rest of today, mate. Yeah. Alrighty, boys. That's gonna blow up. Let's get the. Come on, this has got to be one more, surely. We got to be really close now, man. Right?
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
One dead Hercules. You got mild sunstroke. Oh my god! At Comic-Con last weekend, the walk back was evil. What? Just out? Just no protection. Did you have a good time, Wentex, apart from the heat stroke? All good, dude. Too much alcohol and too much sun? Or just out and about in it, bro? Oh, Pims, yeah, because you're a Pims drinker, aren't you? I don't know how I feel about that. That's very strange. People that drink Pims. I don't know what Pims is. I need to learn more about Pims, but it sounds proper dumb to me, Pims. It sounds like the kind of thing you drink while you play croquet. Is it croquet? You know, like you wear like those little round hats, and you're all in white, and all the ladies are in long dresses, and you eat with your little pinky out and a silver spoon. It sounds like proper posh, mate. You know what I mean? Pims. If anyone asks for a Pims in our local pub, you know, the only guarantee I can give is that someone will probably be punched to death. in a sort of jovial, amicable way. You know, like, please don't ever do that again. Here's a punch in the ballsack to make sure you don't do it again. At least not in public. Nice weekend, Wednesday. It's good. How's Maddo getting on, mate? Is he alright? Pass on my best, bro. Things are alright, Jameson. Mrs. was in Birmingham last night. Oh, well, never mind. At least it wasn't you, right? She and others were supporting a fellow worker who had entered like a BGT show. But for, what the hell's a BGT? Bacon, gammon, tomato. That's all I can think of, mate. What's one of them, dude? I don't know what that is, bro. Did they do well then? So care workers, the second round was being held down there. So how did they get on, mate? You walked 8 kilometers. It's 8 kilometers. That's not that far. But I suppose the bacon eat it is, right? Pimm's is lovely with all the fruit in it. You know what else is? Just a nice pint of lager, mate. Fucking Pimm's. You're such a knob. You're right, automated, don't worry, mate. For a fatty. Oh, right, okay. How's that going, Wayne Sex? I mean, have you been inspired to, like, lose loads of weight? Do you care? I mean, are you happy being a fatty, then? See, you call yourself a fatty? Is this the final build? You know what I mean? Have you stabilised at this weight, sir, yeah? Or are you gunning to become like a Slim Jim dude, you know? Well, I don't know. You say that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. So some people are quite content in there. I think you should get on a bit as well. You know, like, dude, you've done all the grind, didn't you? I don't know if you've had kids and things. You know, there's a lot of people out there say, hey, you know what I mean? It's time to have a dad bod in it, you know? I'm getting on a bit now. I can't look like an 18-year-old. I don't know how old you are when, so it's like 50 for some people. You know, it's like, it's time to retire from you know, looking good in it. Just look clean, you know, and don't get too bad. But, yeah, you know what I mean? The joints start aching. You know, just getting out of bed in the morning's painful. You don't want to be in the gym 6 hours a day anymore, do you? There's a point where you got to accept it, right? You don't want to have an injury, do you? So what's this BGT? If you say, oh, Britain's Got Talent. Oh my God, is that what that is, dude? Really? What, you've got someone that you know who's in BGT? Britain's Got Talent. Fuck knows they got. What did they do? Are they singing? Is it a magic show? Pole dancing? What is it, bro? You'll have to let us know if they're ever on the telly, mate, and we can cheer them on. You can watch them on stream, dude. Oh shit. Nothing now. Big German Todger. So there's a constant really theme in the background here, isn't there? Normally when Wentex and Stark are in chat, strangely enough. What was that automated? Being diagnosed with something has that effect on occasion. The follow through is the hard part. What? Hang on, what's this, dude? What's this? When I became a granddad is when I became healthier. Is that because you once again had to start looking after the little ones, and the little ones are nippy little fuckers, yeah? And you might get in trouble if you lose one. Time to start back up on the cardio, right, dude? Oh, hang on. Did that not... Oh, hang on. No, it did. Hang on. Wait. It didn't track. Why did you not track, sir? Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. I've done... This isn't right, is it? I think... Have I taken the wrong one? That's weird. Why is it... Hang on. Something's not right here, is it? What, have I done something wrong, dude? Let's start again. Go to contracts. Accept what? 127k mission, yeah? Untrack, track. Go to the map. It should be showing, but instead I'm having to click it. What have I done here, guys? Something's not right, yeah? Oh, have I been untracking it when I'm actually supposed to be tracking it? No. This is weird, dude. I don't get this at all, man. Shall I... If no one's got any ideas, I think I just abandon it and take another one. Because something don't see. Look, track. Click it. Map. It's not there, is it? And if I click it, and then... Oh, that's untrack. Oh. It's not there though, is it? I don't get it, dude. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't know what's happened there. Abandon. Right, offers. Microtac. 127. Accept offer. Maps. Oh, dude, what the hell, bro? Have we got... it's the server dead. It's the only thing I can think of.
There's an unfinished contract on you that's exceeded our time limit. So moving it to someone else. Don't let it happen again. okay?
Something's not right, dude. Yeah, look. You don't need to. That's what I'm saying. I've never had to. It just auto tracks. You never have to click track. It says it's untracked, but then when you come to the map, it auto tracks it because you've only got one mission. But even if I do manually track it, nothing's happening. I haven't even got an accepted contract here, look. But I have here, look. So something's definitely wrong here, man. Oh, I've never had this happen before. Let's bring up the chat. Right, no one's freaking out about a server crash. One of the judges is from EastEnders and another is from a band. I can't remember who the band. Did you have a nice time, Jameson? You know, it sounds like a fun night out, mate. Alright, we've never had this happen before, have we? So this is a whole new... it's got like an exclamation mark there as well. I don't know if I've ever seen that there. I'm trying to just click like, you know, R to see if it will auto track, but look, it's not even showing. Oh. That just untracks. Viewing contracts manager. Shit, have I changed something? Because this might not be a game issue. I might have diddled something in these settings. Toggle marker list. Not that, is it? See what I'm going to do? I'm going to do journal. I'll look in here. Oh! We've already got... Oh, we are tier 4. We've done tier 4 in ArcCorp and in Microtech. Shit. Alright, I'm going to do contracts. I'm going to abandon. I'm going to go to maps. I'm going to plot a course. And I'm just going to do...
Hey, it's Remy.
I'm just going to do
Making a
a
note in your
jump.
contractor record that you dropped the contract.
And see if we can, like, soft reset. Something's definitely wrong, isn't it?
Quantum travel initiated.
Starco, powered up your cliff base on June, but taxes... do you know if mine's still going? Yeah, you've been on today, Jameson. I'm thinking of logging on like later tonight. And maybe just seeing if my base is still salvageable. I think I've lost my ornithopter and everything, sadly. I might... Hang on, I should probably not do this. Hang on, come out. Do what you're doing. You're going straight into an asteroid. Oh, we're not moving. Alright, contracts. Resource drive in Harston. Abandoned. Abandoned, right. Let's go back to offers. Microtech. They've all got exclamation marks. Is that normal? It seems weird. I just don't remember seeing that. Accept the offer. Right, I'm just going to get straight to the map like we normally do. Yeah, there we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Although it's not enabling me to press R. So actually something's still not working then. R is not auto tracking. Oh no, I still have to click it, don't I? Oh sorry, this is me going into like a complete fail state. I was thought we just went into the map and immediately pressed R, but we don't. We still have to manually click the target designation, or on the I normally click on the right hand side drop down. Don't I? Yeah, it's alright. That was me. I don't know what happened though. That was weird. That definitely shouldn't have done that.
Quantum travel initiated.
So how are you getting on with June then, Jameson? Are you still hammering it hard, bro? Are you giving up? Have you, Starkey? Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on that. I'd love to think that there's more to come, but Oh yeah, look, I've got into gimbal mode as well. I've changed my gimbal mode. God, there's all sorts of weird things going on here, dude. I don't know what I'm doing here. But if I just like completely just clicked a load of buttons that I shouldn't have clicked. What is that as well? That's not a target ship. It's got to be a caterpillar or that is not a caterpillar, is it? Oh, it could be. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm overthinking things. I think it is a caterpillar. You can hear my engines, but I'm doing 0 meters per second. Oh my god, dude! It's like watching someone who's never played the game before, isn't it? What's going on, bro? Am I having a freaking like episode? And the reason it looks weird, I was thinking it was like is it Starlance or something? All right, wow, Jesus! I think I'm on such an autopilot. And so sleepy that like any deviation, you know, any kind of like little jam in the gears, and my everything just fails. I just can't compute because I'm just on complete linear train track. Oh, it's already been down, Jameson. Yeah, we know it's down because I've lost my I've 100% lost the ornithop. So apparently the buggy was still there yesterday, But I don't think that was me originally, to be fair. I think something was bugged with the missions. Unless I did somehow click something that changed the heads-up display on the star map, but I don't think there is anything to click, is there? What I didn't realise was when I was clicking that one thing, I was actually untracking it, wasn't I? I didn't know you could untrack it from that menu. So again, more things learnt today. We'll put it down to operator error and general just lack of sleep, I think. Because everything else has gone quite well, hasn't it? There may have been a little bit of a... There may have been a bit of a game error, but I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, you've got loads of new spawn points now, isn't there? The thing is, it wasn't about the grind for me, Jameson. I just didn't have anything to do in the game. You know, it was instance dungeons. As soon as I did that instance dungeon, and there was no loot there, and we all went as a team, and there was no loot and no bad guys, I knew in my heart that I was done. You know, that was the moment for me. I can't play an end game with instance dungeons. I need to be able to get in a game and go and have some fun, dude. Not sit there waiting for it to all respawn because other players have already done it, dude. I was quite looking forward to the multiplayer, but for me, if June can add some genuine weapon variety, because the guns are boring as hell, they're all exactly the same. Even the uniques are basically just not that unique, are they? So if they can add some weapon variety and some complexity to the weapons, like, so for example, if they could add like maybe something to farm for the guns, like weapon attachments, so I can have an extra shot, an extended magazine, a scope, a laser sight, something like that. That'd be really nice. But I need to see instanced PvE dungeons designed for more than one person, or at least scalable. I'd settle for a middle ground with scalable dungeons, and I'd like to think that maybe some sort of procedural generation. Then June becomes a real serious contender for a major stay in the game for a long time. But right now, I think they have made a bad mistake. I still think they're chasing the PvP grade. I think they just abandoned all PvP and just set up PvP servers and never balance for PvP. Don't really worry about content for PvP. The PvPs have already long gone that are serious about it. You know, your player base was always PvE, man. Make the game for them, and then June will be a great game. And I think until they change that, the Deep Desert will always be a joke. If it happens, I will definitely consider going back. But I think they've made a rod for their own back because this base destruction thing is ridiculous. I think it should go into storage so that when you come back to the game, you can then place it down just like you can in Once Human. So then you've removed the barrier of returning to the game. Right now, if my base is gone, I'm going to be honest, I doubt I'll ever play the game again. You know, the thought of building the base again, even though it won't take long, I really don't give a shit. It wasn't something I want to do again. I know they've changed the Solidate blueprint thing, but they need to make some tough decisions, man. They're falling dangerously into scum development where they don't really want to deviate from their ideology, but their ideology of the game and the soul of the game doesn't work for the vast majority of players. It's just that simple, dude. I am all over the place, dude. Oh, because all the pips are gone again. Right. Pips. And this time, I will do this right, sir. War, engines, and shields. Look. I think there's a great game. I think there's a great game in Scum. I think there's a great game in June. But once again, they just messed up. There's too many good PvPvE games, and there's too many amazing PvP games and amazing PvE games for you to try and create the hybrid. What makes you think you're special? You're going to create the one to rule them all. I think it's egotism, and I think it's something developers need to swallow their pride on. You know, I think they had a great idea. I think it had potential. I rooted for them, but in practice, the Deep Desert was a joke. I think they just need to accept it. I think you need to be a very, very good team to be able to balance PvP. You need to know what players are capable of. You know, the exploits, the cheats, the hacks. They will do anything, right? And I just don't think Funcom have got enough experience with that. You know what I mean? 100% pure PvE game and then make PvP servers. Everyone will be happy. Super simple, dude. Right, air traffic control don't seem to. I'll make a decision later. I mean, I'd love to go back to the game if they do some fun instance dungeons. Because you see, unlike a lot of people, I actually really like the combat, man. I really did enjoy it. You know, I love the fluidity of motion that my character had, especially with the Shiga wire and that whatever it was, you know, the Suspenser pack that I had. That was freaking awesome, dude. So much fun, dude. And I hadn't even got to playing with the skills, really. I deliberately played fairly just basic dude with a gun. Freaking loved it, dude. You know, I just unlocked all the skills. I was going to start thinking about putting a build together. You know, as much as you can put a build together in it. You know? I was quite excited to hit that end game, but I ain't playing instance dungeons in a PvP zone, mate. You know what I mean? That's bad enough anyway, to think that we'd be enjoying it and then just get PvP by a gank team coming in behind us. That's just terrible, right? And I really don't want to be playing that. But, you know, I could have lived with it, you know, if there was anything to do. But there's no PvE in there. Nothing spawned. I think sometimes devs just need to wind their neck in a bit and admit they fucked up, right? I mean, the player base has fallen off dramatically, hasn't it? And I would imagine they lose players pretty much every week as more and more get to the end game. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd be willing to stake some money on it. That's probably not a million miles from the truth, is it? I can't imagine there's been a resurgence of players over recent weeks. Did they really active? Yeah, to be honest, mate, I didn't even know there was PvP in Conan, bro. I sort of like, you know, you can do it if you want to, but we, you know, a bit like the Fun Pimps said, you know, you can PvP in our game. We've enabled, you know, friendly fire. But, you know, we're never going to build the game around that. You know, if you want to do it, be our guest, but don't come crying to us if you know, things are not balanced. I just assumed Conan was a bit like that. I didn't realise. Yeah. You know, look, I'm not having. You know, I'm not saying. You know, I've always said I admired them for trying. You know, so sometimes you've got to give it a bash, right? And at least they tried something new. But you've got 100% solo PvE gameplay if you want to, right? That then turns in to 100% 180. It turns into multiplayer PvP. Dude, your game has got to have some serious fancy shit going on to pull that one off. You know what I mean? The PvEers hate it, you know, because they don't want a PvP. And the PvPers hate it because it's such a chore getting to the end game. Like, what were they, honestly, what were they thinking, dude? Yeah, they had a great game. A lot of people thoroughly enjoyed it, me being one of them, but man, I just don't see how they honestly thought that was going to retain players, man. Solid will now play. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, but it don't make any difference, mate. I just don't want to rebuild the fucking way. So I just don't give a shit, dude. You know, to just put it in limbo for me, like Once Human does. Once Human does so many things so much. That's why I love the game, man. You know, there's no fear of missing out. That don't look right. Why is that taking so long? There's definitely weird stuff going on today, guys. I tell you. Will you buy it, Automated? Are you going to get the Battlefield 6 guy? Oh yeah, look, everything's weird. Look, I've got this weird little cursor thing as well. Look, everything's going all Scooby-Doo weird. What the hell, bro? I'm having like one of those Twilight moments on it, like this being slow. And, oh God, it's so weird. Live servers of Conan were full PvP as far as I'm aware. What, really? What? So if you play Conan on a public server, it's full PvP? Hang on a minute. Oh, hang on, that's me. That's me. I didn't even know that, dude. What? So anywhere on the map is full PvP enabled? Jesus Christ! What a train wreck that must be, dude. They're all after. Even Once Humans doing it, aren't they? They're trying to get in on the Rust game. Oh, that's mad, dude. You started playing Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Is it Pandora? I feel like I'm saying Pandora, and I feel like that's Borderlands because we've been talking about Borderlands. I know the one you mean. That game starts off great. Second zone, absolute dog shit. Turned it off, never went back. Fucking train wreck, bro. Is it Pandaria? No, because that's Mists of Pandaria. We've got Pandora, which was definitely one of the vault planets for Borderlands, wasn't it? I feel like I am having a moment right now. Yeah, as soon as I got to that second zone, I was done, dude. Up until then, it was actually pretty cool. There goes the woofers. Have Funcom said anything about future content? You know, like how are they getting on over there? You know, presumably still trying to sort out some of these PvP exploits and shenanigans. I mean, any news on, you know, them settling down into sort of like a non-fire control development cycle, so they can start focusing more on quality of life and future content rollout. Just imagine how much easier that'd have been if it never had PvP focused Deep Desert, man. Because the whole thing, it just really hurt them, didn't it? Like all the negativity about the Ornithopter exploits and ganking, and you know, it was really hard to sort of like try and explain how great so it's like Once Human. Gene had the same issue as Once Human. One fundamental aspect of both games, two completely different elements, just killed the hype around the game, right? So for Once Human, it was the constantly wiped servers. People couldn't see past that, even though it literally makes sense. And during the Deep Desert, it was just a bit of a laughingstock for many communities, wasn't it? That didn't buy the game. It's like, why would I want to play something like that? You know, it's an absolute mess. It's kind of just bad publicity, isn't it? Word of mouth counts for a lot, doesn't it? You're right, Troy. What ship are you using for the large cargo recovery missions? I tried to fast run with the Sabre or the light ship, but they destroyed the ship before I quantum for the Caterpillar. So, I don't know how you're doing it, Troy, but what I mean, you'll watch the full gameplay loop in a minute if you're interested, dude, because I'm about to do another one. So, it doesn't really matter what ship you use, because it really shouldn't take any damage, to be honest, mate. You just want to scoot in there. If you really need to, drop in some chaff so they can't get missile lock on. And then what I do is, rather than pulling up adjacent to it, which I know is what I originally did, I actually eject from the canopy. So, because I don't know if you know, but the minute you vacate your ship, they stop engaging. They won't engage you, and they won't engage the mother load. And then there's two tricks you need to bear in mind. With the Caterpillar, you typically want to come through Bay 1 and get up there, because that's the fastest route to the cockpit. And on the C2, you want to go on the ramp, the port side underbelly ramp, because you can go on the elevator, and only when you come off the elevator on the flight deck will they then start shooting the Hercules. So you're really just doing lots of things to try and buy yourself some time, really, if that helps. They just released some cosmetic stuff for June. How do you get that? Is that like, is that stuff you buy? Or is that, you know, stuff you get through questing or something, Jameson? But yeah, the trick is you've got to get in the pilot seat as fast as you can. You need to get the quantum drive spooled, systems operable, and then just skedaddle. Oh, I didn't claim the Sabre, man. Oh, this isn't working. I think this server's having a bad time, dude. I'm convinced that this isn't all me. I think there's weird stuff going on. 3 new observer building switch drops. Oh, what, for June? Oh, I saw someone mention that earlier. Yeah, got you.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Destroyed claim.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Anytime today, boys.
Thank
There
you.
we go. Lovely
Please
jubbly.
visit us again.
Oh, purchasing game with Solari, some decorative items, and a sandbite. Oh, so it's not just Twitch drops then. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be interested to see how June is. It'd be nice to look back, won't it, in a year's time and see where they took it. I mean, I really liked it. I thought they did a great job with it. But I must admit, I was one of the many that hit that deep desert and just nah. If there'd been like a whole suite of like really cool new guns and armor, you know, I might have persevered, but I'm not going to grind endlessly just to get better variants of what I've already got, man. It ain't happening, dude. I mean, I need a much bigger carrot on a stick. Maybe when the expansion with the polar caps, which is what we're hoping it will be, comes out, you know, I might consider a return. But it's the thought of rebuilding the base, man. I know it's going to happen. It's going to come out. I'm just going to think, nah, fuck it, dude. I just don't care enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I mean, you can definitely say that about Conan, right? Because Conan Exiles was an absolute disaster when it launched. I mean, it was almost just struck off when it was so bad, bro. So bad. But yeah, I think it's widely regarded as one of the best sort of, you know, small group or solo friendly survival games on the market. I think it's a phenomenal product, you know, still janky as hell, like all Funcom products. But I don't think anyone that bought the game for, was it £40 or £36, whatever, June? I think the vast majority of people that bought it, you know, would have had a good time with it. It's a very good journey to the deep desert. I think the Ornithopter was weird. But I mean, you've got to remember, I love flying in a world where I've been stuck on the ground. It's lovely to get that new perspective. But the Ornithopter did completely change everything. So many things that were a lot part of my enjoyment early on became so inconsequential, like water. You know, I went from like, you know, genuinely having to, you know, dodge the baking heat of the sun and pausing and using my scythe of an evening. You know, I felt like I was like a man surviving out in the desert, you know, fantastic sense of immersion at times. And I went from that to needing billions of gallons of water to make an aluminium ingot or whatever it is. And I just started, already I was feeling like, oh, dude, the game's just changed so much, bro. It's almost like 3 games in one, isn't it? You've got the one game, Pre-Ornithopter, which is like a genuine survival game. You've then got the Ornithopter game, which is where everything just suddenly speeds up, you know, exponentially. And then for many, you've got the brick wall that is the deep desert, which many people never even went beyond the wall, right? Very strange product. But one I did enjoy for 2/3 of it. I wonder when they will do the large expansion, presumably. I think someone said in chat that their pre-order included 1 expansion, so they're obviously going to be bound to doing something, but the expansion, or at least DLC, I think they said, didn't they? Could be anything, couldn't it? Could just be some cosmetics. Doesn't necessarily mean a whole new plot of land or anything, does it? I do hope they do well, though. I think it's the best game this year. Everything's definitely on a go slow on this server. Like everything I'm clicking is just like he says as he does all this. This looks all perfect. Yeah, that was all right, really fast though. It misclicks a few times here. There's this tricky one, bro. Yeah, look, air traffic control's not responding. Just gotta keep clicking it, dude. Like, because I can tell, because the right MFD flickers when I call air traffic control. I can see it wasn't flickering when I was pressing the button.
Landing gear rejected.
Wouldn't surprise me if the server's in some sort of recovery state, you know? Right, offers. Microtech 4. You gotta be kidding me, dude. I think I've never seen it that way. Empyrean's now into Funcom. You can see how well that... Empyrean Galactic Survival is that. Empyrean... Oh, Empyrean's the one that I really enjoyed, but I hated the POIs, wasn't it? That's the one where we make, like, you can make your own ships, bases, all that kind of stuff. That's actually a really cool game. Like, really enjoyed what I saw. But decided to shelve it because I thought it could only get significantly better. Because the POIs were so bad. It's like the POIs were built out of blocks the size of a house. And the ships were built out of blocks the size of a Lego set. And it meant there was like no detail or anything. It reminded me of like a really shitty old 7 Days POIs. So I shelved the Empyrean Galactic Survival and I never went back, dude. I never went back. Because I've still never seen POIs that look anything other than dog shit. Because I genuinely, I remember when I stopped playing the game, I thought this is amazing. But you know what? I know what's going to happen here. They're going to take a leaf out of the 7 Days to Die team. So sort of manual of operations, and they're going to create a world build team and create a load of really cool POIs. You know, bases and science labs and military installations, and it's like let's put it on the back burner until they get to that point, and they never did they? Slotted for December War. What, the June? Oh, really? So that's not actually that far away, is it? I wish them all the best. I really hope they have another hit on their hands, because it's a remarkable product. So I just hope they see the light and don't kill their own products by trying to cater for both PvEs and PvPs in the game. That just doesn't seem to work with that hybridization. Just segregate it out, man.
Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
You really like Empyrean, Darth? Yeah. I think the base game that I played was phenomenal. You know, I thought, my God, I found like a space variant of 7 Days. You know, this is going to be another, and I don't mean as in mechanic for mechanic. I mean as in, this is amazing. You know, 7 Days was terrible when I played it first in Alpha 5, but there was something there, dude, and I never let go of that. And I always went back to it, man. And I felt like that's what was going to happen with Empyrean, but just wasted talent, man. Could have been huge, I reckon, and I don't think it would have taken long. Good fun game. Remember the very first time I built an Empyrean, and I'm pretty sure that's the one where I had the drone camera, didn't I? Remember me? It was like, oh my God, I can actually see like where I'm building with like an automated little drone thing. It's like, fucking hell, this is cool, dude. Did anyone play Space Engineers 2? Because that was a pretty cool game. Again, remarkably janky when it came out. Like, terribly janky. But again, another one that I really enjoyed. You know, even though it was broken to balls, man. I think that's part of why I never made it to the copter. I love flying in the game, but I was really enjoying having to plan and survive on my journey. Watching for the worm storms, planning my route, it felt like a mix of Kenshin and Fallout 76 to me. Flying would have taken that away from me. Dude, I just can't agree with you more. The thing is, what you have to bear in mind is my opinion is somewhat skewed because I love flying in video games. I can't begin to tell you how much I love flying in video games, man. It's something I've just always loved doing, dude. You know, you give me a little plane to fly in Far Cry, and I am like, oh, love it, dude. You know? I love flying in digital worlds. So the Ornithopter was like, yeah, it's what I could say. You know, my argument's always been like, if I liked going on foot on the sandbite, and exactly what you're saying, then there's nothing stopping me doing it, is there? I could have carried on. I didn't need to use the Ornithopter. But I love the Ornithopter, but it made everything so trivial, dude. I didn't have to worry about anything, bro. Yeah. The amount of times that, you know, I found a nice little patch of dew, and I was it pressing T to see the optimal dew extraction time to harvest the dew flowers, and it was like, dude, this is perfect, man. This is going to get us home. And then it's just like, I think what it was with the Ornithopter, dude, and all the vehicles, I didn't realize, you know, when I started playing the game, that I could just stick them in my pocket. I think that's what killed it for me, dude. See, if the Ornithopter, you know, I still can't get anywhere and everywhere with it, and I've got to leave it behind and still make it back to it, you're going to be a little less inclined to use it, right? No point parking it on the top of a cliff when you can't get it back, right? and that was weird, being able to just put Ornithopters in my backpack, man. I don't like that, dude. Don't like that at all, to be honest. But, you know, I get it. You know, at some point, you've got to make a video game. You've got to make it fun for the vast majority of players that play it, right? So, like I said, I don't let those sorts of things skew my scoring of the game, because I scored it very highly, man. Very, very good game. Yeah, like having an oppressor or spy with GTA, you're going to use it. Yeah, exactly, bro. 100%, dude. 100%. I played a lot of Space Engineers 1 and enjoyed my time with it, with a crap of ton of mods. Space Engineers 2 shows promise. So, I mean, is there a significant difference between Space Engineers 1 and 2? I mean, Space Engineers 1 was an absolute cluster F of design and trial and error and a million and one other things, wasn't it? I mean, is Space Engineers 2 off to a cracking start, yeah? Lessons have been learned, engine refinements. I might look into that one, because it's one I've very rarely spoken about, and I've never really looked at any footage of it, so even if I'm not enticed to purchase it, it'd still be nice to see how that company's come along. Maps, Cargo delivery. Port Tressler, perfect. That music transition, bro, beautiful. There's a deposit / extract all option for Water and Blood. Yeah, it's not really a game changer, is it?
Quantum travel engaged.
That's the stuff that's like the bullet points on a nice quality of life patch, innit? They've got to address the elephant in the room, man, which is their stance on PvPvE. And I think until they make their mind upon that, I think it's just a mess. I think people have had their fill of it, and people are just not going to go back until they decide what the game is going to be, right? That's how I feel. And I really hope they make a good, solid choice.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Yeah, those dungeons are terrible, dude. Terrible. Such a waste of fun, man. They might not be able to. There might be an inherent tech reason why, you know, the way they built it, throwing in instance dungeons could throw in all sorts of problems. You know, it might be one of those things that is a real difficult one for them. But I'd like to think not. But yes, it's. I suppose what will happen is the player base will fall so low that I think those people that stick around will probably have quite a nice time with it, because they will have the dungeons to themselves on the servers, won't they? Even though the deep deserts do plug into multiple servers, you know, if there's still very few people on those multiple servers, you might have a better time with it. Oh, here we go. The Water Wars. So it's a new DLC scheduled for April / June 2026. Will centre around the water shipper families and their conflicts over the. Oh, so it is. Yeah, the polar caps. So that's not December then. That's literally a year from now. Even assuming things go according to plan, right? Wow. Jesus. I don't know. Without being too much of a Debbie Downer, I don't see the game making it that long, unless they make some fundamental changes to it, to be honest. I think they really do need to... The thing is, they've got such a good game, right? They actually have got... You know, this is why, you know, I'm talking about it and feel quite passionate about it. I actually really think they've got something there, dude. You know, I would... whether or not that's a paid DLC or not, I would happily pay for a polar cap zone in June if they can just sort out their shitty endgame. Because it is shit. There's no spin in it. The grind is just beyond the grind, and I love a good grind, but I'm not grinding for the same shit I've already got, just slightly better variants. It ain't happening, bro. You know, if I'm going to put grind in, I need some snazzy shit, bro. Shit won't start, Trico. Right, so you might have the... So one or two things is happening. Are you hearing the boot up sequence? Are you hearing it boot up? and the question is are your MFDs coming on or not? Because one or two things happens, right? You either get the bug where the ship just won't start and you will need to jump server and just go and play on another server. Because I think once that bug hits, it's you and you alone that's got it. And the only thing that seems to fix it is jumping server. I've had it a few times, dude. The other thing is, you might be getting hit by disruptor cannons, which are literally knocking all the power out from the ship. Which means you're taking too long to get in it. Without seeing it, dude, I just don't know. I mean, it really is like clockwork. It's quite hard to fail it once. I'm not saying, you know, you should blame yourself, because it took me ages to figure it out myself, and that was with the help of chat, bro. But you know, once it's going, dude, as long as you're entering from the right zone and you're getting a wriggle on. I mean, even on stream, dude, so sometimes I've forgotten to even sprint. You know, I've just strolled up, all immersive roleplay, walked to the cockpit, and I still haven't had anything bad happen, dude. But yeah, I mean, what can you know when you're in the cockpit, and obviously you get in it like this, don't you? So say when you get in, it's like that, isn't it? So all MFDs are off. Now I've had 2 situations on and off stream where I can hold down the button. I don't even know what it is because I've got it all programmed, but Alt-R, yeah. So you hear that intro, Crusader Industries? I hear all of that. I hear everything, but the MFDs do not light up, dude. And I think that's a bug. But I don't know, dude. Yeah, I mean, my advice is just whenever I've had anything like that untoward, because it happens every time. Once you've got it, it happens on the Caterpillar and the Hercules. I could do 10 missions back to back and none of the ships will start up. Which is why I don't think it's a disruptor cannon thing. The only way I've ever fixed that is jumping server, dude. I hope you can fix it, Tricken. I mean, you could always friends invite me and you can jump on this server. I don't know if that helps you jump. I don't know if you're in EU or US. Shit, did I not open the door? Could always go back to Ark Room. I love Ark, dude. I've said 1,000 times. Probably more. If I can get on an Ark server with, I would say, anywhere between 10 and 15 players that can all build a reasonable base, doesn't have to be stupid, reasonable base with a reasonable number of dinosaurs at the base, because I hate just seeing a barren base, right? I want to see some dinosaurs outside it, right? I don't want them all in Pokeball bloody boxes. With some decent lighting and hold a frame rate of these 60 or above, I would play Ark tomorrow, dude. But it can't be done. It just cannot be done. You know, I've tried so many times, bro. It just doesn't work. Ark servers are just trash tier on the frame rate, mate. As soon as you've got a decent sized base with a reasonable amount of lighting and some dinosaurs around it, you know? You know, once you're, what, like 20, 30 hours in? Fucking fail state, dude. Everything falls to shit, bro. Willy Bay was a total disaster, mate. Popping and shitty frame rates. But you give me an Ark that, you know, I'm not expecting miracles. I'm not expecting 100 people on the server with 1,000 dinosaurs each. I know I have to have realistic expectations. But, you know, if we all agreed, let's have no more than, you know, X amount of dinosaurs each, and then have a pool of the community dinosaurs, and we'll all build in the same locale, and not have it all go to a grinding halt, I would play the shit out of Ark. Some of my best laughs, best memories, Ark, dude. It's one of the greatest sandbox games ever made, bro. And it also just happens to be very, very pretty. I like, you know, subjectively, I love Ark, dude. But you know, like once you've got some of the, what are the ones that poop everywhere? The fire, what are the Fiomas, whatever they're called? Yeah, you have a few of them for your poop, don't you? You got to have a couple of those ones that help enhance your eggs. You know, get them all randy. You got your dodo farm, because you know you've got to have a dodo farm, ain't you? You know, you got your pteranodon. They're not called pteranodons in that, though, are they? We looked into that. There is a difference between a pterodactyl and a pteranodon. No, they're pteranodons in that, aren't they? You know, you want to have a pteranodon out there, right? So you're going to have a little splash around. Oh, I fucking love Ark, dude. Ark is one of the greatest games I've ever played, bro. Freaking love it, but I cannot play that abomination of a shitty technical performing game, bro. Yeah, Fiomia, that was it. Yeah, the peak point. Yeah, I love Ark, dude. You could get me back there tomorrow if we got a super server. So I watched the stream about Ark Survival Evolved. Alright, because I've played... Oh, hang on. Is that the new one? Is it Ark Survival Ascended, Ark Survival Evolved? Which one's the new one? Because that was pretty... God, that looks amazing. I was about ready to make that a server. Something came along with it. I can't remember. Yeah, we had some stuff kicking off in the family. Oh shit, yeah, we did, didn't we? And my art wasn't in it. I couldn't deal with any drama. It would have snapped me, man. I love Ark, man. I mean, you get me on Ark on Willy Bay area with a little hut all of my own. You can all bugger off and can do whatever you want. We had some really nice server rules. I thought it worked really well as well. The pacing. And it was like a forever game, man. All I need is HMS One Wing. Send me up to that Arctic area to murder some freaking penguins. With some organic polymer, mate. And I am yours all day, every day, mate. Love that shit. Murph, thank you very much for the 73 in the Prime, sir. How are you, Murphy? Thank you very, very much, you Bobby Dazzler. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so Ark Survival Evolved and Ark Survival Ascended is the new. Is that UE? That's the UE5 variant, isn't it? You're right, Flav. Club Poor Penguin. Oh, no. I like shooting them in the face with crossbows, I seem to remember. That was my passion. Oh, and I used to love having those... what were those birds we used to get up there? I had a wonderful blue one and a pink one, didn't I? Up on the roof. I can't remember what they were called. Really big. Just like a big seagull,
Grab
really.
another if you're available. Microtech
They can land on the water, can't they? Oh, that time Tony Boy Blue was chased by that Megalodon and I was on the back of the ship. Oh, dude. I swear I pulled a fucking muscle laughing that hard on that. I'm sure it was that incident. I've never laughed like that, man. I mean, actually, no, I tell you what, it was me. It was me in the water. And it was Tony Boy Blue's ship that I was trying to swim to, wasn't it? He fucked off and left me. Oh, dear me. Such a good game, mate. I've always said the most organic gameplay I've ever seen. It just grew its own content in a way, didn't it? Never knew what you were setting out to do. Or rather, should I say, you always knew what you set out to do, you would never do it. We could be on our way to go just to somewhere, right? And it'd be someone would spot one of those Spinosaurus. Is it a Spinosaurus? Are they the ones in the water with the big spine? Someone says, Spinosaurus! And be like, fucking hell, we gotta get one of those. And that'd be it for the old day, wouldn't it? I remember we used to do the pens, and I'd bring a chair. And I'd sit in the chair and look after the dinosaur, chatting to chat. You know, people, you know, well, we banned Argents in the end, didn't we? But people shuttling in, you know, prime meat on Argents. Oh, it was so good, dude. It was so good, bro. Such a cool game. Pelagornis, is that the big? Yeah, not the ones that. Yeah, not the gulls, not the ones that steal things. The ones that you sit on. And they're really good in the Arctic zone. Isn't it if you kill a penguin with one of those, you get lots more organic polymer? Can't remember. Well, we kept two, literally, at Ice Station Zebra all the time, didn't we? Up on the reef. So we'd pull up in HMS One Wing, trek over the ice, grab the seagulls, I'll call them, and then use them to harvest the organic polymer. You're right, well, you were looking forward to what? The GPU died like the day before release, ordered a new one. Took a while for it to get to me. And when I got back, my friends had moved on. Oh, really? Oh, have you never played it, War? I don't know what the current state of the game is. You know, I kind of gave up on it when they started doing all that stupid Power Rangers shit, mate. There's only so much. I don't like all the weird stuff in Ark. You know, all those like weird robot dinosaurs, man. I loved Ark when it was just dinosaurs, mate, with a little splash of, you know, sort of scientific intrigue, you know, with the beacons and all that. All those silly glow-in-the-dark robot dinosaurs and Power Rangers, that can all go fuck itself. Not interested, mate. I'm not a fucking 12-year-old. I have one question. I bought a Star Citizen a long time ago and I was wondering if it's actually playable now and fun. Like, does it still have a lot of bugs and so on? It's a really tough one to answer, Flav, because, you know, I don't want to... The problem is, dude, there is no answer to that question right now. And I'm not trying to play, you know, devil's advocate here and fence it and all that kind of jazz, dude. The game is just simply in this really weird state of production. They're banging out content like every month, And they're tripping over their own feet, dude. I really mean this, dude. We've never seen content rollout like it in all the years it's been around. It's like every month on the nose, some massive new patch that will either break just about everything or be a reasonable client. It's all over the place, dude. You know, I could give you an answer today and it'll be completely different tomorrow when 4.3 launches, mate. What I can tell you is, if you're willing to join the game now, and I'm not saying it's a good idea, that there are many things you can do right now in the game that won't cause you any problems. The problem is at the moment we're all hyper fixated on this particular event, as we should be. You know, if you're going to roll out an event, we want to play it, right? But it doesn't work. It is very broken at a multitude of levels. So we've had to find workarounds to do this event. But we have found ways of doing it. Now, as a new player, you won't know all these tips and tricks. So it just depends, dude. Is it a highly playable game? Yes, it is. We don't get a lot of wipes. If you start playing today now, and the most important thing is the bank account, you're going to start making money, getting some armor, getting some ships. All that's going to probably stay with you for quite a while, dude. The game plays very well, you know, at performance level. You know, she looks better than she's ever done. You just have to pick and choose what you do, and you just have to accept that there will be fail states, mate. I mean, I've been playing the game pretty consistently, doing this one gameplay loop, and we've had next to no issues. Some of the things have been my problem. Some of the things are a head scratcher, like what's happened there. And other things are, yeah, it's just being an idiot, but we know the workaround. But 100%, if you were to start playing the game today, you've got a playable product. But not really, dude. You know, you're going to have a lot of problems. You're going to have to put a lot of chatting on Twitch, or I think Twitch is probably the best place. Because you're going to get instant feedback, aren't you? You know, if you've got a problem, you don't want to go and try and find a YouTube video of that problem, because there aren't that many YouTube videos on the planet. There's billions of problems with Star Citizen, right? Trying to find the solution to that one weird quirk you've got. But if you ever want to come and join us, Flab, or play alongside us, even if you don't join us, if you don't want to be on stream and things, mate, you know, just boot it up. Let us know. Well, we can try and guide you, mate. I don't want to put you off, because the game actually is playable. It's just not playable if you do this event. You know, there's a difference, right? There's lots you can do, Flab. Chilling out, getting to know the game, sorting out your key bindings, taking your time with it. You know, treat it as a treat, you know? Put a bit of time in here, start making some notes about your key bindings, understand a bit about space flight and navigation, a little bit of first person shooty. You know, there's a lot of things to do, mate. You know, you've got prospecting if you're a real sucker for boredom. Salvaging's quite good fun. I wish there was an easy way to see what someone was playing the day you followed them. I know it was 7 days with Grum, but I always wondered why I followed other streamers. I mean, there would have been a way to do it for What's It streamers, but I suppose that's all gone now because they started deleting all the Twitch VODs, haven't they? Oh, the baryonyx. Oh, I was gutted about that. Did they ever fix the baryonyx? Did they fix it? So you got rid of the vertical ascent descent stutter underwater. I think they did, didn't they? I'm sure. Wasn't it fixed in Ark Survival? I think it was. I think it was fixed in Ark Survival Ascended, wasn't it? I'm sure we tried it. Didn't I get just a cheapy one, like a low level one? So Ascended has just gone from 5.1 to 5.2. Nice. I wonder how it's going. I wonder how it's. I ran on the beach, picked up some poop, and stopped somewhere after that. It was probably your own poop that you picked up as well. I remember your water debut and the Leeds attacked you. The water debut? Oh, the Leeds is that giant whale thing, isn't it? Is that one? That can destroy your raft? Ark instead of trainer rack. I'm still maintaining a cluster server for a friend, really. Because I know you know a lot about this, don't you, Automated? If you ever greenlight it, dude, and can tell me, Grum, we found some build, some obscure piece of tech that will run Ark, you know, with 10 players, you know, all living in a community. decent number of dinosaurs and actually having some lights in their bases and it don't drop below 60. Because the thing is, it doesn't matter what hardware you're running on. It was the server was the issue, you see. I could take a snapshot of Willy Bay and play on say, like a self-hosted solo server, if you like, and it would run fine. Fantastic frame rates. The minute we went on the server, even if no one else was on the server, 30 FPS, mate. Terrible, dude. It's constantly better than what it was before and constantly bugged. What this or part playing Star Citizen and navigating through the bugs. I agree. I think it is. I think once you realise that and you accept it, that you're actually getting weirdly, you probably subconsciously a sense of achievement about. It's like all the things I do. So someone said a long time ago, like I never seem to get any bugs or relatively few bugs, and it's because I know what not to do. You know. You've never seen me die to an elevator. I've never died to an elevator. Not once in all the years I've played the game. Not once. Straight up, never died to an elevator, mate. But that's because I know about elevators when I started playing. You know, all the little things I do when I approach things, the way I angle my character. It's not because I'm a good player. I've just learnt how to play the game safely. It's ridiculous, really, what I have to do. But I don't pay any attention to it. It just happens now. It's just muscle memory, dude, you know? You'll never see me run at an elevator. It's like this. We'll approach very cautiously, right? Like I'm creeping through the undergrowth in a raptor-infested field. You know what I mean? You're just never going to see me getting in one of these death traps. You know, anything approaching a minor crawl. So yeah, it 100% is, man. It is. It's a game where you build up a huge portfolio. I think my knowledge of things to avoid is bigger than my knowledge about the game. You know, my basic understanding of the game, if that makes sense. So for everything I know how to do, there's probably 4 things I know what not to do. I'm not even kidding. Oh dear. I streamed nearly 5,000 hours in 7 days today. Yeah, easy, mate. Yeah, no doubt. I love that game, dude. I love the community. Well, until they all went mental. Well, I shouldn't say all, until I realised how fucking batshit crazy some of these fucking streamer communities are. Fucking mental cases, man. I don't think I can. I think that's what took the steam out of me with streaming, to be honest, mate. I think it killed all the fun for it. I had to get like police involved in all sorts, man. I don't think I can ever greenlight Ark. The average population of the server is around 10 people per map and they still have issues. I don't know if it's a UE issue or just really shit optimization. Yeah. I honestly do. Even if we could find a sweet point of what made, you know, because I know it's really hard. You know, how do you gauge what is causing the issues? Is it, you know, is it the dinos? Is it the lighting? You know, what is it that's causing the problems? Even if we could figure all that out and we could come up with, okay, we found the golden number and it's 5 people with X amount of things going on in their base. You know, I'd be willing to give it a go. Yeah, John, every time I say that out loud as well, I always think, this will be the day, right? This will be the day. I take my eye off it. Yeah, I am Shades, actually, yeah. I'm shocked you were playing Conan Exiles, though. I followed. Always thought it was 7 days today. Really? Yeah, you never know. Yeah, I think a lot of people heard of us through 7 days. It was good times, man. We were a tight-knit bunch back then, man. Yeah, I made some good friends playing 7 days today. And then for some reason, certain communities started hating other communities. And I never understood why. No, I know I'm outspoken, but I never like directly attacked anyone. But yeah, it all started because I streamed a couple of times in the wrong slot, and that was it, man. Oh, dude, opened up a right can of worms, didn't it? It's optimization. It was the same with Ark Survival Evolved, poorly optimized. Yeah, Ark Survival Ascended looks so good on my end. You know, because of nanites, so it really reduced like the popping on all the rocks and things on the beach. It was like glorious, dude. It was so cool, man. Yeah, I used to remember running along the beach and like, you know, all those little pebbles and the general tessellation and things. It was all like over the place. And Ark Survival Ascended. That's the new one, right? Yeah, it looks so good, man. As soon as you load into an Ark Survival Ascended server, you immediately go, what the fuck is wrong with the grass? 30 seconds later, you'll see why the hell the rocks are floating in the air. It's just pure shit. Oh, I see. I've played Ark Survival Ascent. I didn't have any of those issues, dude. Is it just got worse then? Or is that different maps? Because I only played on the... What did I play on? The island? I'm at Port Tressler, Gonner. Right, ladies and gents. Look, I'm going to call it. Because the sun is shining, and we're about an hour before, and I just want to go make sure the girlfriend's alright, because she is really struggling at the minute, guys. So, I'm just going to go make sure she's cool, because I haven't got a lot of time before I head out later. Let me have a quick look at how we're doing. So, to everyone that's joined us today, massive shout out to all of you for a jolly good chinwag. Yeah, I mean, we're nearly halfway there on the last run, aren't we? Maybe about another 8 runs. 4.3 may be with us tomorrow. So some of you have got the Wolf. It'd be nice to go and see that. I have every intentions. It is Friday today, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. I have every intentions of being on at 8:15. We'll boot up some Star Citizen. I might pop over and have a look at June. Purely out of interest. See if the base is still there, whatever. I might try and log on later as well. But yeah, I mean, thank you to everyone that's joined us. Stay safe out there. !VPN in chat if you're interested in 4 free months of Surfshark. We got a little sponsor running this month, so you're more than welcome to check that out. Don't worry about using my link necessarily, although my link will get you 4 months, but I don't get any money for it. So don't stress about that. If you're interested, they might have some better deals running without going through me. You never know. But for now, to everyone that's joined us, stay safe. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. And if who was it who was in chat earlier? If you are new to Star Citizen and you want to come and join us or jump into chat tomorrow, we can sort you through a few things or throw you, even show you a couple of gameplay loops if you want. Beginnings of making a bit of cash. Just jump in. You're not wasting our time. Trust me. I'm more than happy to help out. In fact, very much happy to help out. Come and say hello. For now, farewell. Thanks for watching. It was quite chill today. I enjoyed that, guys. We made a nice bit of progress, and we've hit tier 5 on 2, tier 4 on 2, and I think given how hard that has been, that's a pretty good run, right? Right, you motley lot. Oh, enjoy Friday. I'm going to go taste some sunshine. Let's see if I've got a Beck's Brew in the fridge, boys. Living the dream.
Government racket, provide with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise for the Realize the listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution.